welcome to the final day of the EML LCQ, where we get to send one team to the Six Invitational in Paris. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the desk as well as on the cast, we have Gibson and Whippet. Guys, it's an important day today for our teams. 3 remaining. Whippet, how are you feeling with the nerves? I mean, the player's probably nervous, but maybe you are feeling a little bit of tingles as well.
I think because the storyline has been this kind of rise of the tier 2 side, with 2 still standing, only 1 bastion of EML still remaining in Virtus Pro. Maybe it might be time to watch those European tier 2 teams take their glory. Not unheard of for those teams to make invitationals, but I don't know if they can get across the line. VP are very good in these calls as well. I'm sitting in expectation. I do not know what's happening next.
I think it's going to be a fun one because you spoke about nerves. I think all 3 teams are going to have completely different mindsets going into today. I think Project Zero might be a little bit nervous thinking about playing at, playing at SI, playing in front of your groups and maybe making it to a crowd. VP, this is business as usual for them. This is what they do. This is what they live for. At some point, you've seen and done everything. You don't get surprised anymore. And I think excitement on the side of Twisted Minds. This is a team that should have been in tier 1. They've been there before. They've played at major international events, and they are so excited to prove what they can do. So 3 different teams with 3 different mindsets, I think, going into today.
Yeah, that's the thing. They'll all feel pressure, I think, for a different reason as well, right? People expect Virtus Pro to be there, but there is a potential for another Cinderella story, like back in 2021 with Makers making it all the way to a 6th Invitational. There is a possibility for that today with either Twisted Minds or Project Zero. It is do or die. 2 of the most important games of your life, maybe, for these players as well. And what we started with 8 teams in total when we look at the brackets. 8 teams that we started with, we said goodbye to 5 so far, and there'll be 1 team remaining at the end of the day. They'll join Falcons, G2, and Secret as the EML representatives for the 6th Invitational. And that is a big title as well. Project Zero have already found themselves in the grand final, as you can see on the right side there of your screen. But we'll start with the lower bracket final. Virtus Pro going up against Twisted Minds. And I think, Gibson, if you were to describe this game, you think of a game between 2 completely different teams.
100%. This is fire and ice in every single way you look at it. Where the teams are from, you look at Twisted Minds. High aggression, excitement. They want to get on top of who they're playing against. They are pure fire, and they are going to bring the heat towards VP today. And I think the big thing about them, as I said, is the excitement. I don't think they're going to show any respect to anybody they play. Like, you think about their whole history as a team. They don't change. They don't show respect. This is how they want to play, and this is when I put it down. And they have the perfect dance partners up. But if you've ever talked about contrasting styles, I spoke about fire. VP are 100% all about the ice.
VP want to keep it slow, they want to keep it safe, and they like their creature comforts. Even look at their map stats, and they like to go to the same places time and time and time again. They don't like variation, they like to keep it understood and in their control. And they've been playing this way since this roster has been together. And I've made a storyline, Gibson, of sometimes there's older players making the run in these qualifiers. Well, Joystick, he might not be up there in age necessarily, but has been around for a long time. Many people maybe heard that name for the first time when he qualified the Pro League from a Challenger League run, beating Ents on Bank with a mammoth performance. He's been called the Cyborg, he's been called the carry of this team. While he's gone quiet in recent years, still one of those backbone players that can pull out very important performances time and time again. So keep an eye on what he can do when the lights are brightest today.
Yeah, like, you look at that team, and like, you spoke about Joystick, but Pasha has had himself a phenomenal year. He is going to bring the heat. I think Pasha going head to head with the likes of Hasham. If you're not excited for today, that is one reason for our viewers at home to get excited, because it is going to be so much fun.
It will be, but if they are not careful on the side of Virtus Pro, they might as well be the very next tier 1 team that Twisted Minds take down, having already taken down a team like Genji and Shifts as well in their past and their amazing run in this lower bracket so far. Virtus Pro could be the next team. When we look at Twisted Minds as a roster, I mean, they played a really close series against Shifters yesterday, late in the evening. They could have even lost that series 0-2. What if a few rounds turned out different? But as always, woulda, coulda, shoulda. It's insane resilience from them to really push through and come through this little bracket. And I think the important thing as well is, Gibson, they've been to an SI before. They definitely want to make it back to another one.
100%. Like, that's what I said. They're excited to get back to show the world what they can do. They were in tier 1 over a year ago. They had a year inside of tier 2. I believe they're the reigning SEL champions as well, so they won in their own region. This is a team that I think as most meta teams are highly aggressive. Like the way that region is formed, the way that they play, whether it be in ranked, whether it be in comp, it's the same mindset as I am mechanically better than you. And it forces them to be more aggressive to take on gunfights. Like you look at the games that we covered yesterday, they brought the heat. You look at every international event they've gone to, they bring the heat, they bring the excitement. I think what's always been the stall point for them is when they do come up against a team like VP, a team like enemy, a team that's got this extreme structure that don't get phased when they lose a player. Like they play mind games and they think they can beat you if they take a player down. But when they play a team that's like, okay, we've lost somebody, we've still got 4 more. I think that's when they can come unstuck because their plan A is like plan A through F for them.
I think the mechanics that they take are, I think the mechanical ability enables them to play in a very unique style. We often praise their ability to shoot back and dig themselves out of very deep trenches, but strategically, this team is incredibly sound. They play a basic system that enables them to play their method. Look in these matchups, especially against VP, how they use drone and information to enable players like Asham, like guards, to be able to make those plays. There's more than just their ability with a mouse and keyboard.
And then talking about a team that's going up against it, we have Virtus.pro, the only tier 1 team to remain. We talked about it earlier. Many of their fellow F1 brethren have already been falling left, right, and center. And I feel like this team, if we look at them yesterday, they were really hot and really cold at certain times as well. Very close series against Project Zero, falling short in overtime on Consulate. It's that slow pacing whippet that we talk about time and time again that certainly just comes and bites them in the back sometimes.
It really does. They leave themselves with not enough time to solve various problems time and time again. And you often wonder when teams run into these issues, they try to fix them. They try to make themselves quicker and higher paced. VP, they've stuck with a system and it finds some success. Like they're here, they're in the later stage of the bracket, but they never make it easy for them. One moment I'll always describe this, and VP are often that team that are just so close but never quite far enough, is think about the Invitational in Sao Paulo. They were 1 round away for upsetting the fairy tale of W7M on border. One mistake, one miss rotation, they were there. This is a world championship caliber team, but they struggle to find that consistency, even though they're so comfortable within their own playstyle.
I think that a lot of people, there's a lot of people outside of Europe who maybe don't like VP and how they play, because as you said, people say it's boring. I love it. They have an identity and they stick to it. Like, everyone else is trying to innovate. Everyone else is trying to change the wheel. But there's a reason why the wheel hasn't changed in hundreds of years. It does, it works, and it just does. Like, I think that this is a team that will always show up. Yes, they've not had success in a little while, but there's a reason why they're ever present at every single international event. You expect them to see them there. They make the main stage more often than not. I love the fact that they have an identity, they stick to it, and it means that no matter what changes in the scene, they're always going to be the same. There's a level of comfort there.
And you speak of making it to international events. I mean, they've been to SI last year as well. They've, in fact, even won their group. They then lost to Raza Academy, lost to the eventual winners of the tournament as well. But speaking of those international teams, I think Virtus.pro, maybe among FaZe, are some of the rosters that have been together for the longest inside of our current ecosystem. That really means that they stick with that specific identity, and that really shows in their map vetoes usually as well. You talked about it. They like to go to the same places. They like to bring back the same maps over and over again. They don't like the new stuff either, and often we see those new maps like a Fortress being banned by Virtus.pro. Seems like we're going to be going to Cafe though, as that is Virtus.pro's pick. Twisted Minds then pick Clubhouse, and should we need a decider again? What's up with the amount of Consulate, I guess, that we're seeing so far inside these LCQs?
I think every team is confident to let Consulate sit through. It's a map that I think many teams don't feel too passionate about for or against. But the biggest thing to me is for Virtus.pro. Cafe is their highest preference map in their pool going into this event, and they've let it get through. Obviously, they're going to pick that up. But the second map, Twisted Minds, that's VP's second highest preference as well. So VP, on paper, have their 2 favorite maps in terms of how often they play them, picked up early in this best of 3. I think that's a pick of confidence from Twisted Minds, but also this team, in the way that map works, the way it's so figured out, allows Twisted Minds to use their aggression to maybe catch out the very systematic and checklist style that Virtus.pro will bring.
Yeah, we actually spoke about this before the game started, or before we got on the call with it now, and we were talking about the maps we expected to see, and I think we got 2 out of 3. Like, we were under the mindset that we would see Cafe and Club. Cafe because VP like to play it and Twisted Minds are okay with it. Clubhouse because I think Twisted Minds fancy their chances there, and despite the fact that teams ban Clubhouse against VP all the time, Twisted Minds would feel confident going there. I thought we might have seen Chalet instead of Consulate, and it did make its way deep in. But it just goes to show again, Twisted Minds don't really show that level of respect towards any team, because they didn't really ban out with any of the maps that teams tend to ban against VP.
Actually, one thing I'll quickly say here is that they've took out one of the maps that I thought was going to be a threat for a third map, and that's going to be Border. It's the 5th preference for VP going into it, and one of those maps that they've consistently had little surprise results on. 2 years ago, I believe in the quals, they're dominant there as well. Of course, I often mention the near fairy tale spoil for W7M, that was on Border. They're very, very good there. Twisted Minds didn't want to have that pop up later on, so they've taken that out tactically. This does follow a dominant ban, but VP taking out Fortress, no surprise as well. They don't want anything new. They want to keep it simple, and they want to keep it within their means.
Yeah, and I understand they want to go to maps that they're more comfortable with, right? Because despite these two teams making it to the most recent SI, Twisted Minds not with their current organization, but they were there in regards to the players that have attended. These two teams have never actually played against each other, so it's new territory for them. And I don't know how you guys are feeling about this, the Gibson, but I am just really excited to see this potential head-to-head between a player like Jalad, who's had an amazing LCQ so far, against a player like Pasha, who's had a great, well, at least first half of 2025.
Yeah, 100%. Like, Pasha's stats all the way through the year were great, and Jalad he lit up the qualifiers. Like, 31 kills and 1 best of 3 yesterday. He has been so good over the course of the last couple of years every time we've seen him. Like I said, Fire and Ice. Some dance partners are so good together because they're complete opposites. Like, this is it. You've got one team that are all aggression, all action against another team that are a brick wall. They have, it's the unstoppable force against the immovable object.
I'm going to worry about if the Twisted Minds find momentum on maps like Cafe in particular. With Twisted Minds being confident to go to VP's second preference map, that shows that they are equally confident to bring that map out as well. So that puts a lot of pressure, in my mind, to Cafe. If Twisted Minds can upset that flow, and maybe even stop the VP, especially on their entry game on the offense, even getting in the building and setting things up, which we've seen Twisted Minds do with this aggressive style of play time and time again, I think there's a chance that if Twisted Minds get a 3-4 round advantage, they're going to press this all the way and really put VP under pressure, and that's where you might begin to see that glacier crack, because there might be ice cold when things are going their way, but when that heat gets up, Twisted Minds can certainly turn it on.
All right, I think we were speaking about it a little bit before the stream went live. We were talking about who's potentially taking this one, and we said it was a really hard one to call, and that the map veto was going to be so important in this one too. I heard you say a little bit already, Whippet. I mean, the map veto leaning in favor of Virtus Pro. They have to prove it as well. Starting on attack on Cafe is not easy, but the first map is ready to go.
Thank you very much, Anna. While you were asking about predictions before we dove into it, Gibson, I'm going to be bold, I'm going to be brave, and I'm going to go against my tier 2 alliances and say, Virtus Pro, take it.
Well, you have made it easy for me, because I was on the fence. I didn't know who I was going to pick. I think my head screamed Virtus Pro because of just who they are, what they do. My heart, my tier 2, my underdog mindset, I feel like I'm one myself. Twisted Minds screaming to me, if you're going to go VP, I'm going to go Twisted Minds. I want an all tier 2 SILCQ. It's been a long time since we've had a tier 2 team at SI. Makers, of course, were brought up earlier in the broadcast. Let's see one of these two teams make it, Whippet.
Oh man, there's nothing more exciting than the prospect of a tier 2 team going to the biggest stage of them all. I mean, think about that time when Makers made it. Not only was there a European tier 2 representative going into it, there was also a North American one going into it. That was going to be then Parabellum made it there, who had deep, even eliminating G2 from the event. Although that was the infamous, I think it's been called the Sir Boss era of G2. Not a great roster. No disrespect to the player, but that's what I know it as. But the big thing is we go to the Cafe, and to set the stage again, we mentioned it, this is Virtus Pro's most picked map. This is where they like to go. VP love this. What the Twisted Minds have here, they can upset the flow. VP starting the offensive side, and this is where I'm really interested in what they can get up to. This map, very limited, very restricting how you get in, and what game plan you can establish. VP, or Twisted Minds, very good at upsetting that initial rhythm, and I think VP might struggle in the first couple of rounds here.
Well, you got to think about VP. We spoke about it. They have set plans. They look at every single map like it's a chessboard, and they think about how important each room is, why it's important, why we need to hold it. I think that's why you'll see them, particularly on the attack, focusing on these key positions. Like a team like VP, what you would usually see is they want to get control of piano, they want to get control of top red, and then work their way across from that side. You don't see them all that often going from a push from the cocktail side, and even the spawns tell you that's the case with it. Everything about their attacking lineup screams slowing it down. Brava, get control of the information game. IQ, stop the defenders from being able to use theirs. And then whenever you need it, you've got Pasha on the Ash, you've got Shepard on the Grim. Those two can be a 1-2 punch with it when they try to get those fights kicked off.
One player that on VP that I feel didn't get, I think, a lot of attention from us on the desk is actually going to be Dan. He's kind of a quiet player that's kind of picking up the slack for a lot of the time, and he joined this team very long ago, and well, that's actually going to be Dan.
No respect. No respect.
You put it perfectly, and as I was trying to big up Dan, he's going to find himself shot down early. Shalad peeks out from the bottom red hatch and gets him so early, and you put it perfectly. There's no respect. Twisted Minds are going to want to make this entry difficult, and, well, they've done so. They take away the Brava, they take away Dan, and now, well, you're left with no clutch drones to work with, so the BP cameras, that utility still exists,
no
and,
respect.
well, Guards gets aggressive, and it's Joystick, the Wily Fox slain, and this is going to be a nightmare start for VP.
Yeah, you've lost Dan, you've lost Joystick. Pasha will get on the board as he finds that kill on the P9, but so much good work has been done already. Now, you will lose that DMR of the Aruni, but those Surya gates will stay alive. Now, that castle barricade makes the position inside a Humidor a little bit more difficult to play with it, but I love the early aggression. And even with an, like, you lose the IQ, all of a sudden now you're losing drones to the Mozzie. Like, that is why losing IQ early is such a problem. The two information ops they brought are both dead already.
Well, they're not even that, right? They don't have information, they got limited resources. They're not in the building yet. Well, I say that. Pasha finally gets in. So, a minute 15, he makes an entryway. He drops the new hatch, and he's at this point, essentially just gone fishing. He's looking for a way in, and no one's going to present that from him. This was Twisted Minds. We hailed them as this amazing aggressive team from Mena, but they do have the knowledge to sit still when they need to, and this is a great moment. The Beasts go out and track down Guards playing inside of Cocktail, but there's not a lot they can do to move him right now. They have information, but the Bees don't force you away. The nade does, though, and Guards will fall. VP bring this back level. 3 versus 3. An entry from Pasha finds himself knocking on the door of Piano. Cautious of a flank, but not arriving. And VP might try to cook an execution. Everyone's stacked up towards bathroom side.
Yeah, and here's the drop now from that skylight, and they're going to go for the plant. Now they'll hear all the defenders will know this is happening, and there's the swing from Jalad. No respect again. Swings across, takes down Shepard, and the case will go down, but it's all down to Pasha. He'll find one, putting it in a 1v2, and the Flames will slow down the defensive push from the other side, doing him a favor for now. But Twixt and Hasham need to work together to isolate this player, play the trade. If one player can even get on the case and do a couple of stick noises and force Pasha to reveal himself, maybe then Hasham will be able to find the kill, and that's exactly what happens. He gets one, but it's traded back, and Twisted Minds will win the first round. But Whippet, have you ever seen a round that sums up this game more than that one? Twisted Minds, no respect, getting a couple of opening kills, but on the other side of things, VP, slow, methodical. We lost one player, we lost two, but it's okay. We've still got a plan. We know how to adjust, and they still got the execute, and they almost got the round one as well.
That is amazing play from both these teams, and I think a great example of that tug-of-war style of play. The entryway, losing both Dan and Joystick so early, both their information ops killed aggressively from Twisted Minds, and VP were forced to make an adaptation. That pick with the grenade combination with the Grim towards Cocktail was perfect. That was the only player that was contesting towards main long bar. The moment they get that pick, they know they can do that long bar plant, because they know someone's in bathroom, they know someone's in deep freezer, they can make that play work. And it was a great read from VP, and even better denial from Twisted Minds. And that Goyo they popped on New Hatch stopped a deep rotation into Piano from Pasha, meaning they can limit his movement and rotation to stick him in New Hatch. So Twisted Minds, great adaptation from them. VP, better read being a man down. And both these teams, I think, getting a good sense of how this game of Cafe might just play out.
I like it. And again, it's the fact that Twisted Minds went head-to-head with them in the early stages, forcing those picks as Jalad, who was so good yesterday, gets himself 2-1 after the first round. Now, setup with it, very similar to what we've seen on Cafe a few times yesterday. Hasham will go on the roam using Scopos. That one tucked in the corner of Wedding will feed information. It's hard to get rid of on the defensive side as well. And without a Brava, there's not really much that you can do about it either, unless you're tossing nades in that window. And speaking of nades, but they've brought 4 as well. A utility that's changed a lot in the last few years. But VP, use it more so now to corral players than to get kills.
Throw a nade, chase it, force rotation, do a lot with it, and well, they've been felded by the mighty Hatch. Nothing to open that up just yet, and Pasha has to make a long pilgrimage to the roof. He'll open it up eventually. His DMR will get the job done, not even needing the skeleton key. And he'll drone ahead for his teammates, so they get this drop in the top red stairs. A much better availability to get in and take control, to try and clear from this top floor, full top-down clear. Now, Twisted Minds, they haven't committed themselves to this in the slightest. They're all down towards that mid floor, the bottom floor, complete horizontal hold.
Well, but do you even want to like guess how VP play? 3 players were droning, and Shepard was walking ahead, basically being a human drone with that shield as well. Like, they are trying to learn everything they can. Like I said, they look at this game in the traditionalist sense. It is, we get the information, we exploit what weaknesses, that is how we play. And you see it in the early stages once more. Still droning, still working to clear the map, section by section. But look at even the likes of what we're seeing here from Trixt. He's created his own verticality that he can use to look from above while he plays inside a coat check. Like, they're giving Twisted Minds all of the top floor, knowing it'll take them a minute and a half to clear it, even if they're not playing there.
Well, VP just showing their characteristic style of play. Minute 15, 10 players remaining, and, well, they've got themselves map control. They're working through the steps, but at this point, they've not solved any of the particularly Twisted Mind puzzles, and this is where we see Twisted Mind showing their ability to use their aggression in calculated moments. They're not overextending, they're sitting still, and they are holding the line. They have an Echo to work with on P9, so that could be a massive problem. And you gotta wonder, VP, are they just walking themselves into a classic VP problem? No way in, no time to work with, and how will they dig themselves out of this one?
Yeah, now the C4 is primed, ripped, and ready for that drop. It's going to be tossed actually short, so I think that's more in a defensive standpoint, so if he feels anyone pushing up, he can go for it, but Hisham will get that first kill. Down falls Pasha as he walks down those white stairs. Now you can see another silhouette just ready to go for it. The drop into Freezer has now occurred as well, as the blitz, without the shield, by the way. No shield in hand, but it doesn't matter. He gets the kill onto Jalad, and that frees up a lot of space on site.
Shepard finds that one pick, and he's got an opportunity to get this case down. The cover from Christmas needs to be perfect, and a repeat from down there gets him caught. Nope. And that's going to be a nightmare. Actually, no, Case is on the blitz, Gibson. Yeah. They're in sight with it, so they have a chance to get this one down. The cover needs to be perfect, but with 2 seconds left, they're going to try and stick you within 000. There's no direct cover. They'll just charge in. This should be free. Always gets one. Joystick, another one, but P9, he slips through the lines and shuts it down before the plant could occur. And well, Virtus Pro, if you want a classic summary for this team, they ran out of time, ran out of options, and Twisted Minds just sat and waited through the storm.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, when VP are playing, you can expect almost every single round to go right down to the final few seconds. And there was Blitz was on site with it for a good while without the case, but I think Shepard did pass it over a little bit later on inside the round. But I think it's really just a summary of this game. Both rounds, you've seen an attempted execute, an attempted plant by VP, and both times Twisted Minds were able to either stop it or get the defuse. Now we go to the third site as they look to go for a flawless first rotation, and it is going to be that setup. And a couple of things to point out. Something that Twisted Minds don't really do all that often is create that rotate into reading early. They elect to keep a player with impacts nearby, so that'll probably be P9. And if he needs to create the rotate later on, he will. But for now, they're happy to just set up the head holes to prevent any form of walk-in from that snow door.
I do love that little variation from this side. And at this point, looking at the lineups that are being flashed from both VP, or actually only VP at this point, you're going to pivot away from 2. You're going to bring out the striker, the Ram get picked onto, and Dan is going to move away from the Brava onto the Twitch. Now, what do you think they saw to get this Twitch in play? Likely going to be the addition of P9 on the Goyo. They want to burn away those Vulcan canisters before they become a problem in that late stage. And that will be an interesting thing to follow on from. Expect VP to take away one of those late round denial ops in our next set of bans coming forward. And that Twitch is going to be a very important tool for VP to work with. Dan almost holds the key to the late round if they want to try and make any plays that might be denied by those Vulcan canisters.
Yeah, as you said though, those Twitch drones, it's one of those things, the sooner you can deal with that problem, the better. Like, you don't want to leave yourself in a situation where there's a minute left and you've still not got rid of some of them, because basically that burns even more time for VP. But their lineup screams that methodical style once more. They want to get control of the vertical aspect of this map. Pasha holds the key, indeed, to doing that. Playing with that ACOG as well, something that you like to see them do. But Whip It, once more, all 3 players, 3-4 players at a time on drones, working out where players are. It is so critical to their game. Like I said, they play this like it's supposed to be, like it's a game of chess.
And they're really just trying to find that opening at this point, and with Hisham tucked in Pixel and the window not actively holding him right now, just peeking out for information. But this is a dangerous game being played by Pasha right now, and well, Jalad is going to peek out from bottom, inside of bottom bakery and find that pick. Pasha falls, and that's going to be waving goodbye to your Ram, and that grenade might be perfect yet again. It is, and that's going to be VP's rehearsed nature. They know how to throw those nades, they know how to use their utility, and they find their one-for-one trade. We wave goodbye to guards, you take that DMR off the board. Those Aruni gates still active, but at least one less active gun to worry about. Speaking about people to worry about, though, Hisham tucked in Pixel finally gets shut down by Damn, a joystick. Won't last long as Trix finds that trade. Always will get one of his own. Jalad's next to drop off from this, and VP begin to close the net around Twisted Minds on this top floor.
And you can see the player on the rappel as well on that white window. This could be an opportunity for Trix to pull one back. They're going to spot the barrel of the gun, but it's not quite enough of an angle. But you can see that attempt of a kill, but Dan is just ready with the DMR. Trix falls, leaving it all down to P9 now. We spoke about him playing in this position, but it don't matter. Always gets the kill. They couldn't create the vert that they needed to, but they used some with a pre-made vert to get the kill and whip it. VP are on the board.
VP played that perfectly, but I'm gonna lean into the fact that Twisted Minds got a little bit more aggressive, and this is going to be that scale of balance in this matchup. Twisted Minds, 2 dominant rounds where they had their levels of disrespect, then patience in their second. And then they got a little bit more, let's challenge, let's peek, let's get more aggressive. And it worked out for the opening pick. They find the pick on Ram by Ticket. Unfortunately, he got a little bit overextended, and he lose that top floor control. And Dan, a great pick to shut down Pixel before Hisham could do any damage to the players pushing into Piano. So great job from VP to get themselves their first kind of round the table. Twisted Minds, I think they're realizing, let's just kind of meet VP with the slowness now and let them waste their own time, because that's their own crux. And that nade, perfect.
Remember what we said as well before we went live. There's nothing that Twisted Minds can do that will surprise VP. They have seen everything, they've done everything. But VP can always do something that will surprise Twisted Minds. Like in that last round, they did play with a little bit more aggression in the midpoint, and they took Twisted Minds head on in gunfights and were able to win them. So I think that the experience of VP showed, and let's be real, there's no team in the world that'd be happier with a 2-1 split in the first kind of half of their attack than VP, right? Yeah. This is bread and butter. They will take it. As I said, no team in the world is happier with a 4-2 split than them, because it's like, this is all we needed, this is what we wanted, we'll win it on our defense.
The way I like to think about Virtus Pro, Gibson, is sometimes they're a lot like a North American sports team. They just play the numbers. They play their averages. That's why they're, I think, such a team that like their consistency. They don't really vary from their own game plan. I think this is perfect for them. They took 2 losses against Twisted Minds, but they'll begin to figure them out. And they had that game plan cracked for the previous round. But can they do it again here? And well, look at this entryway. They're trying to go attack the top floor again. They did struggle previously in Twisted Minds. The big benefit that they had was the early picks they found from these runouts, from those aggressive picks, and VP likely to be much more cautious now.
Yeah, and that's what you're seeing. You know, they're watching the runouts, they're slowing everything down. You can fool them once, but you will never fool VP twice. Guards getting ready for that audio cue that might just allow him to run out, but as we know, they're ready for it this time. A little addition, a little wrinkle as well. Oh, I love that. They decide to bring the Rotero drones and Flores to get rid of lots of utility from above, particularly that castle barricade that we see from Trix will be high on the priority list, and that's exactly what they're going to go for now. 2-1, just about getting there. But it's just a change. They've seen what Twisted Minds did the first time, and they've adapted the way that they should.
And they're just using very smart utility choices. Actually, I love that Mozzie pass. Oh, no, joystick. No,
you said they're North America. You said they've got some similarities to North America.
Even worse. Guards has done it yet again. He's just got aggressive mining window, peeks below it, finds a pick. That's going to be Pasha gone again. These windows have been a curse for Virtus Pro and Twisted Minds. Well, they're investing in this, and they are scared of that grenade. A triple stack of ADSs, combine that with a Saria gate. They are worried about that nade. It's been so effective twice now from Virtus Pro, but that's going to mix up what VP can do. They can't rely on clearing a Rooney with that simple grenade anymore. And they a brave Brava drone from Dan.
Yeah, they get something, though. I think they heard something break, but I love that adaptation on the side of Twisted Minds. Like, what do we see? And even the Surya gate is going to burn even more utility, but what we see them do is That one's going to get caught. That one's going to get caught. And there's nobody there to take advantage. But they try to corral this player in front of the double door so the player inside of Cigar can get the kill. But this time, it ain't going to happen. Dan did a little bit of damage. You can see the blood splatter, but not enough to get that telling blow. 44 seconds left. It's a 4 versus 5. Twisted Minds still have the numbers, and VP are just waiting for one of these over-aggressive TM players to extend a little bit, but it's going to be P9 who extends, and he wins that fight.
Jumps out, finds one. That's going to force a reaction from Virtus.pro. They know the player inside of Cocktail's wounded. Guards finds his second. Joystick has been felled. Shepard gets one of his own, finds himself a second, but unfortunately, his Shaman guards collect everything down below from pillars. No Nitro Cell needed. Just the Roni to find that, and damage was invested early. Twisted Minds get themselves a 3rd round. Very strong there, and you touched on it just a little bit, Gibson. The fact is that Twisted Minds made the right change. They slowed down Virtus.pro. Now, they also found themselves the opening pick thanks to guards and mining, yet again shutting down Pasha, who, one of those players that you need to keep quiet, otherwise he might just rip and tear his way through your team, and they have done effectively. But that triple ADS and Surya Gate slowed down that grenade, mean they couldn't rely on that very rehearsed clear of Cocktail yet again, and that slowed things down even further. And Virtus.pro, for them, time is very much at a premium with their way of play.
Yeah, let me point out something really important as well. Remember the way we spoke about how every single round since the, what VP tend to do is they'll play a site, they'll lose it, but they'll see what the defenders did and adapt what they're bringing on the other side to change it up a little bit. VP did that excellently in the last round, but so did Twisted Minds. They're like, okay, you catch me with the same nade twice, I'm going to change things up. So this time they come to the site, they're bringing the blitz with Shepard. Now, I still think that Shepard will drop that red hatch and clear the map section by section, but the big difference this time around is they're bringing a Habana, they're bringing a Thatcher. They want to just kill a lot of the information game that Twisted Minds are trying to bring. And on the other side of things, Jalad is going to play aggressively inside of Fireplace. He knows that this is key to what VP want to do, so he's going to hold that position. And he's got the hatch to drop out of if he feels like it gets a little bit too hot.
He's in the perfect position just to soak and absorb pressure at this point. And you mentioned, with that hatch open, with that free drop, he can get away with his life intact and just burn more time from VP. And well, VP, they're going to do the exact thing we expect them to do. Guess what, Gibson? It will be a top-down clear, where they clear every room, every floor, every angle, check every position, and hopefully they check on Hisham, playing deep inside a Cocktail. He might just hear the blitz bearing down. He's got a drop to work with, and he will take that retreat. He'll get towards his teammate, Jalad, and I don't think you want to follow down that hatch, and a wise decision to not do so from Shepard.
Yeah, but you look at every single aggressive position Twisted Minds are playing on the roam has a fallback. So they're playing by the hatches so they can get out of there if the pressure ramps up too much. You can see now they've given up reading room, they've given up the top floor. Now they've wasted 1 minute and 15 seconds, so jobs are good and they've done what they did. But have you just seen where Hisham has transferred to? He has gone all the way back up to a pre-placed shell that was inside of Piano, and I don't think that VP was VP have any clue.
Oh, Virtus.pro, I hope you know what's lurking upstairs. If Hisham gets away with it, it might be the heist of the day. I don't think they're all the wiser of it. They're conceding that top floor control, walking away like they believe it's free. And I do love this reinforced panel, electrified as well. Just securing up control and making it a little bit harder to have that long line of sight from the verticality that can contest through the head holes outside of Kochek bottom red. C4 ripped, and that will going to try and contest Shepard. And the Blitz holds up the Fuser. He's very separate from his team, and with just under 1 minute remaining on the clock here, Gibson, you gotta wonder, VP yet again might find themselves having to make a final play with 20-30 seconds left, maybe even less.
Yeah, this is looking really bad for the side of TB, and there is that push from Hisham. He does a lot of damage on the Pasha, but the Blitz is dropped inside Freezer. Jalad will find that opening kill, but there's someone prone. Oh no, it's the shell. I thought it was a player, but they now have control of sight, and Shepard is going to go for the plant. At least Beta try to force somebody one out. In another way, we see a gunfight happening right now. Jalad dancing around with Joystick. Joystick needs the fight. They're playing the trade here, but Trix will find a kill on the Pasha, and no. Joystick is going to fall. Actually, Jalad gets taken down there, but Whippet is a 4v2.
And it's only going to be 15 seconds, and well, just like that, Guards and Sham wrap things up nicely for them. And well, Gibson, The worrisome thing here is yet again that we could almost predict this round was going to play out the way it did. There was no one there to find direct cover when they walked in with Shepard. He finds himself in sight, but with Hisham on the roam and undetected from that swap of the shell, he can get himself upstairs. He can make that rotation, and he made that play. And he disrupted VP long enough to drain out the time, and of course find the picks to wrap things up in terms of kill. VP find themselves trailing by 3 here at the end of the half. And well, this is just a nightmare position inside of Pixel or side of Pillars, losing one player to it and everything getting wrapped up. Twisted Minds happy to fight on that mid-floor, even though the site was down below, knowing that he had things covered from that yokai drum. So, side swap, round number 7, Gibson. How are we feeling about this one for VP? Actually, no, it's round 6, my bad. Not round 4.
Look, it's another round, so we've got that much right, but this is where VP want to be. Like, everyone else go, oh my god, it's 4-1.
Hold up.
Listen,
I don't think VP don't want to be 4-1 down. They don't want to be here.
Listen.
But they're comfortable.
Yeah, you'll look at this and go, oh my god, Twisted Minds can take a 5-1 up, and VP are looking and going, yeah, we won this round, it's 4-2, we got exactly what we expected to get. It is all fine, it is all good. So, VP, they're going to do this the way that they think. I think that they're in a really good spot, they could take this round, they've won this site already, and the last time they won it, they upped the aggression on top floor. They isolated all these Twisted Minds players, they were able to catch them out one by one. Guards was one of the players that fell to, believe it was the nade that was tossed in that window. Then you got the player inside of Piano that was isolated from that humidor spot. So look for VP to do the same, but we spoke about it. Little changes with it. It's Jaeger this time around. It's a utility burn. They're not going to fall to the same thing.
You want to hope they don't fall to it yet again. You just gotta wonder, and I have a bad feeling Jalad might find himself a freebie eventually. No one's there from VP, so they might be safe. And again, Virtus Pro have been punished from these windows time and time again. So I think the wise choice is to not go anywhere near them, but he's going to be in the danger zone for a little bit if anyone wants to try that bakery run out, perhaps. Oh, they know, okay. I held my heart in my hands there, but they have a 2-stack of people looking at it, and he's just going to sit and be patient. This was Jalad. He will use that aggression at the right moment. When they look away, he might just dive out, and they're almost trying to bait him out at this point.
Yeah, and look at the change as well. Pasha has just said, you stay on the window joystick, you focus on Piano, I will hold your run out for now. So it's like, we need you to hold that spot, I will hold this spot. You've still got the players in these positions, like the castle barricade, keeping the skylight nade drop. You'll see Shepard on that window on the cocktail side, because with Striker, you get those 2 stun grades, you get those 2 nades, and Jalad... Where was the cover? Jalad just vaults out, gets the kill, and Pasha had left. He left for a
out. Get me out. Virtus Pro, these are the mistakes that you have made for what feels like 30 years, and you're still doing it. They know a player's there, they walk away, and the team that we often hail as patient, they lose their patience, and they lose joystick. They take away the gridlock with 60 seconds remaining. It's going to be another run out. Shepard's gone too. And Will Gibson, I thought you said VP wanted a 4-1 split. Now it's going to be a 5-1 advantage to Twisted Minds if things finish the way they do look in this round. Oh my goodness. VP look to be a little bit slow on the blocks here, and it might be a 5-1 advantage at the end of the half unless they find a miracle. And they got 40 seconds to try and do it.
Yeah, this is so good for Twisted Minds. 30 seconds to go. Pasha takes a bit of damage, and he's going to be felled. Actually, it's T9 that falls at the hands of Dan from above, so they get themselves into a 3v4. But there's 24 seconds. You see the case has been dropped, and that feeds the information to Jalad as well. Yeah, you called it right. They're trying to bait the utility from below. Always now walks in. He's going to go for that plant. 3, 2, 1, and the case goes down. It's a 2 versus 4 now. A run out the window. Dan gets 1, but it's all down to him. He falls, and Twisted Minds take a 5-1 half on what has historically been VP's map whippet.
And they take a few shots at each other as well, just to wrap things up nicely. And you put it perfectly. This has been VP's map in terms of their preference. They love to go here. They've kind of wrapped up a few losses here, but 5-1. 5-1. They're losing right out of Twisted Minds, and that round, I think, is a great summary of how I think VP were expecting Twisted Minds to be way more quick and way more aggressive than they are being right now. That lack of patience, and it's like they get caught out by that jump out.
So, Whippet, just so you know, how many times do you think that VP have banned Cafe in the last year?
How many times? Well,
You've got the stat sheet open, so you know. But for the sake of the bit, I want you to pretend.
well,
that you
I
don't
don't know. I don't know.
Once. It's been banned against them 26 times. The most banned map against this team. That is how much fear teams in EML have against VP on this map. Twisted Minds didn't ban it because they don't care. They're like, we can outgun you on any map. They like this map. Like, you know the way you'll see some teams like, oh, well, we like this map, but so do that team. But we think they're better on it than us, so we'll ban it out because we don't want to give them any advantage. Twisted Minds are like, yeah, they like the map, but we like the map and we can shoot better than them, so we're just going to go there and outgun them. And that's basically what they've done.
I'm actually going to rebuttal you here and say I don't think this is a story of Twisted Minds necessarily outgunning Virtus Pro, because in the one round that VP have won, it was direct one-on-one gunfights, and VP were very, very good at just winning their direct ones. I'm scared of the fact that Twisted Minds are being better at being patient than Virtus Pro, and that sounds weird to say. We build this as a kind of a story of fire and ice between these two teams. We're going to see Twisted Minds press the heat to take the advantage, and can they crack the cool-headed nature of Virtus Pro? Well, we have done, but not in the way we would have thought. They've sat still, been patient, and been beneficiaries of Virtus Pro, maybe taking them lightly and getting too comfortable in their own positions. But Sideswap is here, going in round number 7. Can VP begin to claw this one back?
Yeah, and I think that if they want to, they need to play the same way that we saw from Twisted Minds. But Twisted Minds are already inside the building. Pasha about to get into a gunfight with P9, who knows exactly where he's coming from, but Joystick is there. Pasha gets one of his own. 5 versus 3 already. Trixt will pull one back, but we're seeing all action. And now Trixt will target the Fenrir. Where is Pasha playing? We knew he was on that middle floor. The case is cold. We're going all the way to the base, but Pasha's dropped all the way inside a kitchen whip. But he got his one. He got what he wanted, and he got out of there.
This is much better for Virtus Pro. They finally get themselves an opening pick, and now they can try and play off this. Case has been recovered in the hands of Deimos now. They're going to use those death marks to begin to hunt down any remaining roam presence from VP, but as you can see, everybody has fallen back to site. They're content at this point to just sit and wait and use the map to their advantage. They got the crossfire set up. They're holding it deep inside of Christmas. They can deny the drop, walk in with that Banshee. It's difficult to walk up from Garage, put pressure directly on Dan here, so he can sit there fairly confidently. And while Twisted Minds, now this is where they get tested. We know they're good, we know they're aggressive, but how is their problem solving? As that smoke goes deep, and that will delay this push for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Deimos will try to track somebody again, but elects to go for that Fenrir once more. The smoke will cut off that long angle and towards Bar as they focus now on pushing towards Always. The Blackbeard, though, is going to get his head absolutely to the player behind. Gets his head removed with guards. Will find Shepard. A little melee, another kill on the board, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 1. Guards, he doesn't really have time to go for that res because it's a 1v1 whip. But what's happened here?
Everyone seemingly walking the line of sight, and guards with the Blackbeard has a huge advantage here. Dodan gets that final credit. No revive for Hasham, but he does give away his own position. Now, can guards win this one out? He's got a massive shield to work with. He is blinded by fear, and he has to fall far back to get that case down. The blindingness, though, helps him out with limb damage gone. The Blackbeard's in a bad spot, and Dan finds a way to win it. VP have a pulse. It was not an easy one, and it came down to narrow margins, but that Fenrir gadget really helped them out indeed.
I think that he got the timing of the FNAT wrong. He thought that if he went back out and walked back in, it would give him a second of confusion, but it didn't happen. And Dan, as you spoke about it, they reversed the limb damage update, and that makes it so much easier to deal with that Blackbeard. They get the kill, they get the opening round, but how close did Twisted Minds run that one? 5-2 reads the scoreline now, and it's still a bit of a gap whip it. Still a 3-round deficit with only a few rounds left to go. VP need to play their very best if they want to stop Twisted Minds from winning this game in regulation, because I don't know about you, but I feel like Twisted Minds will get at least 1 round on the attack here.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I don't see this being a complete flawless sweep from Virtus Pro, but I will actually just like to talk a little bit of a sidecar here, Gibson, and one of the reasons you're excited to talk about Virtus Pro, and I know one reason why even you might be on the Twisted Minds side of the ballot box. Recently in one of your ranked adventures, I heard you talk VP's elo. Is that true?
I have VP's elo, and I had Shepard in a headlock. I think I was 3-0 against Shepard, but I will say this. Unk Joystick still got it. I did not enjoy any gunfight against Joystick whatsoever. And I believe the stack I was in was just a bunch of T2 and T3 coaches and talent, so it's not a good sign for, not the best warm-up for VP, but I guess, as I said, when you've been playing the game, like they've been playing Siege since 1992, like nothing can faze them.
It feels like it, like how long I've watched Joystick, and well, this roster has made, honestly, very few kind of changes across the time. It's been a tried and true test, kind of setup for Dan coming into this roster around the time of the Milan Pro League final. That was,
God,
yeah.
Throwback.
Yeah, that was, if you watch that one live in Twitch chat, you have my respect. You witnessed White Stairs, not just hear legends about it. But diving into the round, we'll witness here, 2 minutes left to work with, and begin to try and find that pressure from Heaven Window. Hasham throws in the clutch drone, looks to take that default camera, which will be a great find from them. Not going to get looked at too often from Virtus Pro. It is still standing. Doesn't look like it is. And he's going to try and skite another one across and does so. That makes it through. And Verticality staring at the window. Guards not going to be contested by it though. And VP just doing what VP do best. Sitting still, holding on and playing good old-fashioned boring Siege. And I say boring in a complimentary way.
Yeah, and they don't really have the utility to clear that C1 position either. Like, the only one need in the hands of P9, and I feel like you're not going to use it over there. And finally, a little bit of help comes in. I think P9 was like, come on, Habana. You can clear this castle barricade a lot easier than I can. You know there's a player in C1, but I think the only real safe way they have to clear it is to go horizontally all the way across. And as you open Snow Door, the Malusi gadget will capture them at the door, and Pasha is tucked deep in that corner to play off that audio cue.
He's just sitting, he's waiting, he's being so reserved, but I have a feeling Gibson, he might suffer from a very clinical case of itchy feet. He wants to take that fight, and he might hear this utility on that top floor. And Twisted Minds don't have a lot to work with. Hasham walks on in, gets caught out. That's going to be that deep position held. Dan will find one of his own. Nitrocell gets that confirmation. VP find themselves with a 2-player advantage, and we're under 1 minute. Make that 3. Finally, one try to back. Guards will get always, and he'll descend from White Stairs. He wants to take this fight, but caught within the Banshee's wail. And Virtus Pro, at this point, will fall back. They'll sit still, they'll hold their angles, they'll watch their crosses, and they'll wait for Twisted Minds, knowing there's not a lot of time to make something happen.
The tale as old as time. 30 seconds left on a round involving VP, and the round is still ongoing. Tricks will fall as Shepard swings from over inside a pillar, leaving it all down to Guards now with the new DMR in his hands. He's going to get shot through the angle he opened up. Dan says, thank you very much. And it's another round checked off as that lead starts to close even more. Whatever you can say about VP on attack, VP on defense are a beast. They're an animal. We spoke about it. They are an immovable object with it. They know exactly why every single section of the map has an impact, or whether it does have an impact, and they will choke you out. They will bore you to death and force you to make mistakes.
And I think Pasha, sitting still and reading, deep on that corner, just waiting for someone to walk in and contest him and be that freebie, and he found it. And Virtus Pro will take full advantage from it. On the defense, finding themselves a very important double stack of rounds, getting 2 to their name and beginning to claw things back. And for everybody I've seen in chat boasting about how Twisted Mind's going to get this done and how VP are washed and slow and old, this is the type of map on the defense where they're really going to show that veterancy, really show where their style of play is super efficient. This is a team that love to test your patience when you're attacking them. They're not going to peek you, they're not going to swing you unless they know they can win it or trade it if they lose that pick. And keep an eye on Joystick on the Valkyrie here, just for where those cameras go, not necessarily what he's going to be able to do in this round, because his job isn't to be the primary entry or to get all the kills anymore. He's going to hold that impact utility, and he's actually going to bring up impact grenades with it, not the Nitrocell, and look how many VP have.
Yeah, it's actually nuts with it. They've got 6 nades in the back pocket. They want to clear Cocktail, and they want to do it badly. They can get rid of every bit of utility that's been brought on the other side. Now, Joystick will go on the roam just a little bit. You can see that Guards seems to have a bit of an idea with it. They've opened up that window in the fireplace. They're keeping an eye on the bottom White Stairs. Like, the issue of being on that rappel is always, if you're there by yourself, you have to be so conscious of anybody peeking from that bottom White side. And I think the way they're going to make sure that's safe is garnering control of what's below. But look at that. Trix gets the opening on the always. But if Joystick, if you walk in Snow Door and you die to that meleeed head hole, you are going to be fuming, and he crosses without taking any damage. But does that make him think it's safe?
this point, I think you might imagine it is safe. Actually open up with an impact at this point from Pasha, and that's going to be a massive audio cue, and they're going to be aware of someone likely lurking in Laundry. The death mark will confirm that, and P9 does hunt down this Mozzie. He does have support. The grenade's going to be perfect, and Joystick is wounded. They're going to be collapsed on here by bottom white. This might be a problem. Not a lot of space to work with from that nade, and Joystick might not last too much longer. Held by 2. We lose Shepard elsewhere. Jalad finds that pick, but Joystick swings out wide, finds guards, and drops the case. Dan fires off, gets one. The trades are perfect from Twisted Minds. Even better from Hasham to wrap things up, and they take themselves round number 9, and even more importantly, Gibson, map point here on Cafe.
And we said it. It was inevitable that you would see Twisted Minds win one round on attack. They've done it, and at the very minimum, they've guaranteed overtime for them on Cafe against VP. And if anything is going to give you confidence, it is performing this well against VP, even though we know Twisted Minds, they don't need confidence. Like, they are so over the top with how they think they can win games. They're quiet in chat, yes, but when you see them on stage, when you see them in person, they are always so ramped up. The Blackbeard is going to be banned. We know the Twisted Minds like to bring Blackbeard when attacking that kitchen side, so that ban makes complete sense. The Valk ban as well, but on a map like Cafe with Valcam's able to garner so much information with the long lines of sight, the 2 bans make complete sense. Like, yes, you're kind of targeting the other team, but at the same time, it's also just really good bans in general on Cafe.
All solid coming out for both these teams, and actually for Twisted Minds, I'm a big fan of the Valkyrie denial here coming into it, realizing that Joystick's going to bring that out consistently. And we often talk about Virtus Pro, it's not just their strategic or their procedures that they don't change, it's their lineups. They very rarely make those large deviations, maybe based off certain strat calls or what sites are playing, but Joystick will likely play Valkyrie if they unban the rest of this game. So taking that away now, easier job than done. And a 4-player repick from the side of Twisted Minds, realizing that, well, they're attacking Bakery. And I think this might be a more direct approach, with the Aurora panels going out to give them some reassurance from bottom red, with those Senswall for visual cover. They're going to bring out that Sophia. Well, Gibson, I know exactly what they're going to do here. They are going to use that impact grenade launcher on Sophia to open up that prep door, charge in that blitz through the cover of the Senswall, and use those Aurora panels to lock out the players from red. They're going to contest directly into the side of Bakery.
Yeah, well, hopefully they do it right this time, because last time they tried it with it, they didn't quite use that Sophia impact correctly, and it caused a problem. But you are bang on with your assessment. Rora off bottom red, Sandswall off the player behind the Bakery, or with it, we could be completely wrong, which happens more often than not as well, as we see the blitz on the other side. But they've given, you know what, this could also just be phantom pressure. They could be doing this to free up, to force resources this direction, and then go for that tech you spoke about.
This is, I honestly, like, they have the exact lineup that they used this on previously, and then they go and put that pressure straight on the bottom right. Thank you very much, Twisted Minds. I love that from you guys. But maybe they might do it later, but they have lots of tools to segment off the map, and Aurora on hands of Jalad is that's the job to do. You can use those panels to lock off these key areas to rotations and make things very uncomfortable. But look where that diffuser is. Yep, it was all phantom pressure, it was all for the love of the game, and now always, well, he might be very concerned. He does have the utility to choke this play out with those canisters, but they might just not respect it, and nor will they. They charge on deep, but the Fenrir FNAT blinds them, but waiting with a diversion straight behind the pillar, trying to mix things up, and Virtus Pro find themselves in a rocket hard play. The freebie on always! Pasha gets one trader back, and it's going to be a flurry of kills in our feed, leaving us with an advantage. 3 versus 2 for Twisted Minds. Can VP claw this one back, or is Cafe already in the history books?
Well, you spoke about, you know, players edging like a fine wine. It is Dan and Joystick now that need to hold the line against these 3 young gunners. The long angle being held in towards prep by Joystick with that SMG-11. That could be the key now, because they still have to push this direction. Couple of smokes are going to go off, but Warden, the perfect operator to counter it. The case is going to go down. Joystick takes a ton of damage. Warden's going to sprint into sight because Joystick is down. He's going to spot the planter, but it doesn't matter. The case is going to go down. He's in a 1 versus 2 as guards will fall. Spraying towards prep. Throws the C4. This should confirm out guards, which will close off that avenue of information as well. But problems now arising for Dan. But he still knows there's so much time. Hasham has gone above. The shots will feed that information. So Jalad just has to stay quiet, has to stay careful. But Hasham could win this round here and now. Dan steps across the corner. Hasham gets it. And Twisted Minds take a 1-map lead in the series.
They take the map choice for Virtus Pro as well. The highest preference on the ZML side has fallen to the MENA roster from SEL. What a moment this is for this young team. And well, for Virtus Pro, you got to wonder what they do now. They're going to another high preference map next for them, but they got outgunned, outweighted, I think overall, outplayed.
That's what we expected, and we spoke about that. You set the scene for that final round. They tried that attack yesterday. It didn't work because the Zofia didn't open the wall correctly, and they got stuck on it, and the C4 ruined everything. This time, they got it right, with the added wrinkle of putting pressure over on that white side to force at least one more defender to extend out to even isolate the players on site more. I loved how Twisted Minds played that. I'm sure that all of you at home, especially those that are anti-VP, loved that map, but we're going to throw it to a very quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
What an amazing start for Twisted Minds here in this lower bracket final. They now find themselves one map away from making it to the grand final, eliminating yet another tier 1 team, and they do so by taking their opponent's map pick. On Cafe, some really important 1v1s, I feel like, in those specific rounds, but starting off so well on the defense already, in this case, Whippet really helps with the confidence that I'm pretty sure Twisted Minds already have so much.
If you have an already confident team and you give them a 5-1 advantage, expect them to go all the way, and that's what we saw here. Twisted Minds, they started off strong and they finished stronger as well. Once they figured out how to crack down VP on the defensive side, that was done and dusted. And well, for Virtus Pro, we often talk about how slow they are. We make jokes about this team, but it never really felt like they got properly started, and we talked about it in our break. This now gets us very worried for this side going into Clubhouse.
Yeah, Clubhouse, a map that, you look at VP's record on it. Despite the fact that teams don't often take it there, the record's not actually all that great. I think in the last 12 months, they're 7-6. They've already lost it inside of the LCQs. Whereas on the other side of the coin, Clubhouse is a map that Twisted Minds have a 100% record on here in LCQs. They've won it every single time they play it. They're confident here. The only thing is, it is a best of 3. And we said this is fire and ice. Sometimes fire can burn out quicker than maybe ice would thaw.
Oof. Oh, okay, we're cooking with the worst there, I see. I mean, that's what we're supposed to be doing here, regardless. But looking at the stats from the specific players, I mentioned the head-to-head between Jalad and Pasha. Those two players being rather quiet inside of this matchup, but it's actually Gartz who's really stepping up on the side of Twisted Minds. And one thing that really stands out to me as well when I'm looking at this, Gibson, is when we look at the entries, Twisted Minds are being so successful on that.
Yeah, and it's because of how aggressive they play. Like, I guarantee you almost all of those entry kills nearly came on their defensive half. Like, we saw them running out for fun. They were bringing the fight to VP. They were making it so uncomfortable for them. And it was just really early engagements time after time. Like, look at the other side of the coin. Only 2 entry kills in 10 rounds for VP. It goes to show them how put out of joint Twisted Minds had them.
I mean, even think about that opening round we saw, the defense for Twisted Minds. It was Jalad peeking aggressively from Red Hatch and run out to deny joystick on the window, immediately setting that tone that we're not going to let you in the building on our defensive half, and they kept that going. And you've mentioned it, Gibson, with VP struggling to find an entryway against a team like Twisted Minds, you're not going to have success in these rounds, and we saw that playing out, and that's going to be a thing that I want VP to really think about as we go towards the next map here. But Twisted Minds, perfect way to break down VP, perfect result for them, and now that all the kindling's been thrown on that fire, Gibby, and I think they might just get a little bit brighter now.
And we'll see. I wonder if you burn the fire too hot, but as I said, it can go out pretty quickly. But I think this is really, you guys said it in the break, you're worried. You guys are worried for VP. I can completely see it. That was not what you'd expect to see that from them at all. And if I'm a VP fan, I'm very worried as well. Now, this is a map that you can get back to your basics on and you can find success. But I just don't know how VP are going to slow down Twisted Minds.
I don't know. It's a very difficult thing to think about. And yeah, I am worried for Virtus Pro, for their fans, for their continuation inside of this bracket here, because looking at this Clubhouse, I mean, you've already mentioned it. It's not been very successful for them inside of this LCQ. They beat Wolves on it, but they lost to Project Zero to knock them down to the low bracket. That was one of the 2 maps they lost against Project Zero in that matchup. And then for Twisted Minds, having mostly played it against shifters, it's been a very successful one for them. And even on the side of Virtus Pro, right, think about what's going on in the back of their minds. Like, they've had a really successful stage 1. Stage 2 wasn't the greatest for them. They now want to make it back to an SI. This could be a 3-year streak of them making it 2 or 6 invitationals. But if they lose out another map, that means they don't have a chance of making it anymore. The pressure really should be on their shoulders, on this team that has been together for so long. Because, sometimes when something doesn't go the right way in your team, you think of, let's fix it by replacing a player. That's not the approach that Virtus Pro have been thinking of recently, or in these past few years they've been sticking together with a team. On the side of Twisted Minds, there were question marks about who they were going to be playing with in regards to their lineup for the LCQ, and it turns out that sub or no sub, so far this lineup with it is working wonders for them because that aggression has just been feeding into their confidence.
It really has been, and actually I love the fact that if you look at their kind of roster sheet, the Twisted Minds have a long list of going into it, and that's because when they're playing in competition like SEL, they pick and choose who they want to have at the time of when they're playing and all the thing, but they have so much chemistry with different people, and the fact that this team keeps a core identity with having different people filling in and out is amazing to the leadership on this side. That's the big one going forward for me, and I think we saw that leadership, we saw the IGL skills here going into the match against VP, not being as aggressive as we normally see them, having those glimpses like the opening pick, fighting for that initial control, but knowing when to slow things out. That jump out where we saw Jalad jumping out of mining window, or a red hallway window to get that pick, he was watched for 40 seconds and he picks the right moment. They have the brakes on properly.
They do, but can they keep that on for the second map here, though? They're one map away from making it to the grand final, starting on defense on their own map pick. It is Clubhouse. Take it away.
Well, here we go. There is an old saying, you don't take the boys to the club, but I think that VP, they are going to need to do their very best to win this map here against Twisted Minds. But Whippet, we were reminiscing about the old school, you know, the old days of this roster, whether they were under Team Empire or other names. When they, I suppose, shine the brightest is when they're killing or extinguishing joy. Whenever there is hope, that is when they thrive. Like you spoke back about the matchup on Bank, was it against Ents years ago, where they were when you were looking down to archives from above. Like, I think that as Twisted Minds get closer to victory, that's when we might see Virtus.pro get things going a little bit more. Will we see that joy extinguished, or will we see Twisted Minds take this in two? I'm gonna say I think Twisted Minds, based on what I saw on map 1, are going to get this done in 2.
So are you gonna pivot away from your prediction this time? No,
you
were Twisted Minds.
You were VP.
Yeah, that is true. I was pro VP because I went against the tier 2 thing. What if I was trying to put a caster curse on Virtus.pro so we get a tier 2 side, a full tier 2 showcase going into our grand final later on today for that final ticket to the European Representative Club for the 6th Invitational in Paris in just 4 weeks' time. So going to Clubhouse here, Gibson, the defense will start on the basement side. What do you think VP need to do here? Because they cannot let this be as slow again, surely, right?
They can. Well, they can. I suppose is the answer to that one, Whippet. They can 100% slow this one way down. But I think with Clubhouse, there's not as many traditional runouts that maybe VP have to worry about on their attack. They're starting on the attack once more. Kind of curious that in both maps, Whippet, we've seen VP starting the game on attack. So let's see if they can find a little bit more success when we go to this map that I suppose is even more procedural than Cafe.
Clubhouse is that map that you just kind of everyone should know at this point. Showing its age, you could say, and well, this is going to be a nightmare start for Jalad, but how has he got away with this one? He gets caught with his own Grismon, a blitz bearing down, and he escapes all the way back to cash. How has he done that one? And VP might just be kicking themselves. They've let the entry slip away like that. And they need to find those opening picks. They need to find those entry kills, because that has been the struggle point for this team so far on Cafe.
Yeah, and you look at the roam that's set up here by Twisted Minds as well. Very old school with a castle, similar to what we would have seen SSG do back in the day. P9 will get that opener as Pasha falls. Down goes the Habana, and yes, you've opened the hatches open. You're ready yourselves, but guards will find another open. 5 versus 3.
Bit of a problem now for Virtus.pro. They were so close to the entry, and now they suffered too. Uncontested. Pasha, Joystick have been slain. And then you lose so much utility. You lose those remaining X-Skyward pellets. You lose the darts remaining on Capitao. You're really left to fight with scraps, and this is a basement defense from this side of Twisted Minds. And they can fall back with 5 players and play this comfortably at this point. Not a lot they need to do. And Virtus.pro, this is where you gotta worry that this opening round is just gonna slip away from them. You need to find an opening pick, or you need to find something now. You can't open that main hatch with the lack of Habana, and I think you got 2 ace charges left. You can't find a way. I just gotta wonder, who fight for this?
Yeah, you'd assume that they'll want to open up that church wall as they push in from that other side as well, and pop in the, you know, I suppose the map ingredients now is the pipe and the flames cannot be used against them a little bit later on. 2 Selmas required, of course, to open up that hatch, but you can see the Trixt is pushing up there. You can see there's a little bit of a flank. It's completely soft, and But VP can't seem to quite make their mind up. They pushed towards it. They saw it was soft, and they thought, oh, well, there might be a castle barricade down at the end of it. That might be something we need to worry about now as well. So they've flipped with their way back this side. I feel like with 30 seconds left, it's going to be a hatch drop. It's going to be a traditional plant, but they don't have any smokes to cover. Well, yeah, on the blitz, they've got 2, but I don't think those 2 is going to be enough.
I think it will be. The guard canisters will make this difficult. They have to go a little bit deeper than that default position.
Oh,
Dan's going to find 2 on the cover. Bring it back to level. They'll pre-fire deep through the smoke, and they can stick this one. Virtus Pro have found their miracle, and Dan finds himself 3. It's all down the P9 alone, and Virtus Pro have found a way back into the opening round here on Club. 1 versus 3. Case is down. P9 is wounded, and there's no way for him to limp his way to victory as Dan makes it 4. What a moment for Virtus Pro to claw that one back.
I would formally like to apologize to VP for my early death bell of them in that round. I was wrong. I apologize. VP, get the opening round on attack. And that was so much better. But Whippet, does that not remind you of what we saw in the very first round of Cafe, despite Twisted Minds turning that one around at the end? Twisted Minds, couple of early kills, taking down key members of the team, but VP finding kills, wearing them down, getting the case down in the end, and you've got to give Dan every single bit of credit. He held that cutoff across the side of the map. Always, on the other hand, yes, he was holding dirt, he couldn't see anything, but Dan enabled that plant to happen, and that 4-kill round for him was key for them in their victory.
Dan, take a bow from this one. And one of the things I often like to talk about, Dan is one of my favorite players on VP because I had the kind of the privilege of interviewing him after one of his victory results during UWC. And I've never seen him be more happy and energetic. The team said during the summer they were feeling good. It was a difficult stage 2 preceding that, but maybe if they can find some legs here, the Invitational could be a run. But Twisted Minds, they're a map up here, and it's their map choice, so let's not look too far to the future. Let's just take round 2 as it plays, as it will be a gym bedroom defensive side for this Twisted Minds roster, and, well, VP, gotta feel confident after that one. Clawed it back.
Yeah, they did. And look at the lineup as well from Twisted Minds, but it's nothing like the traditional lineup you would see. Hasham's aggressively playing inside of Pool Room here as he plays below the site itself, but no wall denial, no bandit, no castle. So they're playing it a little bit different. They want to play a more aggressive style that is focused on taking on gunfights. You can see the roam. I think that's just tucked inside a rafter. So they're almost setting portions of this defense up as if they're defending this site. CCTV and cash being the one. Rafter is a key part of this defense. Kiba barriers being tossed down. The silhouette is going to give away of Jalad, but he almost took a step too close, and he's going to try another miracle in escaping act.
Virtus Pro feeling a little bit quicker, a little bit snappier, more responsive here on the side of Clubhouse. And this is much better from them. They're yet to find themselves an entry pick, but they're really putting that pressure on Twisted Minds and forcing this onion peel roam presence from Jad to fall a little bit back. Drop an oil pit. The drone should spot him out. It does spot him out. No, it doesn't. Doesn't have line of sight towards that deeper corner. And Jalad might have a masterpiece of a flank game. And the drone goes active at the right moment, and he's going to have to scamper away to freedom and safety. The cutoff might be held from blue, but he's safe for now, and he'll likely escape to regroup with his team. Via main stairs later. Pressure emerging with the pressure on red, with that smoke going off. The goggles see through it, and this extension really starting to absorb a lot of pressure from the side of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Kasha will find P9. He extended a little bit. Here comes the blitz, but Guards is going to use that DMR. That thing hits like a truck, and there's going to be another bit of pressure. This time it's the Blackbeard as the double shield set up from VP is going to get to work. You can see Guards is still very cautious of pressure from below, and he's going to take some damage. Walking in as always, he gets up to that cash door, finds the kill, and now the next layer of defense is going to be inside of construction. And look at again how aggressive Hasham was playing, and when there's a Blackbeard playing aggressively on the door, I think is one of the better options. I think shields are at their most vulnerable as they're walking through doors.
Couldn't agree more. They can't control the angles they work with, and when you get to that door frame, you face that 90-degree problem, and well, Hasham will find one pick on the Dan. The hero from our opening round has been slain, but Twisted Minds are reduced to only 3. The BP camera gives the information with no grenades left to the work of that Blackbeard of always. He cannot commit deep towards bathroom, and the rotations are all open up from the side of Twisted Minds to make freedom of movement their ally. 20 seconds, Gibson. Can they hold this on?
Well, there's going to be a really big fight at the door when they try to push through. Hisham will take a lot of damage, but the BP cam is feeding all the information of these players. And tucked inside of Logi, completely, I think, unknown, will be Hisham. He begins to walk on up. The red pings are there. You see that first fight as Jalad wins it through the Kiba barrier, and it has all gone wrong, and it trips on the 000, and we'll see Twisted Minds win the round and whip it. It's a tale as old as time. A VP round lost on 000s.
No time to get that case down, no extension for them, and the big thing I'm going to say, I'm going to sing the praises of the opening rounds, or the opening stages of this round from Virtus Pro. They were much snappier, much more aggressive, and much more aware of how they have to fight to get the opening pick. They even found the opening pick in the hands of Pasha. They got great control inside of CCTV and Cash, clearing that with relative effectiveness, but they committed so much time, so much utility, and so many resources. By the time they're trying to get the case going down, well, they had 15, 14 seconds, not the easiest job, with the crossfires all set up and a sneaky player lurking in Logi that remained undetected in the final few moments. VP, no way to find a victory in that one, so Twisted Minds played it very well, and they absorbed that pressure perfectly. They'll go back down to the basement, and, well, it was only 2 rounds ago, Gibson, but VP found a miracle here last time.
Yeah, and you think about the way VP approached that map from the very start. They countered Twisted Minds, despite Twisted Minds somehow finding opening 2 kills. Like we saw them, they tried to use the Grismot mines, playing inside of Secret to catch them playing in, but VP brought a Thatcher that time and used the Thatcher to neutralize the Grismot and enabled the Blitz to walk on in. This time, they're going to bring Blitz and Thatcher once more, but they won't have that same problem. But again, look at how VP play. You see players, they're droning extensively in the opening seconds. They keep drones safe. They usually don't waste too many of them inside the prep phase. Tip to viewers at home, never trust the drone count on the top left of your screen, because it does lie to you sometimes. So
just like your teammates in ranked, don't trust the calls, the information they provide.
Oh no, they're always right. If they say that he's on ping or in there, they're usually right, but it's just a bad comm.
If I hear the on ping comm, you're getting muted. Learn your callouts. Learn your callouts, guys. Please, I'm begging. Pengu, get the sheet done. Please, tell everyone how to call everything. Please, I beg of you. But I digress. We look to find our entryway from Virtus Pro. And well, this castle setup that we see time and time again, deep inside a bar. And Virtus Pro are keeping it a little bit more slow pace. So not going for their aggressive entryway via Adam this time. They're keeping it slow. They're keeping it well respected. And they're waiting for the right opportunity to strike. And they've got substantial control on the top floor. But now clearing out towards bar with all those castle barricades and that labyrinth established won't be easy. And the likelihood is that P9 can just drop the hatch and dive into safety. And they have the information on him. He'll try and make his entryway
get out of there
in the pool. And he does get away. He realizes that he does not want that smoke and he falls away.
Yeah, but he opened up the castle barricade as well, just to give them, if they want to try to retake Moto Hatch and play it from below, you've got that longer angle. So you can understand why they've done it, as guards will find the opener. Down goes Dan, down goes the Thatcher. And that's a big pick as you see 2 players rotate back to site. Now, Hatch is open, but it doesn't matter. They find the opening kill, but we've been here before. VP have been down numbers on this exact site, and they've found Joy. But do they know about Hisham still playing inside of stock? That very late backstab could cause huge problems for VP.
And they're tantalizingly close here. The DMR will shred the barricade and the Kiba, but they just don't know he's there. And well, Hisham will sit there, and this might be a nightmare, as Joystick with no information might just walk into the waiting arms of Hisham, who finds a freebie. He makes a rotation, but only finding Pasha. Twisted Minds take that trade, but there's still 1 player up at the advantage. 35 seconds. Hatch is open. VP need to find a miracle yet again.
Sending up a prayer as they push in towards church, as you'll see him walking on in. The Blitz will be the key. P9 taking a lot of damage inside of blue, but this is still very winnable for Twisted Minds. A swing across and Pasha wins it. They've got the cross covered now. Shepard's going to go for that plant. They've got both angles being held, but there's Trix. He retakes it from above. The case goes down, and Shepard will too. It's all down to Pasha now. DMR in a 1v3. A couple of taps of the case, and he's completely covered. The hard wall is there, and we'll see Twisted Minds take another round.
Trix makes a perfect rotation in the midst of the chaos. He climbs that ladder, finds success, and it will be a victory for Twisted Minds. But it looked so tantalizingly close to being another round where VP clawed it back. That would have been a moment.
It would have been, but Whippet, it wasn't. You cannot. Remember once we casted this exact map in Korea? Okay. And there was Woogieman.
We've casted a lot. We have casted a lot of Clubhouse.
No.
You mentioned...
There's a point. Okay. There's a point. When we were casting and Woogieman was playing for D+, and so many rounds were won off the back of Woogieman clutches. Well, VP are trying to do the same thing. If you draw from the same well over and over again, eventually that well is going to run dry. You cannot pull back heroic play after heroic play and keep ending up with the same results.
It's no longer a hero play that happens every single round. It becomes the norm, it becomes a strategy, and you can't find that success time and time again. But Virtus Pro, they played things much better that previous time. They were really kind of keeping it within touching distance. The fact is that they let one player, Trix, be the hero of that round. They're sending upstairs, and well, he looks like he wants to remain anonymous yet again, lurking inside the shower cubicle inside of Master Bedroom. And the drones of VP yet to find him so far. Lineup-wise, though, with always on the glass, means he might want to make a play happen with the smoke, and this looks like a very old-school lineup from the side of VP. Thatcher Thermite combination with a Glasgow execution. I think that's exactly on the menu.
Well, look at the site. It makes complete sense. It's CCTV cache. You've got a couple of really important jobs. You open up the main CCTV breach. That makes things a little bit more difficult for the player on rafters. Then you open up the wall and bottom rafters to keep pressure from anyone playing on that window. And then finally, you open up construction wall. And then you've essentially cut off all of the defenders and you make their tasks very difficult. Now, I expect them to do it. Now, one thing we will see is double presence inside of rafters, but they've elected to forego the ability to bring... Well, actually, they cannot bring the Azami because Kiba has been banned out, so they're electing to play there instead with a couple of Wamai discs, and they've brought Jaeger as well. So, P9, your job is to play here until you die, and that utility's job is to just keep you alive that little bit longer.
Zoto Canister will choke this play out and keep that double wall and garage safe for now. Of course, without the ability to trick it, that's not going to be a permanent solution. But have they backed away and not committing to it? They're aware that there's going to be someone lurking. They can't try and get close to it because they have the cover there. Zoto Canister goes out yet again. They clear the second panel. And this is the perfect use. With 3 exothermic charges, you soak up all the Zotos. And now you're going to find a position where Jalad is sitting on borrowed time. The cover from Glass will lock him out from the main door. The angle's open from main garage bay. Leaves him incredibly exposed as those rounds will detonate shortly. His teammate will try and make a play to cover him. Hisham breaks out a strip club, but no one is in his line of sight.
Yeah, but Jalad finds Joystick in the line of his. He takes him down to the back. Whip it. That was the only hard breach they had left. I don't know if the main breach has been opened yet.
They tricked it. No, they tricked the double wall inside the garage. They found a way to find it. In the midst of the zone actually stalling it, they tricked it out thanks to guards, likely.
There's no hard breach.
That's it. They burnt everything.
Well, Whip it. Where do we go from... Oh, they got the main breach at least, but bottom garage is closed. So you've got the main breach, but now it means you're completely pushing through a choke point, and you know, if you're Twisted Minds, where they're going to come from. Rafters, even easier to hold now. There's no pressure coming from below. Jalad is still there as well to prevent anyone walking in that door. And Whippet, we've seen something similar to this before. Jalad will peek across. He does a ton of damage onto P9 as he steps through. But this is so good from Twisted Minds. 40 seconds to go, and it's feeling all too inevitable, but that VP are just going to have to force it through the breach.
VP will have to charge straight through this breach with no smoke grenades for cover. They've burnt every bit of utility they have, and they have to hope their cover is perfect. But Dan, the hero of the opening round, will find one. Shepard gets one of his own. Jalad finds Pasha in the midst of the chaos. And here come Virtus Pro. They're going to dive on in. No need for thermals when you're trying to go up close and brawl. But they haven't found that damage. And where is the case? It's gone cold. And they need to win all their ones. 10 seconds standing. Jalad finds himself 3. Shepard recovers the case. But it is job surely done, as he'll have to make a final last dive in. He'll go for an off-site position. The C4, the impact down below should shut him down. It will do. Twisted Minds find a way to close that one out. Virtus Pro looked scrappy for the mid-round. No way back in. And Twisted Minds will take that one every day.
Yes, one thermite opened up the breach, but Whip It, you spotted it. You called it out. They tricked the breach in bottom garage. They used the tuberow. They used the Cade claws, and they couldn't get it open. And then all of a sudden, Rafters was completely unattainable for the side of VP. They had to force it through the breach. Whip It, another point to make, though. Had they had the case 10, 15 seconds earlier, they might have been able to make that work, but it just played perfectly into the hands of those Men at Once monsters, the SEL champions, showing what they can do. And Whip It, a 3-1 lead on defense. Remember, this is Twisted Mind's map pick, and even more importantly, VP elected to choose to start on the attack.
A crazy decision from VP. They're maybe hoping they could have got a few early rounds and really trusting their methodology here, but Twisted Minds, they are so strong here on the defense. Virtus Pro, they started strong with much better kind of attention to their entry detail, but they've not found that success again. And you mentioned it when we were talking about that previous round, Gibson. It was the fact the case was so far away. There was a chance maybe if they could have got that case down with a few extra seconds to work with before 0-0. But Joystick held it on Habana. He got picked by Jalad, who was lurking inside a bottom garage. And a cascade of problems. They tricked those walls. The soda canisters delayed long enough to stop the thermites. Jalad survived. He won the round. And denying that case, been putting it in the wrong position. And VP, it's been a cascade of small mistakes. Death by 1,000 paper cuts, you could say.
And VP are being a team that plays slow is being stalled out on top of that as well. Castle being brought time and time again by Twisted Minds to slow them down. They're like, well, if we know you're going to play slow and we can slow you down even more, we can dominate this game. Now, one thing I will appreciate is VP, they're inside of Rafters relatively early. They're inside of CCTV relatively early, but you've still got to deal with the fact that P9 is playing on this shield. Get out of there, P9, get out of there. He gets Whip It. He has saved the shield. He stays up. He gets the shield back in position, and VP have wasted so much util, and he's still here.
That is perfect. He cycles it while the nade is there, and of course with now cooking grenades, you know you're safe, and that shield will persist. And Virtus Pro, they're back to step 0. Oh, you gotta feel for them. They do have some soft breach ability to still work with, and Joystick's impact, but they want to save that to later. The DMR does shred guards eventually, but the shield on red still persists. The crossfire, likely help from construction, means they can't walk in and deny him with ease.
Yeah, P9's trapped now. Like, P9 is actually trapped. You've got a player holding him from the spot. Dan will get the kill. It's a 5v3. This is a lot better from the team from the CIS region. VP in such a good spot. Jalad getting ready to try retake, but Joystick has read the script. There's a vault in here from Blackbeard, and there's nothing that can be done about it. You've got actually a shot. Always, what are you doing? You might have just thrown the round for your team. Here on the other side, Hasham trapped, knows there's a player outside the window, but he's on the other side. Trix will get the cover. Damage dealt. It's a 2v1. Joystick and Shepard up against Trix. He's trapped in the corner. But will he vault on? And he's going to go on the rappel. One player inside of construction. Whip It. This is so winnable for TM.
Twisted Minds have the door swung wide open for them. That TCSG can shred and destroy. But he must be patient, he must be accurate, and Joystick cannot present himself to be an easy target. The case in the hands of Shepard. With one flashbang to work with, he'll cover his entryway. Joystick will charge in, the pistol getting brought out, and Shepard will try and stick this. With nothing to deny this, Trix has to get aggressive. He's sticking out his secondary. With only 5 seconds left to go, the cover needs to be perfect. Is he looking the wrong way? He is! Oh no!
No way!
Pro!
No
How have
way!
you let this happen? He slips through the defense. The cover was not perfect, and a freebie. Twisted Minds have stole this round.
But Whip It, even if the cover was good, even if you were looking at the right spot, you've only got footholds. It gives you so little angle to hit those shots, and when you add that to the fact that he thought he was going to push through Logi, somehow Twisted Minds find a way. And Whip It, I am a huge fan of Always. I always have been. But he vaults in, and then he turns his side towards Hasham. Like, what are you doing? You've been playing Siege for 45 years. You can't make mistakes like that.
My hands on my head here, Gibson. I'm at a loss for words. Twisted Minds have found a freebie of a round. And Virtus Pro, the only round victory to their name, is one where Dan found a 4K clutch. They need a hero, and maybe they've already pulled that card from the deck. Twisted Minds in complete control here. A near mirror image of our opening round, and look at this moment. The shield betrays always, and that's the moment the round unraveled. Hasham finds a second. The cover looks the wrong way. Gives an opening, 1 second, 1 moment, 1 fleeting blink of an eye. And that's how Twisted Minds find their advantage, 4-1 the score. And Virtus Pro, they called upon a hero once before. With the veterans and the names on this roster, they need them to stand tall once again. Otherwise, a 5-1 advantage for Twisted Minds might be all they need to wrap things up into.
But can we even talk about the fact that VP started planting with 10 seconds left, came off the plant, and started planting again with 1 second left? Like, they're shooting themselves in the foot. They're putting themselves in losable positions as July. Yeah, your teammate boarded that door up. You don't really want that, but you're going to play below with a C4. Once you hear an audio cue of a step outside that door, you'll toss that C4 and hopefully find a kill off the back of it. But I will give VP credit. I expect them to drone this. I would be very surprised if they don't.
You gotta wonder though, I often mention that mental is a factor in a game like this. Virtus Pro often seems so unflappable, unshakable, and they've got no idea Jalad is there. No
Ash
drone
in
can
garage.
see him.
He looks the wrong way.
Oh no. Gibson. They don't know. He's gonna make the tape though, and the
What a
C4 's not
C4
gonna
that
be this time. I was holding my breath there. I'm like, please don't wander into this joystick. But he'll fall away, and finally VP get in the building. They'll fall in behind that blitz that was a little bit earlier. And 1 minute 30. And they find something. All Twisted Minds lurking down below. Full bunker defense. All 5 men on site. That should be enough. Most sides get across the line. Twisted Minds hope it is. They want that 5-1 advantage.
I'm in shock that it took them 1.5 minutes to enter the building with it, really. And a map like this.
Oh.
There we go. Joystick
Go on,
walks
son.
down blue and he finds Hasham. Yes, you've got a peak named after you, but this is the cyborg you're going up against as he finds that one from long range. And now they have the numbers, but you'd like to hope those electro claws have been in place, but the Thatcher will mean that they cannot really impact. But a little wrinkle, a little crease. For the first time, we're seeing guards bring out the clash on Clubhouse. And with 45 seconds to go, is the clash going to prevent any form of a push? Is the clash going to enable the defenders to push that long angle across? Right, Whip, take it away. Take it away.
I had a nightmare that I positioned that a random fire would have killed our blitz here, but you put it perfectly. Guards might be able to delay and sync up all this time. And with Virtus Pro, this has been their problem. We sound like broken records, but so do Virtus Pro. They'll make that rotation, they'll try and dive on him, but an aggressive push, diving onto it. Jalad's gonna get caught out. He hoped for a moment of brilliance, but he gets denied. Waiting for the smoke to bloom. Virtus Pro find one. The cover is good. A mess in that kill feed, but advantage with the EML side. The case does go down. This is what they need, but they are stuck within a kill box with no easy way out. This is gloves off brawling, dirty boxing as they need to go for that retake. Dan shuts it down yet again. The hero of these basement assaults stands tall again, and Virtus Pro find a pulse and a lifeline and redemption if they get a 4-2 split, which they will eventually, maybe, hopefully.
They will. I will put you out of your misery. Trix does not have enough time to push up, get 2 kills in 1 round. Look, even the VP players have fallen so far back that they've no chance. Dan will get the kill. They win the round. It was closer than it should have been. It really was. But VP get the 2-4 split that they would have wanted. Now, can VP match Twisted Minds? They need 4 rounds at a bare minimum just to force overtime. Twisted Minds are 3 rounds away from securing a grand final spot against Project Zero. But VP, they have another map in their sights. They want to go to Consulate. I think the viewers, Whip, I think you want to see a Consulate as well.
I want to see a Consulate because I want a 3rd map in this because of the stakes at play, but I'm going to say this. My prediction was Virtus Pro. I said I want to see this side make it. I've seen them be so successful and so close time and time again. But something's gone wrong here. Something's not right. And oh my, Twisted Minds are taking full advantage, but as what we said yesterday in our games as well, Gibson, in 6 minutes things can turn around and, well, it's back to a 4-2. This is a manageable position for Virtus Pro. They absorb the damage and they find the 2 rounds they need to make this manageable.
Have you ever seen a game, though, where so many rounds have been won by hero plays? Like, it feels like out of those 6 rounds, we've seen 3, 4 huge plays. Like, there was nothing comfortable about... The only round that I can really think of that was won with relative comfort was probably the CCTV cache defense that we saw from Twisted Minds, where they tricked the breach. Otherwise, every single round came to hero plays from one of the 2 teams.
Oh, Gibson, I'm still I kind of at a reset moment like VP might just need at this point, because they have to forget about the rounds that they just suffered. And I mentioned it a little bit on Cafe, and I think it's been a story yet again here, I think more pronounced on Clubhouse. It's a death by 1,000 paper cuts. There are so many small mistakes that VP don't normally make that have cost them. And you really gotta wonder if Twisted Minds are getting opportunities they maybe wouldn't, or what's going wrong with VP. There seems to be levels of miscommunications like that cover in the previous round that we just saw. Oh, 2 rounds go on that gym bedroom assault. Uncharacteristic mistakes.
But it's in the past. They've got to turn it around. Remember, the best players in every single sport, esport, have goldfish memories. You forget about the bad, you work on the good. So they need to completely forget about any mistake that they made and just focus on every single round in it by itself. Hasham is a key player to this attack. He is going to create all the vert that you'll see as Azami is going to get targeted deep inside of blue, keeping an eye towards that oil pit drop. But I'm looking at it, right? You've still got... But you know the way you like to talk about VP Empire players holding angles from above when defending below?
Yep.
I'm starting to get flashbacks here. Look at the position that Always finds himself in.
Always really wants to be able to hold on to as best he can, just to sit upstairs inside a master bedroom and hold this best he can. And look at this, he's got some angle towards kitchen, but that's going to be a problem as Shepard's going to be first to fall. The guard canisters will be pre-placed, but he's not going to be an impact in the later stages of this round. And a rotate's trying to dive back to site, might get caught in the crossfire here. Just about avoids it. The map ingredient will burn away and delay some time here. Will this be enough?
Drop down inside a pit. Guards is low. The one toe shot could be enough to cause a problem, so he's got to keep his eyes down low. Keep that shield focusing as low as it can. Melee to get rid of the barbed wire. That will reveal even more of the position, but Always is creeping and crawling. It's like that scene from the end of Scarface. Spoilers, yes, it's a 30-plus-year-old, 40-plus-year-old film, so I don't care if you've not seen it, but Hasham, does he know that there is a predator on the hunt just behind him? Always. Oh, he's going to get droned. He's going to get droned. That is really good from Hasham. He works it out, and Always his genius plan has now forced him into a corner inside of Strip Whippet.
He's not got nowhere to go, but do they know where he is? Asham will find one more. Dan's going to call from this one, and will Always... Well, he's going to get hunted down. The Blitz will creep and crawl towards him, but at this point in time, don't commit to holding him. Just lock him in sight, and it's going to be all down to one player alone. Always, he's in the middle of Strip Club. Nothing he can do. Twisted Minds take it flawlessly here. Oh my goodness, VP. They're in deep water now.
Yeah, and Always backed himself into a corner for a fraction of a second. The hero play was on once more, but Twisted Minds, they just dominate them in that mechanical gunfight again, and it's a 5-2 lead for them. And Whippet, I find myself in that position once more where I cannot see Twisted Minds not winning at least one more round on the attack. So with that being the case, they will probably guarantee overtime at a minimum. VP, this is one of the deepest pits that I've seen them in what feels like quite a while in a best of 3. Well, but this is going to be tough. Like, they have got to put a lot of work in, and they've decided to go to gym bedroom. And you look at the lineup, they've brought the Kiba barriers, they're not bringing Castle, not brought any breach denial apart from the mute, which is going to be easily dealt with. So if you're Twisted Minds, open up the couple of breaches, do it early, and then focus on just isolating players. Do what you're good at.
I think Twisted Minds done a very good job at doing what they're good at so far, though, Gibson.
Yeah, they're pretty good at the game, right?
I mean, listen, I'm just gonna say this plain and simple. You took Virtus Pro's elo inside of ranked, so maybe I should have trusted the Twisted Minds prediction when you said they're gonna be the victors here. Listen, Gibson, I love you, but I've seen how you play ranked, man.
I have Shepard's. I have all of this team's elo. I beat VP in ranked. So
I know.
So
you actually seemingly remind me a lot about it, actually. That's how you try to encourage me to get on these days. You're like, listen, I'm the VP Slayer. But I tell you what, Twisted Minds, they've been the VP Slayers so far. 5 to the advantage. Virtus Pro, they need to find some way of making a massive change.
if you ever need a duo in ranked, Whippet is your guy. But if you're playing in a 5-stack, he gets a little bit shy and doesn't quite play as aggressive.
Okay, it depends who the five stack is, Gibson.
In a duo, you drop double digits whenever it's me and you, but then we bring in a couple more players and you get all shy.
Listen, if you throw in the Panahone coach Kulibara, I can't play. My hands disappear from that one. But we will hopefully the hands don't disappear from anyone from these two teams. They need to find that moment, especially Virtus Pro, and they're committing themselves with Shepard on the Blitz or here on the Clash here, just to begin to try and slow things out or slow things down. Twisted Minds, how will they try and solve this? Well, the first thing they're going to do is try to open up with these smoke canisters. They get a pick like that, and Dan's going to fall. And this is Twisted Minds showing their brazen attitude. They're going to walk on in, finding two without the DMR, and it's going to be just like that. The knockout blow has been found, and it's all down to Pasha in a 1 versus 3. He's all alone, and the case goes down. There's nothing he can do. Guards finds it, and Twisted Minds are on map and series point.
I've seen enough. Give them the hammer, not just the qualification. Twisted Minds are going to win this game 6-2 to the lead. And yes, I am completely fine if VP pull this back and you call me up on me saying it, but this looks unwinnable now for VP. 6-2 the scoreline. This is their map pick. They're on attack. I dare say Twisted Minds look a better beast on attack than they do on defense, and VP are reeling. They can't. I said at the start of this matchup that there was nothing that Twisted Minds could do that would surprise VP because of how long VP have been playing in the game. I was wrong. They are not ready. They're not prepared. Like, Whippet, Glass, they just smoked and Glass vaulted right in and got a 2-piece for Jalad. Like, VP seem to have zero, like, you talk about getting feelings, right? You talk about something not feeling right. I don't think that VP are getting those alarm bells right now. Their inner voices isn't really talking to them to say something's wrong.
I think you're right here, and also no timeout called from Virtus Pro, a very valuable resource. They've not used it, so they haven't had that moment to sit here and think about it and reset themselves. They've been having to do this all back to back to back, and well, Twisted Minds, they don't mind because the momentum, the wind is all in their sails. I think they might just get this job done right here, right now. And well, what a story that would be if Twisted Minds can find victory here and send another Tier 1 team packing and guarantee a Tier 2 full Grand Final playoff to see who gets that final ticket to the 6th Invitational. European Tier 2 on top, it seems. Even though they lost the Sport Invitational, they'll send a team to the Major, or to the Invitational.
Look, the Sport Invitational is fine. Like, forget about the fact that an NA team won that. It's EU dominance is what it's all about. But with it, early stages, they use the Maverick, they open up the breach. Now you work on isolating joystick inside of rafters. And Hasham will clear the map from that strip side, because we've seen that Always was hiding around this section of the map a little bit earlier on in the game, but he's actually up above. Dan and Always playing all the way across over to Jim. They've extended. But if I'm Twisted Minds and I realize how extensively VP have extended this map, I am going direct and I'm going hard. Oh, P9 almost catches the headshot, but Stan will stay standing.
This is going to be a very difficult position for Dan now. He's got a window to his back and an open breach beside him. And this is where Virtus Pro need to play super risk adverse. They cannot make mistakes. They cannot gamble. They can't overextend. They have to play it nice and simple. And well, famous track down below. And the shot's just missing their mark. P9 is wounded as well as Dan. Twisted Minds haven't found that opening pick that they've been oh so good at just yet.
Minute 22. Pasha gets the opening kill. How important could that be? Protecting Shepard. But Jalad and P9 strike back. Shepard down to about 5 HP, trapped in the corner, but Always still fighting the good fight. On the other side, finds Jalad, leaving it all down to Hasham. But that pistol, that vendetta, that will take a lot of damage off these defenders. Joystick will get that kill confirmed, and they know exactly where Jalad is. He's got the silhouette, they've got the angles, they've got the cover. Whip it. VP should stem the bleeding now, but that cut is a very deep one, and it can open at any time.
They've thrown a bandage on an arterial bleed if they win this round. Some damage done, and it's not over yet. Hisham finds one. We named a peak after him for a reason. He's far away from sight. One death mark remains. Does he have the information to make it work? He should do at this late stage. Sends it out. Hunts down Jaeger. Grenade should split this, and that's going to make it a 1v1!
No way! No way!
Hisham's found a way into this one, Gibson. There's no way he finds it. VP, their hearts might break, and look who it comes down to. The veteran, the cyborg, the man who built his name around this team. It's all down the joystick to keep Virtus Pro alive, and their hopes of another 6th Invitational all rest upon his shoulders. 6 seconds remain. Hisham, a long way away. Time will be their ally for once. Virtus Pro, stay alive!
Somehow they get it done, but whip it. I thought for a second that Hisham had pulled a rabbit out of the hat. But thankfully for VP, they live to fight another day. Twisted Minds, though, still have 3 guaranteed match points to play for. 3 guaranteed series points to play for. VP, you need to be perfect from this moment on. Another ban phase. I wouldn't be surprised if they got rid of the Deimos, because he's been a problem for them so far in this one. But whip it, the ban will of course be the Ying. And I think VP think that Twisted Minds have been hiding the Ying for an execute later on. The question is, have VP played too much chess when TM are playing checkers, or is that a really clever move by VP?
Virtus Pro might be playing chess, but it looks like they're in a boxing ring, actually, Gibson. I think that's how it might be at this stage, and the gloves have flown off early. But Virtus Pro, they let Twisted Minds back into this matchup. Hisham doing a lot of this individually. The nade separates this in a 1v1, always swings deep, expecting that's push. He falls to the Vendetta 44. Joystick made a smart decision to fall away, play it far away from the site. You gotta think, if things went a little bit differently, we could have been already on our way to our grand final. Virtus Pro now forced to be flawless. 3 rounds back and need overtime to survive.
I am so ready for these next few rounds. Potentially just 1 round if Twisted Minds get it the way they want it to go. The defensive lineup, you're not going to get anything crazy from VP. You're not going to surprise us. They're doing the typical extension, Fenrir, to blind them as they walk in. Reinforce all the walls. Use loads of utility. Last time around, we saw Twisted Minds just go direct, straight in that gym window, get a couple of kills. This time with it, it's a bit of a different lineup they're bringing. They're playing a bit more into what Twisted Mind or VP want them to do. That map clear, section by section, almost just making sure that you cross all your dots, or cross all your T's and dot all your I's. But VP, like, this is where they thrive, though. I'll give them that. This is where they are usually so good when it comes to crushing dreams.
You say that Virtus Pro have crushed dreams, but how many times have they been the team that looked like almost set to have that fairy tale run, but sent back to the Shadow Realm? They've lost 6 Invitational finals to the sides like TSM. They've fallen short in the semi-final, the Sao Paulo Invitational, to then winners W7M. Always a team that looks so close, so destined for greatness, and things fall away at the final moments. While they do not crack under pressure often, Twisted Minds have presented a hammer to this anvil, and it's showing the test of time, the wear of time. This old roster might not be able to keep up with these young guns from Mena, and the opening pick looks destined to happen. Damage traded off early, and it will be Pasha that come off worse for wear.
Yeah, Pasha takes that damage, but a little bit more importantly, he's still in the fight. Like, you can take damage, but as long as you stay alive, you have a big say on the round. Always getting targeted, as so will Pasha. They'll fall back, everybody working their way in towards site, giving up the map with 1.5 minutes played at this point. You see all 5 silhouettes, but whip it. Look below. That is down inside a basement. Dan on the Valk. No C4s, that is worth mentioning. He's brought the impacts instead, but with those cameras and him playing below, Will Dan have something to say about this round? And it looks like it might be a flip over towards the gym bedroom windows instead as they move towards highway.
Twisted Minds make this pivot. They do have 2 smoke grenades to work with, so they can call some chaos and really try and disrupt the coverage from Virtus Pro. Are VP ready for this, though? I think they've still committed and they're still cautious. No, they've all fallen back, and the Nemo strike does go out. They spot the Valkyrie. That's going to be Dan, the man you said who might have an impact from this. And the grenades go deep. The smoke off these positions. And with Jacuzzi open up too, it's going to be Twisted Minds to dive on in. The cover needs to be perfect from them. VP is going to find one that has a joystick. Make it 2! The old fox finding chaos, and he gets smoked off and flamed away deep inside a bathroom. He'll cover his retreat with some damage, but the blitz charges in. The cover needs to be perfect! What a moment from guards! But he's all alone on a single point of HP. Virtus Pro might have hands, but guards hits even harder.
It is 10 seconds, Whip It. Dan is below. He's got impact, but there should be no cameras. He tosses the first one. He misses. He goes deep. He misses once more. Guards with the shield. The case is down. It is down to Dan, and that burn will wait a couple more seconds. The blitz shield tuck in the corner. Wait for the swing, but he knows exactly where he is. He's trying to bait him. There's a flash, but he gets him in the back, so he's going to keep full vision, full sight. 20 seconds. This time he's going to go blind as it's a fire extinguisher, and Whip It Dan gets the kill, and they pull back at least one more round.
VP are gonna make this go the distance for the plot alone. Twisted Mind, scrap that. Guards finds a way to unravel that round. Charges chasing into Joystick, hot on his tail, and he finds a 2-piece and unravels this. What a moment from a 3-piece from the Blitz to crack this wide open, and round 11 is needed yet again. Gibson, does this game go to distance? Can VP build something now as they find another consecutive round? They were forced to be flawless, and while they've shown their cracks, they found a way to get across the line.
Whip It, somehow VP have just won 2 consecutive 1-versus-1 rounds against Twisted Minds to stay in the series. And what 2 players have done it? Dan and Joystick. Dan stepping through the extinguisher smoke, getting the kill onto Hisham. You'd think that the Blitz would have the advantage, but no. Dan keeps them going one more time. But there's still 2 match points on the side of Twisted Minds that VP need to overcome. And Whip It, a couple of wrinkles, a couple of changes. We're seeing Pasha bring the Denari. As he tosses down those trip mines, they will slow them down. They will block off the shields of the attackers if guards elects to step on through that wonderful pattern. Whip It, is this going to be another draw from the well from VP? Because I'll tell you what, that well has been drawn from quite a bit already. And if anybody knows the value of forcing someone to keep drawing for a well, it is a team from MENA. They need to force Virtus Pro to bleed out and drown out.
VP will feel their hands shaking, a huge adrenaline dump, a roller coaster round from we are so back to it's so over to we are so back yet again. VP just keep things rolling. Twisted Minds are the perfect dance partner to put the pressure on the Russian side here, just keeping everything flowing. Everything so aggressive. Blackbeard, Dokkaebi getting brought out, combination with that Lion and Blitz. Really want VP to feel that pressure. They crumbled a few rounds ago, and they stand strong. It's Twisted Minds who wants this done in 2. I want it done now.
Their map pick. Remember, let's not forget, this is Twisted Map's choice. Across there in Jalad, the DMR probably working against him as he's not able to land that first shot. A Grismoth thrown late as Tricks will catch Shepard, and it's not even an opened hatch Whip It. It's a little glance through a hatch that's going to find that kill. Verticality being created, but all... Oh no, Whip It always has got himself trapped on this section of the map again. Will we see him checked out? Pasha falls at the hands of Trix. Jalad is going to get one more on the Joystick. It's Dan, and always Valk reveals the position, but they know where he is. The peek across, P9 gets it, and Whip It. It is down to Dan once more. He's trapped, he's blind, he's in the corner, and Whip It. It is going to be good night, goodbye, as we see VP fall, and Twisted Minds will move on.
Twisted Minds, Rob Salt in a wound, waiting for their opportunity to find that melee kill and bully him across the long hallway. Well, that guarantees it is time for a all tier 2 showdown to send us to our last ticket holder for a trip to Paris. Who would have thought this at the start of our bracket when we had 8 teams full of some tier 2 teams that have shown potential all year long, that the last 2 gladiators standing came from those tier 2 circuits. What a story it's been, and Twisted Minds take a bow.
And the lack of respect again with it. No respect, the way they treated Dan at the end, but we are going to toss it to a very quick break. And when we come back, we'll break that down and get you ready for the LCQ finals. We'll see you in a few.
my words, what a matchup that was. We see Twisted Minds come out victorious. That means they'll move on to the grand final. They remain competitive inside these LCQs. And we will guaranteed have a tier 2 team attending as the final EML team towards SI. Absolutely bonkers. When we look at this matchup, though, what a statement to do it too. It's a 2-0 for Twisted Minds. And I mean, some of these rounds on this map, we're talking about this huge 1v2 that Trix has in round 5 with a pistol. It does definitely help for Twisted Minds to start out on the defense here. And then those last rounds that Virtus Pro almost clawed back. But the final round, Gibson, it just shows that Twisted Minds have this confidence, and it doesn't matter who you are, they will not show respect to you.
Yeah, that's it. Like, you look at how they treated Dan, and this is somebody who's been in the scene for years, and little disrespect, but we said that at the start. Like, before Cafe, I said they're going to show this team no respect, and another point that I made was the fact that VP keep drawing to that well of individuals clutching 1v2s, 1v3s, big gunfights, and you just can't do that over and over and over again. Now, I know they say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, but when it comes to clutches, eventually they are going to start running dry. And I think you could, Whippet will probably agree, you could look at this and go, yes, it's negative for VP, it's really negative for fans of the org, but I think all in all, this is a huge win for Europe as a whole to show how strong Tier 2 has become.
You've almost taken the words right from my mouth here, Gibson. Tier 2 has been, inside of Europe, I think the best it's ever been, with a number of teams you could say would be competitive in that mid to low table inside of EML, and well, I think this is a great example of it. We're watching two of these teams that have competed in separate Tier 2 circuits in Europe, the SEL and the Tier 2 circuit, going head to head for that last spot at the 6th Invitational. But we can take a look at these right now, and well, you said it, Dan got no respect in that final round. He was the man who put Virtus Pro on his back, while those shoulders are broad, not broad enough to carry a full team. And wow, Trix, what a performance from this individual. 82% on that cost, and amazing all-round performance from an individual.
And even though we've been talking about Twisted Minds in regards of like, oh, it's been the JLAT show, it's been the Show'em show, Guards had a great map one. Overall on this map, it seems way more balanced out in performance, whereas on the side of Virtus Pro, like you said, it really relies on the shoulders of Dan, and they just weren't broad enough for this game here. So a 7-4, I feel like that's a clear statement as well. Yet another Tier 1 team that Twisted Minds takes down in this lower bracket run. Absolutely incredible, but we have to keep in mind the team that sent them to the lower bracket is awaiting them in the grand final as well. So a tough task ahead for Twisted Minds, regardless of how far they came so far inside these lower bracket finals. But in general, we talk about it a lot in the Tier 2 scene. There's so much competition right now. And even for the likes of Twisted Minds, who also compete in the Saudi E-League, that's another factor of the competition that they have as well with it. I mean, like, that contributes so much to how used to you're playing with your teammates, these kind of situations that you keep on finding yourself out of.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it, it's a very similar position to Akike. They played in everything. Twisted Minds played in the Saudi E-League, and that's what, 3 stages of competition with a LAN final at the end of it. This team gathered so much experience from that, and it was a around-the-clock circuit. It never really stopped, never had big breaks. So this team was always grinding and working, and we called them a Tier 2 team. And Gibson, you said this phrase yesterday. They're a Tier 1 team in full Tier 2 cosplay right now. This roster has been at international events time and time again, and they've impressed people every time they've been there, but they are so consistent. But the biggest thing for me is the team that beat them in the bracket is sitting there waiting for them, and I often think they might be able to get it done again.
Yeah, they could be, but how often have we seen a situation where a team that wins the upper bracket game loses the rematch because the team that lost learns way more than the team who won? So I think it's a game that's really going to whet my appetite. I think that it's a massive win, as I said, for Europe. Twisted Minds will be my favorites going in, but there's also an emotional tie to, I think, Project Zero. Whippet, you and I, we both came up through that Yukon 2 ecosystem years and years ago, and we'll know it pretty well as well. Like, we've been casting these Project Zero players basically for 4 or 5 years, and what a scene it would be for this UK scene to see them qualify and make their way to SI.
I mentioned it briefly before we went into before we went live. recasted Upor's first ever competitive game in the UK system. He was a last-second addition to Viperio 86. He stepped in. His first game was played on Skyscraper for this team as well, and he's grown. We had a critique of him back in the day where he needed experience. Well, he's found that, and now in his home with Project Zero has been one of those anchor players. We also talk about this team of not having Craig anymore, he went to GK. They have Oscar with former Tier 1 experience as well. This is a team that has seen the mountaintop, and they're not afraid, and I think they're going to be enjoying the fact it's going to be a Tier 2 battle for that final spot.
I've been really enjoying this recent roster change that's on the side of Project Zero. I feel like they're a very well-rounded roster right now, and it really suits them very well. But I feel the same about Twisted Minds. We talked about their roster too, and the way that they currently have all bases covered, it seems like, even though certain of their supportive players can really step up and get these important 1v2s on the board as well. And the most important thing for this final best of 3 is, when we look at it, right, it's the potential of a huge Cinderella story. When we look at the side of Project Zero, you already mentioned it, these players have been around the block for a little while and have yet been able to break that through that ceiling to make it to an international event. Because when we look at them, when we look at the stats rather of this previous matchup, first off, it's a 7-4 and a 7-3. I already mentioned it. That is quite a statement as well. No overtime necessary either in that regards. And looking over the Twisted Minds players, their ratings and their EPS are so similar to each other. It's not one player that really needed to step up. On the side of Virtus Pro, the stats really are lacking. The entries balance out a little bit more on that second map, but certain players were just not having their day, and a player like Pasha Gibson has been stepping up so much in stage 1 and at the beginning of these LCQs. Going quiet today is not what you need.
Yeah, getting shut down really is what happened. Like VP, they have this recipe where they kind of still play with, I wouldn't say entries and supports and flexes. I think it's kind of just entries and flexes now. And if the fraggers aren't impacting the game, it's going to go wrong. Twisted Minds come from that new wave where everybody can step it up. Like, I genuinely feel like if you look at the likes of Jalad and you look at Hisham, if they're not playing well, Trixton guards are going to. Like, they've got every single base covered.
I mean, this team is just so well-rounded, and you put it perfectly, the fact that we've seen everything balance out in terms of the stat lines. Twisted Minds haven't needed someone to stand up because it feels like they rotate kind of shifts. So who's going to be the guy time and time again? And we can take a look at the MVP and, well, Trix is going to be able to find that. And I'm not too surprised. He's done everything but get the case down.
That happened yesterday too, didn't it? Where we had an MVP. And as I think Anne's exact words, well, we can't expect them to do everything, can we? So I guess that goes to show it. But I want to highlight Twisted Minds, and Trix is one of the reasons for this, won the entry battle 2-1. They get 14 entry kills against the 7 that VP were able to get. If you're winning 2-1 of your entries, it gives you such an advantage and a head start in matchups as well.
I feel like it's not even just that. Sure, getting the entries is great for the side of Twisted Minds, but even a player like Trix going so absolutely huge in these late round moments while he's playing the more supportive operators on the side of Twisted Minds, it just shows that they have all these bases covered and they are having a really good game. And we said we were scared for Virtus Pro going into the second map. I feel like it was very valid for us to be scared given the result that we're now sitting with after this matchup. But in the same way, I also find myself being a little bit scared for Project Zero, because what is ahead for them? They have a team that they now face who they beat previously, has learned a lot from that matchup, and they have a team that just came out of an amazing 2-0 match against yet another Tier 1 team. They are warmed up. They didn't show any kind of respect towards Virtus Pro as well in that last round, as we were saying. And that means that they are so ready to take on this matchup. That'll be really difficult for the side of Project Zero. And for them, we'll start talking about this matchup as the grand final is, we talked about it, the Cinderella story. 4 of these players have never been to an SI before, let alone go to an international event. It's only Groovy on the side there who has that experience of going to an SI. Oscar did go to a major, of course, with Into the Breach, but that is the experience only coming from these 2 players on that international stage will help them pull through this matchup here. And the fact that they made it all the way to this grand final as well, Whippet, with only losing 1 map so far inside these LCQs, is also a clear statement of making it all the way to the grand final.
The 1 map drop, they've been dominant, and the fact is that normally you'd expect a Tier 2 team to make a lower bracket run. That's what it's in. They have been the dominant force in this upper bracket, and they have been so good. We talk about Twisted Minds and their confidence that they bring into. They're going to be just as confident, and both these teams And I know how their personalities, how they're going to clash. They will not respect each other in the slightest, in like the best way possible. They will be aggressive, they will go for peaks, and Twisted Minds, they didn't show that to Dan or VP, even less so for Project Zero. But you put it perfectly. They don't have that much international experience. It's much more locked to 2 players. And they need to be the leaders, but they're still young players who've been to that stage, and they don't have that depth of experience in terms of these high-pressure situations. This is the most high-pressure everyone has played on Project Zero, and I wonder, will that be the moment that makes diamonds, or the one that crumbles the team?
I think it's important to point out who they beat as well with it. Like, you beat the Tier 2 champions in your first match, you beat the SEL champions in your second match, you beat the perennial VP in your third game, and now you're going up against the SEL champions again. Like, Project Zero have had a very tough run to get to this final, and as you pointed out, lost 1 map the whole way there. They're going to be feeling confident as well. Like, yes, I think they'll be the more nervous of the 2 teams, but the best thing about nerves, and I think it's really important people keep this in their mind the whole way through their lives, is if you're nervous, it means you care, and it's a good thing. A little bit of nerves is always a good thing.
And I feel like that first matchup that they played inside the LCQ bracket really set the tone as well, right? That Panu-Honor rematch that they played of the EML finals, where they lost 0-2. Again, a team learned so much from the rematch here. They made that roster change, been working out wonders for them. Oscar really has been making magic work for this team with that new addition on the lineup, but that really set the tone for me that, okay, Project Zero is a force to be reckoned with, and they are here to play, already knocking down Twisted Minds to the lower bracket too, and therefore, Twisted Minds themselves will be seeking that revenge. We've seen a very balanced performance from these players out here earlier today, and the most, underrated thing in this case, sure, Project Zero have done their warm-up scrims. Sure, they've played ranked or whatever it is together to get warmed up for this game. But hey, you can't beat a team that has just played an official as a warm-up in that case, Gibson. That's a different kind of beast.
It is. It really is. And I said it before. I think that the team that wins the first best of 3, if there's a rematch, usually the other team wins it because they learn more. But I also want to point out something else. Usually you get a benefit being in the upper bracket. It's that the other team will have played a game already. They'll be tired. But they just had a really quick 2-0, and this is a best of 3, not a best of 5. So the whole concept of fatigue, I don't think it's going to come into this at all. I think you pointed it out. I think the big fear is that Twisted Minds are coming into this one hot and ready. Like you said, they've played an official, they didn't play a scrim, and they played VP as well, so they are going to be ready to go.
They played VP with big moments of hero plays and lots of energy. They never slowed down against Virtus Pro, and I think they're going to keep all that momentum. That then puts the pressure on Project Zero. If they can get out of the blocks warm and begin to break that serve, that's super important for them. And players like Oscar will be tasked with that. He will be the front line, and he's got to go up against players like Guards and Hisham, and that's not going to be an easy feat.
It definitely won't be, no. And I want to talk about those players in specific a little bit more because we'll have a little bit more time before this grand final finally gets starting because Twisted Minds, as we mentioned, has just played a game. We want to make sure they give them a bit of a break as well to maybe get some food, get a drink, talk with the team, talk over this whole new matchup, and get ready for this important new best of 3 that they have to play. Speaking of those players individually, we've seen Twisted Minds make it to international events before. They've dabbled on the successes inside of an SI, for example. They've made some main stage on a major too. And then for the likes of Project Zero, we talked about that maybe inexperience that they have in some regards to these players. Gruby has played the last SI, obviously didn't end very well with him getting grouped with Secret. He'll feel a sort of revenge to try and get back there and play against his former team, play against all these teams that he's used to playing against when he did make it to internationals more often. And then a player like Oscar, who's been at a major too, right? He would like to go to yet another international event. But if we were to pick 2 players, we talked about the potential head-to-head Pasha versus J-Lad in his previous game. If we were to pick 2 players on either side and we'd have to put them against each other, but who would these players of your choice be that you think might really cause a ruckus in this matchup?
I'm going to go away from like the normal entries and the flex players. I think I'm going to go with Guards and Upor. Those are my 2 that I think are going to find each other. They're often that mid-round demons that always make the plays happen. They're never getting in the building first. They're never that front line. They're in that mid-game battle. And Guards was exceptional with his decision-making and weapon skill accuracy. So I expect those 2 to go and lock horns a lot. And the winner of that duel might decide how rounds turn out.
You know what? You're probably pretty right with that one. I think that it'll be fun to watch. We know Upor's a DMR demon as well. Like, I think he loves to bring a DMR, and Anne's laughing because she knows you've played against him in ranked. He uses it every single round. I'm excited. I think another little mini matchup that we could have, like the obvious one would say Oscar against Jalad. That would be the really obvious one to go for. But I'm going to talk about Groovy as well. Groovy against anybody, because Whippet spoke to one of the admins lately, and he said that with a lot of players who drop down from tier 1, they get a bad attitude. You know, they're like, I've not made it. I'm just playing it now for the, for the fun of it. No, Groovy is locked in. You spoke to one of the admins, and they said that they deal with Groovy a lot, and he is so focused, and he seems to have like really grown up and matured since he's dropped back down to tier 2. And I think he is really ready to remind the world of what he can do as well, because he got coached by one of the best coaches in the world for a long time in Twister.
I love that. I feel like it's two different mindsets you can have when you get knocked down to something where you feel like maybe you don't really belong because you deserve better than that. And I'm glad he took it the positive way. I do really like the vision of having the guards versus Uper headset as well, in the way that guards has had an amazing game earlier today. It's been really impressing me in that lower bracket final. And Uper, in the first day of the LCQs, there were games and rounds where it was going 10 in 0 or something at some point on a voter game. I have some memories of. So he's had an incredible run so far too. And we talk about this being a rematch, right? They played each other in that upper bracket. They played a Cafe back then. They played Chalet. Chalet did go into overtime. And I'm curious to see when we do roll up the map veto, if these maps might have a chance of being replayed as well. We've seen Twisted Minds play a Fortress, for example, as well. It's always the question, do you bring it out? Do you leave it? Do you risk playing it in such an important best of 3? As we see the map veto rolling in, though, Nighthaven Labs will be the first pick, picked by Twisted Minds. We'll then go to Consulate for the likes of Project Zero, and should we need a decider, we're going to go to Clubhouse. That would have been the decider in this initial matchup. It's just a shame, Gibson, we didn't get there.
We didn't get there, but we're saving it, right? You're saving it for SI itself, but I love the map picks. Like Labs, I think Clubhouse, 2 comfort maps. Labs has been a phenomenal addition. It actually takes a lot of aspects from the other 2 maps. Like Whippet will probably agree with me, but Labs has all the best elements of Consulate and Clubhouse as part of this map when you think about how some sites play. So I think we've got a very similar mindset between both of these 2 teams. Even more importantly, we're not seeing teams try to flip the picks either. Like, we're not seeing the Twisted Minds pick on the Consulate and then Project Zero or Project Zero deciding to start the game the other way. So I'm happy with how these picks have went.
I think both these teams have ended up on strong maps for their own preference, and I think this veto has played out the way I would have expected. I'm kind of sad you're not seeing Fortress, but I wouldn't have expected it in a grand final with these stakes on the line. Both teams dominant on their own map choices, and Clubhouse, a map where we've seen both be very good. Consulate is the one I really want to zero in on here. Project Zero in the likes of tier 2 competitions, for example, we're in Rumble. We're super strong here, very effective at controlling it and being able to feel confident in the way they were able to take map control, particularly on their offense, which is where they're going to be starting, and that's where it's normally the harder map or harder side to make significant inroads. So I'm very excited to see those 2 teams clash head to head there. Nighthaven Labs always good. I think this is going to be a 3-map where both teams win their pick and we got to go to Clubhouse.
Ooh, okay. Well, I'd love to see that. I'd love this grand final with such importance on the line to be a 3-mapper as well, to really give both these teams an actual fighting chance. I feel like just to touch in on the Consulate one as well, I feel like it was Champion yesterday who was saying that Project Zero have played this one about 26 times over the course of 2025, so that means there's so much information on what they might be doing. I feel like I've seen it from Twisted Minds as well on the side of Nighthaven Labs. It is such a map that allows for a lot of moving, a lot of freedom as well, which really fits their playstyle on a map like Nighthaven Labs. And you touched upon it briefly, but you said predictions. I think we're going to go to a 3rd map. Do you also have an idea on who might win this? I know it's so difficult to call with 2 tier 2 teams who've shown us so much over the course of 2025, but who might just come out victorious out of this one?
I think for me, I'm going to go with my heart over my head and say Project Zero, get it done. I've seen these players cast for so many years that I played this for so many years at this point. You know, the very first time me and Gibbs, so at the Challenger League, we sat in the Power Studio, we watched Skeptic play. We've been around and seen these players grow so much, and seeing from U4 for his first competitive game to the moment where he might qualify with a 6th Invitational, the sentimental value gets me all locked up. So I think it's going to be Project Zero just based on that alone.
I will always give a prediction. I'm not the sort of person who'll avoid it. I'm finding this one so hard, though, because I think if both teams play at 100%, I feel like Twisted Minds win. But like Whippet, I've got this emotional attachment to the guys on Project Zero. I've seen them grow. I've seen them come up. But again, just so that one of us is right, I'm going to go with Twisted Minds. It's not really my prediction who I think will win, but I'm doing it for the GOELO. Someone will get it right.
Okay. Hey, in this case, you cannot really call out the caster curse, right? Because if you both pick a different team, then you're kind of like spreading out the odds in that regards. But I do really hope we do get to the final map, because the quality that both these teams have shown us over the course of 2025 is that they really are ready to be dabbling with the big boys inside of Tier 1. In fact, they've taken down some Tier 1 teams to get to this point, and this is just a final chapter that they have to write in this story. The SI qualification is on the line for them. There must be so much pressure for these players too. I feel like pressure in a different way too, because of course Twisted Minds, maybe with their organization, are expected to make it far, to make it to international events, to make it back to Tier 1. But Project Zero as well, with the players that have been inside these events, want to kind of get that revenge as well. Dealing with the pressure in such an important game like this, Gibson, how do you think these players are going to manage or make sure that they don't get the shakes or the shivers rather inside this game?
There was a point that I wanted to make, and you've actually played into it perfectly. And I think it's going to be their coach that'll have an impact here. I think a lot of coaches don't get a lot of love, but David, who is the coach of Project Zero, he comes from the Church of Callout. Like, he worked at SSG Academy for a long time. He had a lot of talks with Callout when it came to managing players' expectations, keeping them calm. And I know for a fact there was a few Tier 1 European teams who were sniffing around him. So I think he's a very good coach, and I think he'll be key to relaxing them. And Whippet and I got to see him in person working with a team at a LAN event that we worked inside of London a few months back. He's really locked in with his team, and he's big on culture.
I think I love it when coaches create a positive culture around kind of supporting each other inside and outside the game, and that's what they have. You know, I spoke a little bit to them when they were out in Malta for the Tier 2 finals, and they were, well, yes, in low spirits because they didn't win. They stayed as a group. They had vacations afterwards. Well, they stayed out there. They enjoyed their time, and they were super committed to try and keep a positive culture, even though they were making a roster change afterwards.
Well, roster changes or not, this is the final game, the most important one maybe for these players inside of their career. The grand final, the Spots USI is on the line, and this game will start on Nighthaven Labs.
And it is time to kick it off, and the most quiet player in person is the first one to talk. Whip it in the all chat. Oscar doing his best as we will jump into Labs for the first game in this series. Whip it. This is going to be a brawl. No Tier 1. We're guaranteed Tier 2 at SI from Europe. And what a story it'll be for both of these teams, whichever of these teams gets the win on the end.
And well, Gibson, who better than us to send it through for this one? We've seen these teams for so long. It's time to crown what will be our Tier 2 representative in the 6th Invitational in Paris in just a few weeks' time. And our bans rolling out here on Nighthaven Labs. It will be a Kaid ban, Blitz on the offensive side. And I expect maybe even, actually, I like this one from the side of Twisted Minds. They will take away the clash here, and that's a huge pickup from them. This operator on this site, particularly that top floor, can be so good at absorbing time, and the Twisted Minds don't want to find themselves stalling out on what can be a difficult offensive half on Nighthaven Labs.
Do you remember casting this game yesterday, though, in Twisted Minds, how they were so aggressive on their entries? Like, they would take Rafters in the blink of an eye. They would take Connector in the blink of an eye, and I think they will look to do the exact same. Azami has made it through the ban phase, so I think nobody will be surprised to see those Kiba barriers set up inside of top Rafters. Remember, we compared this map, or at least I compared it to Clubhouse earlier on today. They play it the exact same way. Rafters is so important for the setup.
Rafters is the linchpin for so many teams, and Azami has got a very important role here. Flexi needs to play his life, and he's going to be reinforced with some ADSs from the hands of Jaeger. That should keep him in this fight for a little bit longer. Lineup-wise, I'm a fan of this, and this is characteristic to what we've seen from Project Zero all through the European Tier 2 circuit. They like to keep things simple and robust, and a big fan right now of Uport on that shotgun. He can help his team set up with it, but of course, he can play on staircases like Aqua, and become a massive problem for the enemy side of Twisted Minds.
Early days, though, we'll get that breach open. Give yourself two angles, one that can look towards Rafters, one that can keep a peek towards the door. So you've done one of the tasks nice and early. Pressure below as well, just to make life uncomfortable for that Azami. If you open up that window now as well on top of Rafters, life really does become a problem. But my pet peeve yesterday was the fact that teams were not opening that electrical window, allowing players to play on that door and fight this angle. I'd like to see a little bit more adaptation today from both these sides to make electrical a little bit harder for the defenders to hold.
The biggest thing about Electrical, though, for Twisted Minds is they have the confidence to vault in. We saw this yesterday. They will just commit to it. And Project Zero, they need to watch their P's and Q's. On a map like Nighthaven Labs, particularly on this middle floor, which they're not really contesting with right now, cutoffs can be a problem. And some early damage done to Flexi, he'll fall back behind the mirror window on top rafters, and he can use that extended keeper barricade to give him an advantageous fight. Twisted Minds don't know rafters has been cleared off, but it's not going to be an easy one to take, as it's still locked down in the hands of Flexi.
Whip it. Azami and Mira both locking down rafters. It's almost your worst nightmare as an attacker, but all of a sudden they've got control inside of Connector. They can see the back of Pillar, and they've got control, at least at this moment, of Electrical. So they're pushing across from that side. The FNAT will go off, causing some fear and lining off the players. And there's that C4 ripped and ready and thrown off into the ether. And more importantly, wasted as the breach is being opened and the defender, the attackers, give themselves access in towards site itself, but Oscar draws first blood.
Huge from Oscar. He's quiet in person, but loud in the server, and his opening pick is going to be huge. Skeptic fires off. A second one for Oscar now. Electrical is the bloodbath we expected, but Upor can't swing out his blade, and that won't work out for him. Grubby gets one of his own on the tricks, and it's going to be all down to Oscar to wrap things up nicely. Guards will fall. That's going to be the opening round from the side of Project Zero. They walk in the trap and, well, lower his shield only to find himself headshot by the MP7. Great round for Project Zero and Twisted Minds. Well, their tempo can't really help break down the defensive structure of Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, Oscar and Skeptic picking up the what we put down at the start as well. We said how good those two players could be. Oscar, you and I both know it. Inside of the Tier 2 system, Tier 3 system, he has been a demon for years. And he gets a big 3k to kick things off. And Skeptic, another player, Tier 1 experience. But you and I, we speak about following this guy the whole way through his career. We covered him in LATAM, of all places, for a while. So, we have been there for all of Skeptic's
LATAM mentioned? LATAM mentioned?
We had to, for old time's sake.
There you go. The checklist is done, Gibson. Thank you. The bingo board for our broadcast is almost complete from it. But you put it perfectly. This team on Project Zero have what I like to call like a bit of a hodgepodge of international experience. Some going up to LATAM. Oscar's had his time with Heroic back in the day as well, playing a stage under them, as well as some Tier 2 competitions. Well, Tier 3 back in that time, playing the NPL. If you watch that one, you're an OG and you get my tip of the hat. But right, moving into round number 2, we're going to go towards the mid floor, and this is where I mentioned the cutoffs from external windows can be agonizing to deal with on the defensive side. Project Zero need to be careful. Twisted Minds don't miss their shots often, and you cannot cross when players like Guards, Hasham, Tricks are watching them.
Yeah, and Guards, though, we spoke about how effective he can be with his gun. He's elected to bring the shield this time around to take a little bit of more control of the map, as Project Zero are setting up the strong defense. Now, Flexi, another player who can dare to impress, a player who can be a real problem for teams to work with. He is on the roam now. You can see that silhouette with full information guaranteed, but he deals with the drone and he keeps on moving. And here's the thing, Oscar, as he gets the opening kill, Flexi's not falling back. He's just repositioning to continue to be an issue. And look at Oscar up on the top floor, roaming mute.
Flexi isn't going to back away. It's very hard to find anyone who might strike fear into him. And Oscar, he's going to get caught perhaps out of position. The can opener opens up IT wall and leaves him a little bit exposed. But he's not panicking. He's sitting, he's still, he's waiting, he's holding his line. And he might find an opportunity if they don't know he's there, but opting to make the retreat. He gets hunted down by the Deimos, and he got the hatch to drop all the way back to site. With a minute 40 left to go, a successful roam found. But Upor still on it. Skeptic as well, playing by Cargo Stairs. Twisted Minds have to fight for this middle floor control.
We spoke about there being a Schrodinger's roam yesterday. Well, this is full-on roaming, and by dropping back to site and making that audio cue, you might not have, they might not think that Upor is in that position. Now, Jalad will eventually work out that he's there as that gunfight kicks off, but Flexi is still on the roam. Here comes the swing from Jalad. Flexi in a big gunfight. There's the pixel, but Jalad will hit the head. Flexi falls 4 versus 4. Yellow ping's coming out, but Upor will win his one against P9, and they've still got the ability to fall back. A little bit of pressure onto the Monty. There's the gunfire coming from behind, but as it trade, Jalad and Oscar will both get one of their own. Whip it 3v2 with just over 45 seconds to go in the round.
The Monty is going to be a great resource, and now Jalad finds himself a third. A high likelihood if he can find an ace here, if he just gets the opportunity for it. He opens up the roof just above one player of Project Zero, and the C4 doesn't connect to find its mark. Now this is going to be a dangerous position. The Monty can walk in and gather free information, but with Grubby still alive and the likelihood that there's going to be a goo mine somewhere, they can try and damage his Monty over time. They're both charging in. He can't protect from both angles. Is the cover going to be good enough? They need to be very careful of that drop into Animus. Guards finds one. Oscar gets one more trade, and it comes down to 1 versus 1. Oscar needs to win. He's got one. He's caught out within that flame, and he'll dance with the devil, twisting, turning around that shield. Oscar wins it, pulls out the SMG-11 and locks it down. Project Zero find their second.
Not to be fazed by the shield play. We saw the moves yesterday from the same player on Cafe, but this time around, Oscar will win his one. And he almost lost it, though. You think about the Monty getting another kill on the round, but Project Zero racing out to a 2-0 lead. Not as comfortable as the first round, but a win is a win. And that roam was phenomenal. They have decided they're going to play into Twisted Minds. They're going to play aggressive. They're going to roam. It is, I would actually say this way, but you spoke about Twisted Minds coming into this game hot. They played against VP. They played against the antithesis of what Project Zero was playing. They played against a team that are playing slow, not getting into 1v1s. That might be doing Twisted Minds more harm than good, because Project Zero have raced into the lead in this one by playing aggressive.
Compliments to Project Zero, though, being so on it so early. We've seen right now players like Oscar 7-0. He's got himself warmed up. He's used every aim trainer there is. He's not missed a single shot, and finding such an important pick on the Monty to win that 1v1 with everything on stakes like this. These are the players you need to stand on top for Twisted Minds. Long road ahead, so it's not gonna be red alert yet for Twisted Minds fans as Project Zero get ready to try and complete a flawless defensive rotation as they drop down. And this is again going to be a site. This middle floor can be so difficult to have that consistent pressure on, with the windows out by loading bay, out by cargo, locking on those rotations like we see Jalad opening up. Just having these open means that you can't move with comfort, and the likelihood is eventually you're gonna get caught.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, they will continue to move. Like, you speak about the fact that you can't be comfortable on the move, but they love living in those grey areas. They love moving around and just causing a problem for those teams on the attack. Now, this time, a bit more pressure being put onto the player on rafters. Kiba in play once more as Azami will set up that maze. Bottom is open, though. Makes it a little bit more difficult, but with his guards trying to hide the fact that the shield is in play once more as he creeps his way, getting a little bit close now to that window, as maybe we might see guards push up Aqua and into sight that way.
An interesting push in the fight. You do open up IT eventually, and the Kiba barricades help reinforce rafters. While Flexi will spot one of his utility pieces getting burned away, but he'll re-up that position, likely reinforce it with another Kiba barricade. He's got the doorway locked off and two in back pocket, so he can refortify it. But his job right now is just to sit there, hold on and soak up drones in time, and maybe even find a pick. P9 might be the next one up to try and peek this out with his AK-12. Waiting patiently. He does hold the case in hand. This might be huge. The pressure from Aqua arrives, and a Monty behind it. A long angle held to the rotation made behind the desk. And a great pinch setup if P9 can win his one. And Jalad, cautious of a flank. Trick's gonna get the opening. Skeptic gonna fall from that one. Gets blinded by fear. Upor gets an immediate trade. Huge moment as Oscar fires off as well. Gonna be Hisham next to drop the ground with a minute left. Gibson, Twisted Minds, down by one player, but equalized by Jalad.
Yeah, that's a good shot on the Flexi, but Oscar 8-0. The raid boss is still alive and standing. Upor playing below, C4 in the pocket and cameras to work with. Not sure whether or not they've been spotted out by the side of Twisted Minds yet, but they're waiting for P9 to get into a better position, and I think the smart play here would be to just keep on clearing, keep on looking, keep fishing from above to spot a player. And that F not going off is going to feed a wealth of information to Oscar, who's going with it for a retake as he moves towards electrical.
Oscar 8-0 on a massive retake, and the information needs to be perfect to stop his reign of terror continuing. Just under 30 seconds, and Oscar is tantalizingly close. He'll hear the Rotera drone. He's got a freebie, and he'll get it. 9-0 for Oscar, 2 in the round for him. And that just might be the death tome of this round for Twisted Minds. The Monty is still on high HP as well. Oscar jumps out. He's low, he's wounded, but will he recontest it? P9 gets Upor, but time will be the ally of Twisted Minds, or actually will be against him. Oscar left alone. He'll down one. on, leaving guards with 000 down and try and stick this one. And Oscar will dive in. He has to try and shut this down early. He doesn't want to have a shield in 1 versus 1 with low HP. He finds it! No! Oscar needs to win a shield 1v1 again, but guard shuts him down. Oscar not having enough HP to win it, and a fraction of a second late. And Twisted Minds finally get their opening.
And it's 2-1 to Oscar in that individual battle now, as well as Guards wins this time. But Oscar almost drawing that round back in Whippet. You speak about Siege being a game of seconds. That was microseconds. If Oscar pushed around that corner just a fraction earlier, he gets the kill onto the Monty as the diffuser goes down. But credit to Twisted Minds. They pull that one back, but Whippet, I want to point out one really important thing. There were 2 dead players. There was no flank drone, and both of the dead players for Twisted Minds were spectating the live ones. There was nobody on flank cameras.
Listen, drone time isn't phone time. You got to be on those drones, but I don't think they had anything to lock down Oscar. And you got to feel here, he was in a position where, well, there's not a lot he could do. He's on 1 HP. And look at this. Triple kill for him on the round. Couldn't find the quad. The case goes down, and oh my. Fraction of a second, maybe even less. And Oscar could have saved that round upon a flawless rotation. Nonetheless, he has been the hero. He has been the man who's been most active with his SMG at this time. 10-1.
That was a fraction of a second though, Whippet. Like, that's what I keep saying. If Oscar's around there, just milliseconds earlier, you get an extra round or 2 off. And then you win that round. But 2-1 is the score, as Twisted Minds doing the bare minimum. First round won on the first little, I suppose we like to call it, first half of the defensive phase for Project Zero. Monty has been removed. They're sick and tired of dealing with guards, even though Oscar's had the better of them. But what is guards going to do? Switch over to the Capital, and what a sight to do it with. But that is such a boon when you want to clear rafters. Bringing Capital makes the job just a little bit easier.
It certainly does. Gibson, I'm sitting here in massive expectation for both these teams. Shield ban is really going to be huge. Takes it away, and Project Zero realized Twisted Minds love the shields. Double hard breach getting off, and that's going to be connector opened up early. Oscar at the front line of it. Drone doesn't spot him out just yet. He remains undetected, but he's opting to clear that shock drone. Those mirror windows in play. Should be able to find a second one. Will do. So both Twitch drones gone early.
What? But it's a waste. You need to get rid. Like, if you lose one Twitch drone straight away. Okay, well, okay, that makes up for it. Okay, guards, get your kills. Go off. Get off the Capital. Get on a gun and get an impact going. But Whip it. The natural progression of your defender, and you see one Twitch drone is going, oh, the other one's probably going to come in a second. But that means the mirror window and connector still stands. But Flexi, the Kiba barriers, rafters, a lot tougher to hold now.
That's going to be one of the openings now. That's going to be what Twisted Minds can see. We cleared the player on rafters. We can begin to walk up here now. Without a shield, that gets a little bit harder with the amount of crossfires you have to deal with. And they've not elected to bring a Blackbeard to help supplement that. So they really have to do this with their mechanical ability. And the smoke grenades in the back pocket of both the Twitcher, Hasham, and guards, smoke balls, going to make this much easier. They're going to use that verticality to open up a mirror window. And that's going to begin to degrade the defensive structure establishing office from Project Zero. Much better round so far from Twisted Minds. And PZ really finding that pressure, but Oscar fires off a touchdown P9.
11-1 now as the reign of terror really does continue rolling for Oscar as he's going to keep on moving, playing on the mirror. Yes, the breach is open, but Grubby will get one on the guards. They retake rafters in full, but Hasham will peek across, gets himself a double, but it's Oscar again, a second on the round. He moves up to 12. Trixt and Jalad, both low HP, but we've seen Twisted Minds in positions like this before. Think about Cafe yesterday. Trixt will send the Grims off, clearing more and more of a position with it as the push will come from rafters and from that IT breach. Grubby and Oscar will hold the cross.
The raid boss of Oscar holds the keys here. 12-1 so far, and he might want to grow that tally even more. He's squaring up, and he might find a fight in electrical sooner rather than later. But Capital, actually, that's Trix is going to back away from it, actually re-upping that position. Oscar swings wide and wins it. 3 in the round for him. 13-1. Uporn might need that support. No, he doesn't. Groovy finds a way. What a moment, Project Zero. Find their third, and Oscar is the raid boss for Twisted Minds. They cannot shut him down.
Whip it, what is that, 14 kills, 13 kills he's on already, and it's just 4 rounds down. The best game we saw from Jalad yesterday was 15. Oscar is already about to eclipse that, and we're only 5 rounds down. We move to the 6th, back to assembly and tank once more, and the lineup will whip it. Last time we played here, it was one of the heaviest roams we've seen all the way through LCQs. What I love this time, the Wrinkle, Skeptic, on the Pulse. Some people think about Pulse as being used, his only job is, yeah, you play from below, you get information, you throw C4s. When you've Skeptic on Pulse, he works as a conduit of information. He will play below and feed information to the roamers above to where those players are standing. Yes, he'll use the C4 to get a kill if he can, but more importantly for Skeptic this time, as I said, is feeding information to those roamers as to where they can find kills and isolate players.
I love this pivot. I love this pivot so much, from a massive gunfight roam style to inviting them in and being able to play with massive denials. You mentioned Gibson. This is perfect, and the utility-wise, look at this, 4 sets of impacts coming out. We're going to have a double stack of C4s as well. Lots of potential just to deny anything. And from Twisted Minds, this is where I'm going to question them now. The game plan that he had, especially against Virtus Pro, was very shield dependent. They love to have their blitz going up against that side. Now they have no shields, and they're not opting for that Blackbeard coming out, so they really didn't want to commit to that operator here. That means they're going to have a different route for their entry game, and that's going to be inviting more gunfights, more pressure. And right now, Project Zero, well, Oscar feels very hot.
Yeah, Oscar, and you got to feed him. When a player is playing like that, you've got to enable him and keep him going. Now, another Twitch drone will fall early on, and Oscar will be on the roam with Mute once more. This time, though, Twisted Minds, please set up a flank drone. Don't let Oscar move from behind. A little run out there from Oscar, and it's a 14th, and it's Jalad. I said that that's the easy one to call out, but Whippet, it's not even been a fight so far. Oscar, 14-1, and look at the confidence he's playing with.
This is what you need, though, when a player is this, you said it perfectly, enable him, let him go farming, and that's what he'll try and do. He doesn't get over-aggressive. Upor, though, with the read, peeks on the P9, shuts him down in loading bay, and Twisted Minds cannot break the line. It seems like Project Zero are basically sentry turrets, and they're not letting them in the building in the slightest. 2 players down, Jalad with the Habana has been slain, and P9 takes away those Finka heals later on. They have to still contest out towards Rafters, but with Upor and Oscar by side, might not be easy, and Oscar might finally be slain.
Yeah, he's going to go down, and the Twitch drone will get it done this time, but still, you've got a 4 versus 3 in favor of Project Zero. Flexi still playing on those stairs over by vending, keeping an eye on anybody pushing from kitchen, from games, and this is where Oscar, yeah, he finally gets a chance to talk because he's finally dead. But anyway, Skeptic will still stay below, scanning with that pulse, working out where those attackers are coming from. And Whippet, thing to point out, the case is currently over that Animus hatch inside warehouse, which screams with 50 seconds left that they're probably going to go for that default plant behind the boxes if they can fish another kill out of this.
Using his breach charges might leave them vulnerable. That C4 does not connect. That's going to be the final of the 2 brought out, used, and to no avail. And this is where, well, Project Zero have looked exceptional thanks to the hands of Oscar. They now have to rely on the other 4 players to stand tall. 30 seconds, they have top 4 control, and they have all these hatches watched and bear down. With a pulse in play, a Skeptic will be the conductor now. Full information given to him. He'll be able to try and read that one out. Shots missed by Flexi, but he falls back, not recommitting, and letting the time do all that pressure. 15 seconds, and every second drains away. Upor's going to find one. Grubby gets traded away. Second now in round 4, Upor. And with 8 seconds, Twisted Minds running out of time, running out of players. It comes down to this, and Skeptic wraps things up with a 2-piece. And one more round for Project Zero. This defense is going all to plan for them.
And the conduit of information is the one that closes the round. Double from Skeptic, and Project Zero 4-1 to the good. Are we about to see a 5-1 half from Project Zero as the upper bracket finalists winners will look to use that to their advantage? We said it. Would Twisted Minds come into this game hot because they're warmed up? Well, the answer is they have been ice cold. Project Zero putting in the work, and Oscar driving that force. And he's getting kills every way you can imagine. He's getting them with he's winning it with gun skill. He's using his utility. He's getting flanks on the go. Like, if I'm Twisted Minds, I'm probably going to start investing 2 players to kill Oscar. If Oscar gets 1 and you trade him back, that's a win.
Look at the operators he's played as well. He's not been on your typical entry or super aggressive side. He's been on Mirror, Mute, he's been on Fenrir now. He's just playing what his team needs, but finding exceptional moments within those positions. For Twisted Minds, though, this is now one of the most important rounds for them. A 4-2 split is an acceptable and actually a predictable position to be on the offensive side here on Nighthaven. But can they? Can they get this one more round? They're going to go up and have to contest with a massive roam presence on this top floor, and clearing this is no easy task for them. And Twisted Minds, they've struggled on the entry, and for a team we praised them about that against Virtus Pro, they struggled here against Project Zero.
I love it, though. I'm so impressed by Project Zero. Like I said to you, I think if both of these teams were playing at their best, I thought the Twisted Minds would win, but my heart desperately yearns for a Project Zero victory. SMG-12 double little goo mine trap there for anybody vaulting in that window as well. Skeptic wants to make sure, with help from Groovy, that he knows if anyone walks in. And I love this too. Every single time we see Twisted Minds play this map, you see Hasham or another member try to push in from these aqua stairs from that side of the map on that door. And it looks like Project Zero, like, yeah, if you're going to try to push in from there, we're going to contest it. We're going to make it really hard for you to get in.
And contesting these entries is so perfect from them. Twisted Minds rely on getting themselves in the building, finding picks off that. And Project Zero, they're not playing aggressive for the denial, but they're just sitting in positions, and they're goading, they're waiting, they're almost toying Twisted Minds to commit in towards them. And they're holding these positions and not falling away when the pressure is only that of a phantom. They'll have some shots going towards us to keep a barricade out by the front, and Oscar will try and take charge inside of IT. The Grim Beasts do find him, so he'll fall off deep inside a pillar, and he'll be completely safe. He'll relocate in electrical, and will they realize he's made that move?
Yeah, I think well, they do now. They've droned them. They're actually working really hard to deal with it, but Oscar knows he's just got to stay alive. Big opportunity lost there, as you might have got a kill from P9, but Groovy will stay alive and stay inside the fight. Oscar still on the roam as Trixt will find Skeptic. Down he falls, and Jalad's going to go for the plant. Halfway through getting the diffuser down, Trix gets another, and Twisted Minds do what they had to do. Case goes down, Oscar will find another, but out the window they go, and now this is surely unlosable for Twisted Minds. Still on the roam, 3 players above, 1 player on the floor. Trix will find Oscar, who knew what was waiting, but with it, Twisted Minds, despite the dominance from Oscar, look like they're about to get the 4-2 half that is the bare minimum on Lair.
They get what they need out of this, and that's a huge moment for them, and they played this really well. They opened up all the cut-off angles, and essentially they restricted the movement from Project Zero. They forced them into a box, and they got the 1, 2, 3 picks that they ideally needed to force that plant going down. And they played all based on the objective. They didn't commit for kills, they didn't try and get flashy, and they actually showed some respect to Project Zero this time, on characteristic from the side of Twisted Minds. I like that from them. And now we're going to go into our ban phase, and while Twisted Minds, they're a side that love their shield, they do not want to play against it, and they'll take that Monty away from the side of Project Zero.
This is the thing with it. They didn't respect VP, because any game with Twisted Minds, they don't respect you in what you've done in the past. They respect you with what you do in the server against them. They're respecting Project Zero because they have earned that respect in this matchup. Oscar in particular, well, I say they. Oscar has earned the respect on behalf of the team, as he has been the envoy of pain and misery for Twisted Minds so far. But it's the side swap, the bans, the change, a double shield ban from Twisted Minds, because they don't want to deal with any of that heat. On the other side of things, though, again, we're letting Azami through the ban phase. We're letting Mira through the ban phase. And I think they're saying it's very hard to win the top 4 site, so let's not worry too much about it. We'll give them those 2, but we'll find joy elsewhere.
Need to be able to find that success wherever they can. I will say Gibson, characteristic to me. It happens every day. I might have zoned out. I started to avoid her TV static when you were speaking there, so I might have missed your points completely.
It's okay, you didn't miss much. It's fine. Fine, I'll just go off. I myself, all the time. Whip it, wake up, it's a final in the LCQ.
Listen, I'm wide awake, Gibson. I just needed my, 1 moment of staring into the void to be straight back into this. And the big thing for me is the side swap, right? With Project Zero being on the much harder now offensive side. What do Twisted Minds need to do to really upset the rhythm? Well, think your mind back to Cafe. How were they able to disrupt Virtus Pro? Well, they were able to jump out windows, find early picks, and deny that initial entry. Expect those 3 pillars to be the factor yet again for Twisted Minds.
I know there's saying that, you know the old saying, it's not quite do unto others what they do to you, but that's what you've got to do to Project Zero. Be hyper-aggressive, fight the points of entry, do exactly what you did to Twisted Minds as we get our first run out. So I think we've just been given a little taste of exactly how Twisted Minds are going to approach this one. Same idea. Let's get hyper-aggressive, let's run out, let's not let anybody get comfortable. Sham is not AFK, folks, don't worry. He's just staying quiet and waiting for the call or the audio cue that signals jump out the window, kill somebody on top aqua stairs.
Just waiting patiently for it, and I think that will be the massive upset rhythm from the side of Project Zero. And they're going to be really reliant here on operators like Flexi. He's going to be on that Blackbeard. He's going to be able to buy the space for them, and that's going to be the front line that they want to play around. They're going to try and get themselves access from this IT breach. They have it open up with double Selmas, and they're going to try and peek out towards Rafters just to find something. With that mirror window pinged, they're cautious of that pressure that they might have to deal with later on towards connector side, and with that double reinforcement office of the meeting room, they were expecting someone there, but, well, they're chasing ghosts from Twisted Minds.
Dom still playing just below those stairs inside of warehouse, keeping an eye on anyone moving in. Jalad still playing pillar. Nothing brought so far that can deal with those mirror windows. Like, yes, at some point Groovy will be able to push it, but he actually uses those Selma charges now, deals with that mirror, and it makes pillar just a little bit less comfortable for the defenders to play in. But Jalad will not fall back entirely. He'll keep playing this position as that maze is still in position with it. They're making it really hard to push through Rafters, and that's why we're seeing so much pressure over on that other side. And why are you standing there? Trix gets the kill onto Upor, and that's first blood drawn with 1:10 played.
Upor tried to time those bees, bounce them deep into IT to combine that with the logic bomb and just leaves him exposed for a wrong moment. P9 finds one with the shotgun, dropping prone. Trix gets Flexi, and we're leaving down all Skeptic and Groovy alone to fight this. With 35 seconds, it will just be Skeptic alone. And P9 swings him like a Ferrari and shuts him down with that 12 gauge to the mouth. There will be one round back for the side of Twisted Minds. The deficit begins to decrease.
It's just one round, Whippet. It's just one round, and you've always told me, and you've not said the phrase all weekend long, and I'm a little bit disappointed in you, but you always say that round 7 is usually the most important round in a game of Siege. Will the defensive team win their first round and start clawing it back, or will we see the attackers extend the lead? Will Twisted Minds, they reduce the deficit to 1. A win now in this next round, and we're suddenly back to parity, and despite the early dominance from Project Zero, you're exactly where you would expect to be by the time round 9 commences. It is down to assembly and tank though, Whippet. And you look at what's been brought, there is essentially no denial at all, once more, from the side of Twisted Minds. They're giving Project Zero the breaches, and Project Zero are going to go, well, if you're going to give them to us, we'll take Thermite, we'll open them up early, and then we'll go about on clearing the roam.
Lexi on the Rora as well, a nice little pickle, actually Upor I should say on the Rora. Those panels going to be very effective, again limiting the rotations if they want to go for a direct approach here. I think that's everything they're stacking up for, and I'm really interested if Twisted Minds can deal with that effectively. Project Zero, they are a team that like to have those pocket charges when they go a little bit quicker, but the biggest disruption to this is going to be Jalad. With those solid scanners going out, you can spot when that plant goes down, and you'll hear all this utility, you'll hear this chaos going down, and you can decide, well, now they're going for and direct that retake. So it might be very important from the side of Project Zero to get this pick early. Attempted spawn peek from Hasham, and no one walks into it yet.
The little bullet as he fades away for the fun of it, just thinking maybe I'll catch something as I give up the spot, but we spoke about it. Skeptic's going to open up those breaches really early, and keep an eye on where Upor plays. You called it out. Will we see those doors being closed off early to force an early plant, or at least brute force the site? Well, I think that might just be what the plan is. They've already got 2 stacked in. I can't quite see if the hatch and Animus is open above them, but if it is, it could spell danger. But Trix Whip, but I love this. He's got the Grismod. He's stored it for the second. He'll toss it in now, and it's going to be full signal, but it's 3, 2, 1 to go, and Skeptic is getting that case down. Oh no.
Oh no! They're gonna find a Corey in the midst of that C4. However, they do find a way to shut that one down. The cover is good through the smoke thanks to the thermal, but a prone, sneaky snake of Hasham might be able to find some chaos. He has to dive in deep. Upor gets 1, and the case goes down. Grubby finds 1 more, leave it all down to Hasham alone. He picks up Oscar. Right, boss has been slain, but can he find 3 more? Verticality is still controlled in a deep rotation all the way out that breach. Nothing he can do. Groovy finds a way to lock it out, and Project Zero take round number 8. They're first on the offensive side, and I love that strat call from Groovy.
Just as I thought that Project Zero were being clawed back by Twisted Minds, they go direct, they brute force it, and even more importantly, the first attempt at a plant failed. Oscar traded the kill back, and you said it. Dropped to his belly, proned through, got the case, planted it straight away again. The cover was great, and it forces a Twisted Minds timeout after 8 rounds. Whip it. Now the gap is 2. Now you start to get to that point where you expect Project Zero to win at least one more round, unless this timeout is perfection. And if I'm not wrong, the coach of Twisted Minds is another pretty established player, Mad Skills, who we have seen play at international events, is coaching the side.
This is going to be a moment, I think, for both resetting and trying to reformulate the plan. Twisted Minds, plan A hasn't worked. Plan B, likely called from in the server, hasn't worked either. So now they're trying to rebuild how they can do this. And the biggest thing is, I think now they're going to play way more targeted to the offensive structure of what Project Zero do. They played one default round, one pocket strat rush, and I think that they're very worried about that idea you mentioned, Gibson. It takes one more round, and then they're fighting for overtime and glory to stay alive. So it won't be easy. Back to the basement we go. I don't imagine we'll see a repeat of that strategy, but Jalad, once again, dons the solace. Super important on this site.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm seeing a little bit of a change. It's not bringing the ace or the thermite this time. This time they're bringing the ace, so expect maybe more of the traditional. Will open up a line of sight, but we're not essentially going to try push through it. You bring the ram. It is all about controlling the high ground this time around. There will be a roam. You've seen some of those valve cam placements, and I think that they'll be tough to spot out from the side based on where they are. But when you see this lineup with it, with the ram, with the lion, with the ying, it tells you more that they're trending, at least in theory, towards a vending push, right? You push down those stairs in towards Exo, you use the Ying to clear the player outside of pillar after you've gotten vertical control, and then you plant on the door in sight once you've opened up that line that Skeptic is probably doing right now.
I love that call. Lionscan does go out early from them. Flex trying to use that utility. And again, you put it perfectly. They want to get in from vending, but they need storage to get opened up with those round buggies. They can send them in from the windows, but they have to confirm that verticality is open if that's the post-plant play. They haven't committed themselves to any dedicated hard bridge. They've burnt one of the secondaries already. That's going to get brought out, I believe, from Skeptic. Unsure the source of that right now, but likely down below. And they're fighting very aggressively to find Jalad, and he'll retreat under that pressure. But no one's really committed deep, and, well, already Candela's going out.
Yeah, you got to use them. They might not have been planned to be used so early, but when you can try to use them to fish out a kill, that's what you're going to do. P9 though, he finds Skeptic. Information though, Hisham will get another, and now this is a huge fight, but Hisham doesn't even let it occur. The C4 will go boom. Hisham with a triple on the round. He was told to start playing. Well, that was maybe the problem. Don't dare Hisham, because he will step on up, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, another round is clawed back by Twisted Minds.
Huge from them, and they really just invited that pressure from Project Zero. They played a little bit more on that secondary line of defense, so they allowed them to walk in, and they contested them on that second corner of the building, that second position, and Project Zero walked into the trap. Like that nitro cell down below the catching one, the pressure on pillar, that should have been a freebie when spotting that player across, and that might be one of the curses that haunts Project Zero, but they still lead by 1. Going into this, and a Valkyrie Grim ban coming out. I'm a big fan of both these bans for these teams. Grim has been super effective and super well utilized from the side of Project Zero, and taking away the Valkyrie helps blind Twisted Minds a little bit and takes away maybe some of their confidence to take those super aggressive peaks.
Yeah, but I think confidence is a hard thing to take away from this Project Zero team now. Thing is, this is a team, I know that this game is played online, but people are talking about lack of experience compared to Twisted Minds, but they have played in LAN finals multiple times in 2025, so they know what it feels like. But this is different stakes. This is trying to ascend to play at the big table. This is SI. This is where every single player dreams of playing in. No matter what tier you're at, this is where you want to go. And that's a little bit different with it than playing in Tier 2 finals. That's a little bit different than playing a LAN in London. So the pressure is a little bit different. And Twisted Minds, these players under a different banner, have been there before. And they want to be there again. This is round 10. This is the round where we might be guaranteed every round in regulation if Twisted Minds pull it back. And the lineup whip it from Project Zero. You asked if they were going to play less aggressive? No. They've brought a Maverick. They're going to open up the line of sights for their Pell. And they've brought Oscar, whose job is going to be either clear electrical or clear rafters.
Or he could just sit on the Maverick holes and be a sentry turret of free information. You have lots of options to work with, but Oscar...
That's the boring one, though. That's the boring option.
Oh, Grubby's dead. Anyway,
Bye.
that's going to be the Maverick gone, so change of plans. Jalad's going to find that freebie, and that's a problem. As your Maverick is your secondary hardbridge, you don't have any can openers, and you have limited EMP utility to work with, and not too far out, just blows things down into a crawl. So not an ideal start here from Project Zero. Twisted Minds, this is now where most teams will begin to realize that we've got an important pick, or at least one pick. We can begin to fall back and play our numbers game. They're not going to do that. They're going to try and put that pressure, and they sense there might be blood in the water to get this back to level playing field. The logic bomb goes out from Flexi, and that might give some information away, but no one close enough to act just yet.
Yeah, but remember, that still means that there's free space. You don't hear a call, it means the area is clear. Now, Hisham below, if he spots one of those Project Zero players getting on a drone, it is going to be free from this position below, but there is the attempted clear. Oscar sprinting around, making a lot of noise, but Hisham will continue to creep and crawl, and he spots out one. So he knows there's one player there, and Oscar does not... I think he knows there's a player around, but he doesn't know where. But has Hisham waited too long? He's going to step towards that door that Oscar is falling. But even more importantly, even if Hisham falls, that's a minute and a half.
Logic bomb goes out. That's a worst case scenario for Hisham. He'll swing out wide. Oscar finds a freebie, and that brings us back to parity in terms of player count. 4 versus 4. We have a minute and a little bit of change left to work with, and that's going to be Upor. Huge pick finding ahead of Jalad, and that's going to swing things massively in the favor. Someone re-ups that peek, and well, he wouldn't be complaining, but Oscar emerging from the back as Skeptic finds one of the tricks. This could be a huge one as now Twisted Minds find themselves leaning on the ropes for pressure. Skeptic finds a second one. It's all down to one player of guards, and Flexi finds his opening kill of the game, shuts him down, and that's going to be a map point advantage for the side of Project Zero.
You got the opening kill. Your roaming player wasted a minute and 50 seconds down inside of basement, and you're like, okay, we should be winning from here. But no, Project Zero stepped on the gas. Once they knew their flank was clear, it was all systems go. And they took sight, they took control, they took the heads, and they took the round. And now they are about to take the opening map of the series. Remember, this was their map pick. The advantage they got for being on top of the upper bracket and winning that upper bracket final was they chose map first. And Whippet, I'm starting to see why they've taken us to labs, because they look so damn good on it.
You're also going to think about this. This map beat is going to work perfect for them. This is Twisted Minds' comfort. They like to go here. They chose this. We're going to go to Consulate next. Project Zero, from my stats here, Gibson, have played over 20 times during Q2 competitions. That is huge for them. And if they go to a map that are comfortable on yet again, with Twisted Minds now tasting blood in their mouth for the very first time today, that could spell the death tome for this roster from the MENA region. But that is still a long way away. We get ready for round number 11 here. Will this be a all-out 12-round barn burner? I've said the cursed phrase, but there it is. Or can Project Zero get it done right here, right now?
I don't know. Every time Project Zero seemed to have won a round in the attack, Twisted Minds, instantaneous response. Like, round over, minute and 30 seconds, 2 minutes gone, job done. I think that we'll see that aggression up to once more. Back to the top floor. Let's see if Grubby this time can actually get up towards that wall and maybe open it up to help his team out a little bit, because last time the C4 was a problem. Whip it. 30 seconds gone. I think Grubby is safe now to get to work.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get caught by that, and that's the type of thing that you have to be careful now from Twisted Minds. They realize that they have their backs against the wall, so they will try strategies like a C4 out or even a spawn peek. They have the confidence to do so. Rotera Drone will clear one of those keeper barricades and maybe even that barbed wire as well. Tricks just has to be very careful how he plays this as well. Drone is going to be great in that forestry on the top of rafters, relaying information on who's lurking around it. And second Rotera goes out to clear even more of that barbed wire. Through a gate, it's burned, and Project Zero, they slow the tempo down a little bit, and they're just chipping away at these defensive fortifications that Twisted Minds have laid across the map.
That tempo change might just make Twisted Minds a little uncomfortable too, because it means that the instant knockback or the early kills that give them momentum are not being found. Kiba barriers being thrown as you want to make it really hard, and the timing of that nade is not quite right, so that Kiba barrier will stand. But now Oscar starts moving towards rafters, but I spot a Hisham roaming below. If Oscar vaults in that window, there could be a problem, but Skeptic's going to find the opener. He walked right up on top of Aqua, gets himself one, but we spoke about Hasham. He will find Upor, gets him from those stairs, up onto the door. 4 versus 4, minute and 15, and this is just chaos.
This is what Twisted Minds, though, do not want as they get picked off one by one. Grubby finding 2, and they have to brawl this one back. It is bare knuckle boxing, and it's going to come down as 2 wounded members of Project Zero, and Asham might be the lifeline that Twisted Minds need to stop this map slipping away. But all that weight now rests on Jalod's shoulders, staring down the face of a Blackbeard. Flexi still wounded, and lots of time to recover. Limb damage will help that Blackbeard find some damage. Oscar is wounded and down. Skeptic now alone. The shotgun will dance in the corner, baiting, tempting, and trying to draw attention. He'll clear 1. No time to get that revive, and Skeptic has to fly by himself. No radar, no help, no assist, but he wants to play this at distance. The shotgun peeks out. He'll try and plant this to force the bait. The reload from the Vector needs to be perfectly timed. The rotation's there. Does he find a way to save this round? Skeptic pulls off and wins it! What a read! Jalod falls on Nighthaven Labs for Project Zero!
Everybody's saying pros don't fake, but that's why you do it. You know it's a mirror, the high impact of the Vector. The thing is, if you continue that plant and you let Mira get close enough, you lose that fight. The Vector hits so hard, whip it. The rate of fire, the shotgun. So with you having a DMR in your pocket, you need to take that gunfight at range to give you the favor. That's exactly what he did. And the first map, first blood drawn by Project Zero.
What an excellent matchup from them. They went from fast to slow, they changed the tempo, and they upset the rhythm of Twisted Minds. They done that so well against Virtus Pro earlier, and now they're on the receiving end of that pressure. But it is a best of 3. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So while our teams grab their water and get ready, we will go to a quick little break. So you're not going anywhere. We'll break this one down and get ready for our next map after this.
Project Zero is on map point to make it to the 6th Invitational as they take their opponent's map pick of Nighthaven Labs. And in what a way as well, a 4-2 split on defense. We're seeing insane 1v1s at the end as well from Skeptic. Good stuff seeing out here from Project Zero, despite not having played that earlier match today. Twisted Minds came into this one warm. When we're looking at the entries, Gibson, you notice something in particular in what's happening with these rounds.
Yeah, we saw, like, a lot of the times we saw hyper aggression from Project Zero because they caught Twisted Minds cold. One of the points that I made at the start was whether Twisted Minds would be warmed up, but the answer was no. Because of how slow VP played, Project Zero were able to catch them cold. But the biggest adjustment was that final round. They realized how quickly Twisted Minds were trying to clap back when they lost rounds, so they slowed that tempo down so much, and it really knocked Twisted Minds out of kilter. And that map was just really well played by Project Zero from start to finish.
One thing I want to think about realistically here is these teams know each other inside and out. I mentioned it a little bit, Gibson, as well. This tempo change is back and forth, and especially with Oscar doing what he done, these teams meet each other all the time. And I think there's personal vendettas that run deep. Having Oscar do so well, having the dominant and that tempo that tempo change upset the rhythm of Twisted Minds, and they struggle to get themselves back. And even with that timeout called, they felt like they were just one step too slow, and that was uncharacteristic from this team. And Project Zero were dealt with difficult problems like massive roam clears, so I'm very curious if Twisted Minds will pivot to a slower style of play to warm back up into Consulate, because they have to be very careful.
They'll have to find something going into that second map, but honestly, what can you do as well when a player like Oscar is having an absolute life game? 18-7, flawless on the entry as well. An EPS of 176. It's not often we see EPS scores that high, but he's definitely made it work for his team. Being that new addition to the lineup of Project Zero and having that experience of having made it to an international event before as well. So it's really working out for this lineup here. On the side of Twisted Minds, I feel like I made some comments before on whether they are very balanced in regards to their performance. We see it again here, but it's just not enough in balance and in regards to the kills that they're getting to win out these rounds here over for their side. Now, it makes me worry going into the second map, because you said it on the cast, but there's over 20 times that Project Zero have played Consulate inside of the circuit in 2025. That means there's a lot of information, so Twisted Minds, knowingly that it maybe was going to go to Consulate, can have done some preparation on that map. But then again, it seems like it isn't clicking for them with the way that Project Zero are so adaptive to their playstyle. But going into Consulate, what is it that Twisted Minds need to do in order to bring this back?
Biggest thing for me is they have to try and bring that aggression back out. They have to stop those entryways. Think about this top four, for example. If Twisted Minds in the defense, they cannot let Project Zero get control in positions like admin. They have to make that very difficult and find those key picks early. We looked at a round where they get that Nitrocell pick onto Grubby. Immediately, the plan has to change from Project Zero and they begin to wobble, and that's where they have the opportunity. Project Zero like their plan A, their plan B solid, but if they have to begin to think on the spot, that's when things get shaky. Grubby coming into this is not a natural primary IGL. He's kind of newer to this with this roster, and so you need to test that as much as possible and put pressure on that decision making.
Yeah, and I think I look at it as well. I think for Twisted Minds, get back to setting the tempo. Like, they play their best Siege when they're setting the tempo. The problem is they've been playing at the pace that Project Zero has set, and it's caused them a lot of problems. And I think the thing is, usually with Twisted Minds, it is just, it's not even a bell curve. It starts here and it stays there. But now they're being forced to have dips and flows, and you see it time and time again. When things get really slow in the mid round, they try make something happen, and it's just baiting kills. Like, if I know the opposition will get antsy and they're going to swing, I'll just hold an angle. Like, you saw it down in basement. How patient was Oscar in the round that they won top floor when he was playing Blackbeard below? Because he knew at some point that the swing was going to happen, and he waited until, what, a minute left on the round because he knew he was going to get that kill.
The main question I have with that, though, is I feel like if you say, okay, they need to determine the pace, and I feel like a map that I think of immediately would be a map like Border. We're not going to Border, we're going to Consulate. Gibson, how do you feel like Consulate will maybe help them or stop them from being able to determine the pace?
You've got to play aggressive at the extremities, right? Think about Cafe and how teams get so much joy fighting at the points of entry. So when you're in defense, you're running out the double door of Visa. You're jumping out windows. Even if you're not getting kills, just jumping out and getting back in the building draws the attention of the attacker's eyes and slows them down. That's how you create tempo. Fight at the points of entry. Don't let them into the building easy. And I think that Consulate, despite it being 3 stories tall, it's quite a condensed map in a way where you can get from one side of the map to the other very quickly. So they can actually make this map a problem, and they can increase the tempo when they need to.
You have to play the problem areas. You have to play out by vending machine, make lobby a death trap, make visa difficult as well. You have to extend your presence across the entirety of this map and make them contest for everything. The condensed nature of this map, though, does have its other side. The other side of the coin for this is rotations are difficult when you get contested. If you lose that middle floor, you've contested it from the top floor, well, that rotate down gets much, much harder, especially if teams are aware or bring utility like gridlocks or nomads to shut you down. So I think there'll be interplay between these sides about how much they want to commit to these full map side holds, but they really need to make this map kind of a difficult fight for every inch, because that's the best way to control that tempo and really control this map.
I feel like, before this conversation, it was a little bit worrying for the side of Twisted Minds, because they just lost that first map. That was their own map pick. They didn't have to go on a map that it seems like it's so comfortable for Project Zero, given how many times they've played it. I looked through the map vetoes of the LCQ, and I saw that Twisted Minds were willing to bring it out. It was a decider in 2 of their matches that didn't actually make it to the decider. They were winning those games in 2-0. So that, I guess, brings a glimmer of hope that there is a chance for Twisted Minds to bring this one back. Gibson, you thought Twisted Minds were going to win this. I know you said it purely just to make sure that someone on the casting desk was going to go right, but do you still have faith that they can bring it back?
I always have faith, right? It's a best of 3. Any team can pull it back. I think that, as I said, if both teams play at their absolute pinnacle, I think Twisted Minds have the edge when it comes to the fragging and their ability to win tightly contested rounds. But I'm just so impressed with the way that Project Zero have played. And I said that the head call was Twisted Minds, the heart was Project Zero. I'll not be disappointed if I'm wrong and Project Zero win this one. Like, I'd be delighted to see these players make their way to SI. But
I'm sticking with my prediction.
I never change. I do never change my prediction, though. I always stick.
I'm sticking with it. I'm very impressed from what I saw from Project Zero. I went with my heart, but my head said they might be nervous. This is a team that are playing for the biggest moment of their careers, and it feels like it's just a normal day in the Tier 2 circuit for them. They feel confident and comfortable, and that's really good for this side, and they love to play off that. If they can keep building momentum, this will be a tough team to beat.
We spoke about that a little bit, about the nerves and maybe like how much a coach can do in that as well. And you can't let the nerves be coming to you at these important moments when you find yourself a map point, because it sounds so easy, but it isn't as easy said as done when you think about like, oh, it's just one more map and we make it to the biggest tournament of the year, which is a big goal for the players inside this roster. Stamina will come into play, right? Twisted Minds have already played a best of 3 earlier today. And I feel like if you do want to punch that ticket to SI, you need to earn it. You need to deserve it by showing that you have the depth inside of these best of 3s. The players are still joining the lobby though. Of course, we need to give them some time. As we said, stamina is going to be coming into play. Twisted Minds have already played that best of 3 earlier. This is probably the most important map of their career. Also, looking forward to what's coming after this, right? Sure, it's great to go to an S tier event, but for the longevity of the rosters, they want to make it inside a tier 1 as well. Even knowing, Whippet, that there are some organizations right now in tier 1 that have dropped their players or will kick players at the end of this competitive year and will be looking to pick up other players.
I really think Project Zero are the team that I will look for instead of Europe and maybe even internationally, that teams might poach some of them from. The biggest shout will always be Groovy coming back in with that tier 1 experience, but this team have put themselves in the words of what Super would say, sometimes in outside tier 1 you gotta play to put yourself on the best shelf possible. They've done that inside of every competition they've played, and making SI is a perfect kind of sign us now opportunity if they can find their way there. Huge investment for them, but they are so talented, and the fact is, they are playing Orgless right now. That's an insane thing to think about. They are on the cusp of the biggest challenge, and they're doing this all on their own backs.
Yeah, 100%. Like, this is the opportunity. Like, yes, you could say, oh, you're putting yourself in the shop window, but just remember, SI is the pinnacle of Siege. It is the high table. Every single big moment, all the big memories that players want to make is there. Like, they don't care about being picked up by an org. They want to get there. All that other stuff will sort itself out later. And if any player is thinking about orgs right now, they're not doing the right thing. Just focus on winning this one map, then worry about what happens comes next.
That's true. It's a different perspective, I guess, you can have. Of course, you're thinking about your future, but the near future being so much more important in this one. The whole of the SI has come down to this. We started with 8 teams, as we said. Only 3 remained at the start of this day. We said goodbye to Virtus Pro. The fact that we're remaining here with 2 tier 1 players, and one is going to guarantee their spot into SI. Join Falcons, G2, and Secret as the representatives for EML is an absolute big thing to tick off the bucket list for these players. And I mean, that's the biggest event of the year that you can attend, you know, in regards of a career of a player. So, oh, so important. The game is almost starting. We're waiting on our final players to join in on the lobby. Speaking of starting sites as well. This is indeed Project Zero's starting or pick source, so that means that Twisted Minds can start on the defense. They want to make sure they push it back 2-on-2-1. The game is about to start, as you can see. The question is, can Project Zero finish this in 2 and punch their ticket to the 6th Invitational, or will we witness a legendary comeback from Twisted Minds? Consulate will give us all these answers.
In February, just a couple of weeks away, all of the best teams in the world will sit down and walk past that hammer as they start their journey with it to try become world champions. It's what every player dreams of, and who would have thunk at the start of the year that Project Zero and Twisted Minds would be battling it out here to be there, to join the best of the best. And Project Zero, they are on advantage. They've got the map in the bag. They're just 1 map win away from being at the best table in the world.
What an achievement this would be for these young players, but Twisted Minds as well do not want to go quietly into the night this time around. They have been at the mountaintop. These players and large organizations have stood upon the precipice of siege before, and well, staring down the barrel of Project Zero, that's the mountain they have to get past yet again to find their way back at the high table. We're going to Consulate the defensive side of Twisted Minds, and Will Gibson, we talked about it briefly, but I really want to mention here, this is the favorable side here on Consulate. Your defense is often where you want to have your big investment. You want to get your 4 rounds, 5 rounds ideally. For Project Zero, obviously they'll be content with the 4-2 split here, but are they going to push super hard to try and find this level on a 3-3?
I see, they're one of the teams that I think actually try. You know, I feel like they're not happy with 2 rounds on attack. I feel like they really want to push for the 3rd. A map like Consulate, you can find joy. You can build momentum really easily. And looking and speaking about momentum, look at the delay setup. I said Twisted Minds need to set the tempo. Their lineup screams it. That yes, they're going for the spawn peak, that early bit of aggression. They might find it. That Silhouette's a second away, but he was using audio and it didn't work. But whip it. Barbed wire, Goyo casters, Denari, Tachanka, smoke. Everything about Twisted Minds is saying we are the team that is going to control the clock this round.
They want to try and choke this one out as best as possible. They want to cinch in a deep-rooted good choke and just grind out Project Zero to make sure there's no way out. Now, being in the default site here, we're not going to see that traditional kind of pressure from that window, and we're going to see a more spread out take. They likely want to have that initial pressure arriving from the side of admin. They're going to open up that single wall, and they're going to actually now scout from CO window what they have to deal with. The Goyo canisters are going to be a nightmare to burn away, but the first one has been popped, and with the Tachanka with those Shamika launchers, can just sit here and hold on. Project Zero, in the early stage, you're scouting things out, and the concern I have for this, you commit to your CO take, no vert down below to clear the player behind desk.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you have, and I think that if you want to clear that player behind desk, maybe getting a little bit of control over on this opposite side could be the play. The yellow pings, you can see the drone, you can see the Denari, you know that there's somebody playing in and around vending as the rest of the team start to post up. So, but I think this is phantom pressure. You're putting pressure over by that CO, that window side, to enable the rest of the team to go for that more horizontal approach. I like the way Project Zero is setting this one up, but this could be a really big fight. Flexi steps in, but Skeptic just walks in, gets 2 kills. Oscar's inside split, but just as they get 2, Twisted Minds get 2 of their own, and Skeptic's got himself tucked in the corner in the middle of sight.
However, the case is called out by Baguette, and that's going to be Twisted Minds firing off 2 of their own guards, and P9 find that success, and, well, we find ourselves in a position where it's all down the Flexi. He's alone by himself, but he does have cameras, so his teammates can help him out a little bit. He will have to get that case recovered, and the SMG-12 is potent in these close and narrow hallways of top floor Consulate. Will he be able to creep in? The DMR gives him that range advantage. He can contest from a distance. Yellow pings are there, so he knows where players are sitting and holding, but likely deep by the window. He doesn't need to worry just yet. He'll try and stick it. He'll try and type it. Pros don't fake, and he might get all the way. He does, and that will force reaction. A deep rotation out by vending machine is there, but I think he's going to get caught out by too many angles. Finds one! This might be a moment. Flexi gonna go huge! Finding two! Twisted Minds let it slip, and Project Zero take full advantage. 1 round in the bag.
I will always cheer for a clutch Whippet. The 1v2. I thought the Twisted Minds did the right thing. They sent one player on the flank, the other player there to play the trade once he stepped up. But Flexi with a big one. And Whippet, can I remind everybody, he got 1 kill in the previous map. He's got 3 already on the first round. What a great answer back that is. And Project Zero are going to be feeling great. And imagine how Flexi feels, particularly after that last map, being the guy in the first round to draw first blood here on Consulate.
That's going to be a huge boon to momentum, morale, and every single mental attribute that Project Zero will have. He finds a way to win that, and that's a huge play. He realized that rotation went deep from the auto queue. He didn't actually see the player's feet to win all the way, but he just decided, I've got enough rounds on magazine. I've got a high enough RPM. Send it through the wall. Find that freebie. And then he wins his one. SMG-12 shreds up close, and Flexi found a way to play it perfectly, sticking it through all that tension. And the biggest little factor I'll talk about here, Gibson, he hacked the cameras. Getting those cameras under control meant the teammates were able to give him solid, good information. We saw those yellow pings from the earlier stage. That means he had full information and confidence to make that play stick.
Yeah, Hasham's going to try to make a spawn peek stick, but we can see there's no silhouettes pushing from that side. But the Solace on the roam, going to be an issue. Remember, we spoke about how condensed of a map this is. You can spot out those drones from pretty far away, and you can move. You can spot those players. Real external roam being played by the defenders. 1 player top floor, 1 player on the middle. While all that's going on, Project Zero, they get the breach open. I think there was an attempt to trick that on the defensive side, tossing the explosive over, but I don't think the impact stopped it. So the breach is all... Groupie, there's places to sit. That's not one of them. Big first kill for Jalad.
Massive opening. Wave goodbye to the knock, and you can't be stealthy from the grave, and that's not going to be the ideal start. And this is what Project Zero need to avoid at all costs. Being the first to fall. They need to keep themselves in the fight at level playing count all the time. Not the position I like, but they'll try their best to walk in instead of a visa, get that hatch open, or at least try their best to do so. Believe that's being tricked down below. Twisted Minds might recess a little bit towards sight and play this nice and slow.
And look at that, Jalad's going to get a bit aggressive here as well as he pushes over towards those yellow stairs. Gets rid of the little bucket that puts him in the position. The nade will force him out, but the pixel angle not working in the attacker's favor. Jalad still plays this position, but he will surely know that that angle is being held, so he'll be forced to tuck in. But if you're going to be tucked in a corner close to a door, I would take a shotgun. He's pretty well equipped for that fight whenever it comes.
Flexi finds some damage taken out by vending as well, and Oscar wounded too. And while Twisted Minds, they haven't found any kills from that opening, but they've been able to just chip away at the damage of 2 members of Project Zero. And the deadlock here by bottom yellow stairs makes this oh so difficult for the side of PZ to get in the building. And that's what Twisted Minds want. You can't plant the diffuser if you're not even in sight. Oh, a fake vault in from Cobby does not disrupt the rhythm of guards, who plays nice and posted up with that SMG-12 lurking above the open breach. And well, 40 seconds and running out of time. Project Zero, and you might need a hero yet again.
Moving a little bit further away might actually enable that vault bin as well, because the audio queue will be there. But Skeptic's just walked on in now. He's in the middle of sight. You see a double for Twisted Minds, and there's going to be the kill for Skeptic. He's got the case, he's got the sight. Now, there's a little gunfight. If this is won by U4, it'll enable the plant. So Skeptic is going to find a spot to play, and he's going to go for the plant. 19 seconds to go. Solace still alive from above, but you've got to go very far from where you're standing if you want to prevent this case from going down. A reposition, another angle being held, shotgun in the hands of P9. He sprints, but Hasham, the Solace, will get the kill from above. The case ain't going to go down now, Whippet. You might get a little kill to finish it off, but you won't even do that. Jalad will finish the round, and Twisted Minds will pull one back.
Twisted Minds played this perfectly. That's for somehow they managed to get their lines completely breached. Project Zero dive in the main garage and they find themselves deep inside of sight. But the numbers advantage held early from Twisted Minds and grown in the middle of that chaos helped them hold on. And most importantly, the Solace had the info. Hajam knew exactly when and where that case went down. There's nothing they could do to stop it. And when you find yourself with one player standing with so many angles on that basement to hold, nothing you can do. And while Project Zero, they stalled themselves out a little bit there. They were very slow and uncharacteristic compared to what we saw on that Haven Labs. They had the tempo under their control on that map. I think Twisted Minds are finding the rhythm setting themselves here.
Yeah, and you think about that side as well, but there's virtually nowhere that Twisted Mind or that Project Zero can plant if a Solace is playing above. Like, it's just impossible. And if it was a 1 versus 2, it might be easier to hold the Solace above, but in the 1v3, there's just way too much for the cover player to worry about. Hasham got the kill, Twisted Minds pull one back, but it was a slow round. It was a long round, and that, I think, suits Project Zero. The longer rounds, the longer they go on, causes problems for Twisted Minds, who go back to the top floor with it, and I'm not seeing any real difference to their setup. They're bringing the Goyo, they're bringing, you know, the same setup. It's all set up to slow everything down. The only thing I will say is it's not as if everything went wrong for them last time. Like, they did everything right. It was just a hero play from Flexi after getting defender cams. So it changes things up a bit.
Project Zero, they want to keep this within touching distance. They do not want to let some daylight grow, even though they are on the unfavorable side, you could say. But with a small box towards Projector, gain themselves some access, and this can be a difficult one to break. I often mention how I would imagine Project Zero are keen to commit themselves to admin takes, but not really finding success here. One player lurking by that area will be Jalad from the defense, and lurking as well will be Flexi down below. Just trying to get that drone information, see if they can begin to get a foothold deep inside of admin.
See so much pressure as well, with all the printer window being open, the visa window below. It gives those attackers something to worry about, something to think about, as we'll start to see a little bit of work being put in. The Flores sending the drones in, hoping to clear the barbed wire. And then you try to clear those Denaries that are going to be on that door, because those Denaries are very much a key part of this fallback, this layered defense that Twisted Minds are going to play on that side of the map. Flexi, on the other hand, with it, wouldn't be surprised to see a creep up the spiral stairs, followed by this creep by Oscar as well, but foiled by that pesky barbed wire that's going to force them to stop, retreat, or make a lot of noise if he wants to go further.
I think Oscar might just try and burn through this, but he will be a patient lurk here, sitting, waiting for the prime opportunity, and the Rotera drone will clear. It does get caught, though, and that might just show their hand. Well, why would you want to clear that barbed wire from the rooftop? There might be someone lurking, and Oscar, with the game knowledge he has, realizes it's time to make that relocation. That is untenable for him, and Jalad might profit from that rotation here.
Yeah, but he makes a lot of noise. He starts walking, but it completely catches Flexi. He wasn't using his ears at all. He was a little bit too focused on the flank the other way. But a repel in by Skeptic. He's going to try to burn as many of those Sumika launchers as he possibly can. Now Oscar, he'll begin to be the one to wrap up those spiral stairs. But once again, barbed wire. But I think Whip it this time, as you make the noise, it'll get the player on that long desk to go for the peek. And Oscar, he's waiting, he's ready. He knows that usually there's somebody on vending or there's somebody behind this desk. And this is a bit of a tense standoff. If I'm behind that desk, I don't move. Do not give away your position. But Gruby, he'll get a kill. And that might make the defenders a little antsy.
He'll have to burn his time. He'll open up that barbed wire, and that just might be the dinner bells. He'll vault out the window. That will be audible. Trick's going to get one on the Skeptic. Ruby finds that trade. Back to level playing field, and Oscar finally gets that one. They'll have to try and dive in and make this case go down. Oscar holds that in his hands. Groovy finds a third in the round, leaving us all down the one. Guards, it's 000, gets tantalizingly close. He finds the opening pick. Try and find a way back in this round. The cover needs to be perfect, and it is. Groovy finds himself a fourth. Project Zero find a way to scrap and brawl through this top floor to find a second round here on Consulate.
Is 2 rounds enough on attack on Consulate with it? Like, do you think Project Zero have done the bare minimum, or do you think they need 3? Because that was another good round on the top floor, and the chances are Twisted Minds will have to go back there again, right? It's 3 rounds down. It comes back into the rotation. If they win basement, they'll have to go to piano, and then that brings us back to top round again. The Project Zero have won twice already.
I mean, I think that they're definitely going to be worried about having to go to that side again, losing it twice to Project Zero. But I think to circle back to what you mentioned, is this enough? Is this the bare minimum to go into your second half content? For most teams, they would say yes. For Project Zero, I don't think so in the slightest. They want to get themselves either a 3-3 opening half, or in an ideal world, they want to lead 5-1. But let's keep things tapered off, and expectations will keep going for round. We'll go down to our middle side, Expo and Piano. Now, with the Solace getting brought out yet again, they have that verticality information and lots of kind of close-range brawling resources available from Twisted Minds, with tricks on the Ella and guards bringing the shotgun on the Warden. They can play these deeper angles and try and tear up Project Zero if they commit around the various deep angles held here on this map. Some repicks from the side of Project Zero, nothing really too major. Oscar does move away from the Blackbeard, and a repick actually Sledge, Kawitao, and Brava all getting repicked out here. Massive shuffle from Project Zero.
And look at the fluidity and the roles as well, the way that these players play. Like Oscar, who was so good on entry and flanking in the last round, he switches to a more traditionally support operator inside of Ace. Flexi, who is having a much better game this time. Yes, I know there's only one round he got 3 kills in, but he won that round. He switches over this time to the Ash, and, well, I like it. It's a change in lineup, it's a change in the operators you're bringing, but it's also a bit more aggression, because you don't see Ash as much as you used to, Whippet. But look at the roam game again. It's a 3-floor roam from Twisted Minds. Top floor, bottom floor, and then you might have one player on site if you're lucky.
I just gotta feel the drone game needs to be perfect from Twisted Minds to be able to, from Project Zero to be able to find this and detect it, and it's not gonna be easy to get that drone network established, because you have people like Shalot who, well, can't really hunt drones as effectively as old Solace can, but certainly knows when they're coming. Smoke grenades go out, and the first Selma is tossed to try and get access into B bomb side itself, but not finding success. And Gruby on a little bit of a solo mission, but Hisham is tantalizingly close. He's just lurking inside a storage room, and all Grubby will take it slowly. He'll be very patient, but he has no drone ahead of him. Does he know? I don't think he does.
I think there might not be a knowing, but there's definitely a sensing. Like, you've got to assume on a site like this, there will be somebody below. So Grubby, yeah, there we go. He gets the drone, but the drone's above, right? So get another drone down there, work it out, clear the long angle, so you know that all that way is going to be safe. Just go left. Please go. Oh, whip it. Surely.
Oh, no. They've managed to misdrone Hisham, but as he crosses that doorway, he does it in a wide position, as just as Gruby peeks out, he might have revealed his shoulder, and this could lead us to a round-long hold-off, and it's going to be a shootout at the OK Corral. But no, Gruby falls away. Actually, Hisham falls away. He doesn't want to commit to that one. He wants to get back to his team, and he realizes the job might be done here. 60 seconds, and he's held Gruby in place for a tremendously long time.
2 minutes gone, and you're still alive? That is perfect. No real inroads whatsoever. Repelling on down. There is a player close by, but I don't see where Project Zero are going to get the little bit of advantage they need inside this round. You've still got the Solace, still playing below. I think the Flames is to try prevent the Solace from stopping the plant. Flame off just above where you want to get that execute to happen. Hisham, though, gets the first one, traded back instantly, but the repel, you cannot skip steps. You cannot get into the site if you don't control the top floor. That's what happens. 25 seconds to go. Grubby and Skeptic, no case, no chance, because Jalad is there with a double on the round, and Guards has got it above as well. Whip it. Why are you walking into sight when you don't control above? They spent so long clearing below, they forgot about the most important parts.
You said they spent long clearing, they spent long lurking down below. Gruby had no effect in that position, and that was all because of a misdrone. They didn't have the confidence to commit, and they never really had any commitment to that top floor clear. They were reliant on the Buck walking in and having that to be their pressure. But with no solid entry points, they wandered straight into the verticality held by every standing member of Twisted Minds, leaving us in a position where we go level once again. But this is exactly what you want, with the stakes as high as they are. Basement brought out yet again, and for Twisted Minds, they want to ask themselves one question: how did Project Zero simply walk in previously? If they had a few more members standing, Project Zero could have got that case down and it might have been a different story. But you wonder, how did they even manage to slip through that defense?
Yeah, I think that they're not too worried about it, but look at the way they're playing. If you've got a Solace on this site, there's virtually 0 safe planting positions below that you can go for, so they're okay. if you walk into sight, provided you're holding display, provided you're holding everything above that gives you the lines of sight directly into sight, which I think it's okay. Now, there are ways to get around it, like if you walk into sight while also clearing above, then it becomes a problem. But I'm okay with this. I think Twisted Minds, they know what they're buying into, they know the pros, they know the cons of the defense that they're playing. I think if I'm Project Zero, I gotta clear the middle floor. I need control of display. I need control of piano. And I think that they're going to do that. They're going to clear this map from the top to the bottom using the double shields. And that will give them a little bit more comfort when it does come to the plant later on.
Project Zero's full map clears haven't been necessarily the cleanest here on this map, but the Blitz will help them certainly. And Flexi has had quite a few rounds since the opening. He found 3 in a massive clutch, but yet to really have an impact past that point. Get that initial breach towards Projector. And well, difficult one lined up. Vaulting in the gumball might lead you straight to a shotgun. TCSG is waiting, and P9 wanted to get aggressive, but he backs away from it. Now those footsteps would have been audible. And Oscar, he needs a dab hand with an AR like this. And well, he shows it off. Gets one, Jalad, but no repeat from that trade from gumball. And Oscar will scamper off in the wind. Huge pick from him. Opening pick, opening blood, and Jalad falls.
Yeah, P9 hoping that Oscar will walk in for an easy trade on the other side, but Oscar ain't going to give that one up for free. Hasham right on the edge of the Blackbeard. They know exactly where he is, but Hasham gets him before he's done, but the trade's there. I'm okay. Solace down. Problem solved. But I will take a shield for a Solace trade on the site every day. You see that blue silhouette though over on the other side. Oscar takes a ton of damage. Huge 1v1 on this section of the map. Here's another one. Trixto steps in, gets the kill on the Flexi. 3 versus 3, and all of a sudden making it 2 versus 3. Twisted Minds clapping back hard.
This is huge from them. They're really creating a roadblock here in Visa. Not a lot you can do to contest this right now. And that TCSG absolutely shreds them. And even more damage done as P9 is going to find himself a second in this round. Leaving it down to a 1 versus 3. It's going to be Upor with a single point of HP to his name. And a mess of barbed wire lurking by his feet. The camera will spot him. The Goyo canister waiting. And the peek from the Ella surely to arrive. But no, a wise choice from Trix. Zip back, wait, and play the time.
Yeah, play time, play the trade, hold, all 3 of you, hold the angle that's most likely for him to step through. Upor, his health is really low. You've got Goyo canisters essentially set up as well. I think this is just smart from Twisted Minds. Yes, you'd expect a team from the region to peak, but they know what is at stake. Look, Upor's going to fish, so whip it. He might get one. I want to talk more about this round. Like, I was so impressed. Project Zero forcing the early engagements, forcing the picks, clearing the Solace. But the thing we spoke about, Twisted Minds, they play an extensive roam. So yes, you clear 1 player. There was still 3 more in close quarters to get the kills. And then they just fall back and defend the site.
I mean, it was a masterclass for Twisted Minds, but Oscar gets an opening pick, and what I look from the overarching style of play that we saw from Project Zero here is they were very spread out the map, and I think this is the classic style of play. They're around the map, they're poking, they're probing, they're looking to find that one pick and then find and funnel in through that pressure. Twisted Minds realized, we lose Jalad, we lose that play, Denari's gone. Well, they're going to come from Visa. They're going to try and make that pressure work for them. So we stacked up and had that rotation. With players in close proximity, while you walk into TCSG, not a lot you can do. So a great read from them. And we'll go back to this top floor. The site we've seen Project Zero find the most success. If they can get another round victory here, they go into a level half at the end of their offensive side. A huge advantage traditionally on a map like Consulate.
This has been the site though, Whippet. This has been the problem for Twisted Minds. And the lineup, Whippet, it's barely changed again. The only real difference that I'm seeing is the F-Nats from Jalad as he tries to find something to give them some success. What have Project Zero been doing? They've been faking pressure on one side and flipping to the other. If I'm Twisted Minds, at some point you got to think to yourself, this is what they're doing. So if we get early pressure on one side, don't bring multiple resources over. Stay in the middle ground because be prepared for the flank on the other side. And I think that we'll see that adjustment made by Twisted Minds. But it looks very similar again. Actually, I'm seeing the Rora. I'm seeing Skeptic bring it. I think this might be a bit more of a direct. I think Project Zero want to dictate the tempo this time around.
I couldn't agree more with you here. Actually, they really want to go very aggressive from this, and I'll hop on board here with Oscar. He's going to be careful in case anyone's open up this angle, but he's going to be safe from it. He's going to use those hard breach secondary utilities to open up that single wall, and he's gain himself access into Printer. And that's going to be just a little bit of phantom pressure setup. But where did he decide to make this full commit with Aurora panels?
See, the other option with it, and it's a little bit different, is you could go through that main breach, or you could potentially cut off the baguette door and go a little bit more direct as well. As of right now, though, all signs push for that CO tech from that side, right? You've completely cut off the flank with the gridlock. You've brought the shield. You're setting everything up. You're droning. You know there's a Tachanka. You know that there's a Goyo. So you've got to deal with those canisters and those flames if you want to make something happen. I think that... Here's the thing. A rush does not necessarily mean you push in the first 10 seconds. It means once the go signal is there, you go. And there's the first phase of it, dropping in that yellow hatch, but the smoke will slow them down.
Candella's lobbed in from the window, and this might be the go button that they need. Grumpy's not found use of those Aurora panels yet, nor will he get his gun in this fight as P9 shuts him down. And the pressure from bathroom is going to be oh so important. Actually, one of those panels have been deployed, and they're going to lock P9 in that bathroom. They're going to try and contest him and hold him, and that's going to be the labyrinth set up by those Zanari panels, all out by admin. He'll creep, he'll crawl, and he'll try and get himself out, but unfortunately, Aurora panels be like that sometimes, and he's stuck in there now. Oh, finally gets opened up, and they're going to try and vault in the nade. It's going to be perfect to find some damage, but not enough to get that kill. He'll dance, he'll dive, he'll duck, he'll turn, and the gas canister eventually gets thrown out to buy him some time.
But he doesn't use the smoke as the cover that he needs to fall out, but he eventually will vault on through, but the Blackbeard will step across. Another one of those smoke canisters has it been deployed, and they're starting to run out of utility, but 40 seconds means they don't actually need all that much. Another stun as Flexi tanks the damage, but Hisham steps up from the desk and finds one. Looking for that fourth round. Another gridlock thrown into that connector whippet to cut off another spot, but we're seeing impacts and shots just slowing down everything. This is so good from Twisted Minds to hold them back.
This F-Naut's just choking out the play. Project Zero cannot do anything against it. It's so deep, they cannot even clear it. Uport does find one. P9's going to fall from it, but he's blinded by another F-Naut. But too close and personal. Sean will get that trade. It's going to be Skeptic who falls. The trades are flowing, but it will be down the Upor alone. And well, you want a perfect example of why Fenrir is strong on maps like Consulate. Take notes. Blinded by those F-Nauts. Nothing they could do. Choked out by fear, and they are going to lose that round and have a 4-2 split on their offensive side. Project Zero will now move to the defense that are traditionally more favorable here on Consulate.
They've got 4 rounds in the bank as well, though, to Twisted Minds, so that's going to help them a lot. They know how close they are to securing that third map. Project Zero, on the other hand, now the fight begins. You win this opening round on defense, you close it to 1 round, then you know we're in for a brawl until the end. But whip it. The one thing that I'm a little disappointed in, Project Zero found success attacking that site by pressuring one side and pushing from the other. That time, it was completely linear, and you played perfectly into what Twisted Minds done. In fact, I would argue the change to bringing the Fenrir had a huge impact on winning that round as well. You saw the F-Nats popping off, blinding those attackers, and the defenders able to capitalize and pick up kills. So Twisted Minds, they deserve credit. Whip it. That's just the first half. This now is where the fun really begins. The sides have swapped. We're in the second half of this match. Will we see Project Zero claw it back, or are Twisted Minds going to get the 3 rounds they need to get us to the third map?
Just imagine the scenes if we go all 3 maps here, of course. If you're just joining us, this is our second map of our grand final here. Map 3, if we do need it, will be Clubhouse. A map that Twisted Minds have already played today, where they beat Virtus Pro and sending them home from our lower bracket and ending their hopes of the 6th Invitational 2026. Project Zero on the defensive side. This is the real question I have to ask from them. We have seen sometimes this map be very aggressive on the offense, where teams are beginning to figure out how to effectively deal with it. Can Project Zero use all of the strong points of this map to hold on to critical map control to slow down Twisted Minds? Think about that vending corridor outside of admin. Even think about the Denaris that you can set up on that panel just to stop that easy entryway. Will they utilize those kind of to slow this down? And where will Twisted Minds want to commit the main force of their push?
I feel like they're setting up for that secret attack whip, but you look at what they're doing, you look at where they've brought the case. They want to move in from this side, not serious, but they want to push in from this side, the office side, and over. And nice, that's okay, that's fine. There's no Denari, so it makes that push a little bit more difficult, or a little bit easier, I suppose, because you don't have to worry about being slowed down by those tripwires. But I think it also plays in a little bit to the defenders. Like, if you can control that bending corridor, if you can control anything that way, you're in a good spot. I always say it. That bending corridor on this attack is the battleground. It is the most important line of sight in the map, and the Kiba is perfect to allow that Azami to dip into cover.
Gear barricades just soaking up time. Going to toss them out periodically as they begin to spawn in. And just going to hold best they can. It'll be difficult, of course, as Trix is going to hop on the drone and just find out as much information as possible. And Twisted Minds, well, they're in the building, but they're not going to be in a great position, as Project Zero haven't given them an opening pick yet.
And that's okay. If you're a PZ fan, that's exactly what you want to happen. Those Surya gates are a problem as of right now. They're going to force utility to burn them, and you know, you look at it, do you really want to use Capital Firebolts? You've got a couple of flash grenades and smokes, what I think is the more likely use that you want to use to clear them. But you can just see Capital not too far away, playing tucked in the corner. On this side is Groovy, and he will elect to swing at some point. That's one thing is inevitable. Groovy will always swing whenever he thinks the time is right. And I think that Capital needs to focus on that door.
Good damage done towards guards, huge investment, and just going to be massive for Project Zero if they can hold the line. Flexi swings out wide, finds one. Wave goodbye to Capital. Job's going to get caught out by Oscar 2. The go button's been hit, and it's going to be all in favor for Project Zero, but they'll eventually begin to taper away. They cannot sustain these losses. Jalad's going to be next to go. Upor gets that. Finally a trade. P9's going to get one, but he's going to be all alone now as guard stands up tall. He collects Upor, but 3 more to find. With 30 seconds, Gibson. There's no way he gets himself back in this one. Project Zero played a perfect example of sit still, hold your ground, hold your nerve, and let the map do the talking. It's not over yet, but he's got no easy way in, and choked up with the flames. That Shamika launcher won't make things easy as the BP stares him down too.
Yeah, I think the Samika launcher is the real problem. You're going to rotate down. I think this is just a save. This is just talk. You know, one of those little timeouts that you can have to focus on what you're going to do in your next attack. But you called it. They pushed the go button. But unfortunately for them, the button wasn't plugged in. You hit a button that wasn't going to do anything, and Project Zero won the round. And I think that the problem was Twisted Minds was a completely linear attack. Everything was coming from the same side, and it just made it easy for Project Zero to fixate on, as I said, that corridor, which is so important on the top floor if you're pushing across.
Oh, Twisted Minds, this is where I worry for this team. Because we think about Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro made mistakes and let them into the game with those opening picks that they found time and time again. Project Zero, a team that I expected to be able to just throw the gloves off and go boxing with them, and decided, nah, we're going to show how we're a little bit better than you might expect from us. We can play beyond our years. We might be a young roster, we might be fairly new to some of you guys watching, but they're showing their class of a side. Tier 2, not to be taken lightly, here inside of our LCQs for the EML. Now, with one round separating these sides from parity, Twisted Minds, how do they have to play this to keep their advantage, Gibson? What's their main game plan going to be as we see some interesting repicks as Sham opts to take the Aurora this time?
Oh, I think they're doing the right thing. Bring the Solace once more. Play above. Make Twisted Minds clear the map. You cannot plant on this building if you don't control piano display when there's a Solace in play. So Upor is the key to victory. Look at the extensive roam as well. Grubby on the roam. Oscar's on the roam. Upor the same. They want to make this really difficult for the side. And I feel like we're seeing 3 members of Twisted Minds stacking up over by Secret, as they want to get that wall open at least. Give them something to think about. But Flexi, he hears the noise by the window. There's a drone that's gone past him. I think that it's spotted him as well with it, but he can feed so much information. And Groovy's going to trick as well. This is even better. He's in position to stall that even more.
Choking out time, but unfortunately Flexi gonna wander into a freebie. He gets caught out, the trade's gonna be there though. Upor finds it. Oh my, the kill feed floods in blue. One trade-off happens from P9 to get Upor, but advantage flurries out to be all in favor of Project Zero. 3 versus 2. And well, P9 will creep his way down the server. His teammate Asham feels to be many leagues away, super far away, also away on that top floor. Not a lot he can do to assist right now. Those Aurora panels, no good. He'll drop in, mask that drop with the sound of his DMR as it billows across this. The site is on, the case is cold, so a little bit of a recovery job here for Twisted Minds.
1c4 in the pocket of Oscar as well, so even if you do get within plant range, he can throw one of those without putting himself at risk. Yellow ping, he realized somebody was pushing down spiral stairs, but you can see everyone has fallen back. Somebody inside coffee now. That is P9 trying to work his way across from that secret side. Oscar, his job is hold the side, because Whippet, they know now there's only 3 places these 2 players can come from. Yellow stairs, spiral stairs, or the horizontal side. So 2 defenders are watching both the sets of stairs. The other is going to float between the 2 to be that cover that it's needed. Orange silhouette, not too far away. P9 creeping up with the DMR. Warden at the ready. This is the fight that could hinge upon the entire round. Whippet. The flash grenade is thrown. Will there be a swing from pillar? Yes, there will, but P9 doesn't fall yet.
Just glancing blows at this moment. A great crossfire held to drop prone at the wrong moment. Tries to fish for a head deep in security. And every team scrapping and brawling. Grubby strings out wide, finding a second. The head gets exposed. Grubby does escape with it. Oscar swings out and finds P9. And a nail-biting conclusion of that round where Twisted Minds were never out of this fight. Brings us back to parity. 4-4 after 8 rounds of play. Project Zero all the way back. It's a level playing field on their defense half.
Now the game begins, but this is the point now that this map really starts. Round 9, 4 rounds apiece. We are in the depths now of the second map. Will Project Zero secure their spot in Paris in a few weeks' time? Or will we at least have one more map? Will we see Clubhouse, if I'm not wrong, as that final map to separate these 2 great tier 2 teams? And Whippet, we said all time long the Twisted Minds are a tier 1 team cosplaying in tier 2. I think Project Zero have proven they're the exact same on the other side of the coin. Display piano, the site of choice. Whippet. This was a site that was won dominantly by Twisted Minds when they were defending it. Can Project Zero do the same? Will they hold the top floor? Will Twisted Minds delay and stall too long on the basement like we saw Project Zero do?
I'm worried about that stall out. That's going to be the real problem for Twisted Minds because Project Zero are super good at controlling the map on this larger scale approach. You know, they take a strategic way of holding it. They think about the biggest picture possible. How can you make this a difficult map to walk into? Look at the map choices or the operator choices that they've brought out for it. They have Grubby, and the big one is going to be those cameras. He has so much influence, so much information, and he can really kind of see where this pressure initially will arrive. Twisted Minds have brought out Jalad on the shield this time, and that's been such a key part of the DNA of this roster. Have someone on a shield. Normally it's guards, but they want to have that Capital out for that big utility of 2 fire darts and those smokes to work with, and they're using that shield perfectly. Dive in the Visa, get that control, get that info. And Skeptic might find a freebie here if he swings out wide. Drones do see him, and he does escape just in time.
Yeah, that was a big opportunity that was there, but he isn't going to get the kill. Jalad is already in there with the shield as well, but that door being barricaded is going to feed so much information to those defenders that have fallen a little further back. Remember, they are defending inside of Piano, inside of Expo, and they want the horizontal push. That gives them all the advantage that they need from above. But here could be an opportunity, but that Monte shield is just too tall, and Flexi not able to hit the shots with it, but reveals his position, which could be even more important.
Damage on the Groovy to the wall. C4 does not connect to find its mark, and he's going to find significant pressure in Visa's side. DMR cracks open an angle, just lurking by spiral stairs, and well, Grubby needs to be very, very careful here. He's caught out by multiple angles. The drones will likely start swarming around his ankles. 3 red silhouettes from Twisted Minds lurk by the bottom of Visa stairs, or spiral stairs. Skeptic will find some damage, source that yet unknown. A very tense few moments as the chase begins upstairs. Diving up spiral stairs, Jalad will spot one. And well, the crossfire cover might be there from long desk. P9 does get the opening, and the cover needs to be perfect. Does he know? Shut down by Jalad, and a perfect opening for Twisted Minds. Project Zero, tails between their legs. They gotta run.
They needed that. They really did. Oscar now is focused on the other side because he realizes that he is all alone on this top floor. P9 with another. It's a 2 versus 5. It could even be flawless if things keep going this way, but Oscar will make sure that's not the case. Finds himself one, but there's a player holding the cutoff. The player gets the kill. Guards knew exactly where he was coming from, and it leaves it all down to the capable hands of U4 in a 1 versus 4. But Trext is holding the other cutoff. Whip it. They got control of above. above. They held the cutoffs, and Twisted Minds get another attacking round, and they get into the lead.
Twisted Mind played a perfect, tactical, chess-like round of Siege. They played into every weakness that Project Zero's defense allowed them to have. And the great pickup was going to be that shield. Now expect Project Zero to ban that right now. And that's exactly what they do. They do not want guards or Jalad on that shield because it's so much free space, free information, and free pressure that they do not want to absorb in the high-pressure rounds that are now having to go. Twisted Minds retake the lead here on Consulate, and we might creep closer, Gibson, to a complete flip. Teams taking each other's maps. What a story that would be. We get ready for round number 10.
Round 10. One more round for Project Zero. Will guarantee every round in regulation, or with Twisted Minds, if they take it, they will get 2 map points. Remember, Project Zero are playing to get closer to match point. Twisted Minds just for map. It's a best of 3, and Project Zero currently have the map advantage. We are going to the top floor. Tachanka is in play. Groovy will use the bandit, trying to keep that breach open, because we saw Project Zero get a lot of success. Because if you open that breach, it means that a player cannot play in that box with a C4 to counter the office take plant. So there's a reason why you're seeing Groovy play in and around this section of the map. The round begins, the attacking lineup is set, and whip it. We're seeing guards back on a shield where he's comfortable. We're seeing Hasham bringing out the glass this time around as well, and just count 4 smoke grenades at the ready to assist that glass. And I have a feeling we might even see Hasham push into that box and try get some kills from that side with some help from some smokes.
They got 2 options with this glass, and we've seen Twisted Minds do it again. He can get aggressive and walk in the site through the smokes. We've seen them do it previously against Virtus Pro. Or will they do a classic smoke in the midst of chaos and plant with glass on the cover? They have all these options, and that's what I like from this lineup. It looks like they can go super aggressive, but they do leave the door open to that slower plant-based style of play. They'll make their entry way towards single wall on yellow. They'll crack this open, giving some easy access for guards to dive in with his shield if they need it. And they'll just posture themselves up on the rooftop and begin to gather key information. Utility-wise, looking from this, 2 bulletproof cameras getting brought up from Project Zero, and a lonesome C4 already sent out by Groovy, and does not find its mark. And oh, with a shotgun on a window, sends him to the Shadow Realm. Opening pick for Twisted Minds.
The double there, he stops the C4 from going off, and there's a shotgun kill to boot. 5 versus 4, opening blood drawn, the bandit falls, no more tricking on the breach. And Groovy, who's going 7-7, having quite an effective game, now getting an advantage. The Samika launcher will start sending those flames over towards top yellow, but the smoke is thrown. Check out bathroom, move in towards connector. Tachanka spots the glass, stepping on up, but this could be huge. A spray from a shotgun though. Jalad will get himself one. It's a 4v3, make it a 3v3 as Jalad will sprint in, sledge shotgun, but whip it. The case is cold. A minute and 14, but look at those blue silhouettes. They've all fallen back, and I think they know they've got case, but Jalad, what a headshot that was on the Flexi.
What a moment from him as Project Zero try to consolidate as much control as they can. They find themselves pinned and held down. With that case, being dropped cold and spiral gives them a lifeline. It's vital. It's few seconds, moments, fleeting ones, and a shotgun peeks out wide. Slad's gonna find one more with it. He will. Hasham gets Oscar with it, and more importantly, Gibson for the side of Twisted Minds. This is now a map point situation.
But how good was that change though as well? Bringing the shotgun with Sledge. Once you clear the desk and you've got control of that connector, you can get in with that shotgun close and personal and cause so much problems for any defenders trying to retake. You get the round, now you've got map point. Twisted Minds, will they take us to a 3rd map, or can Project Zero win 2 rounds on defense back to back to force overtime? One thing is for sure, I bet the nerves are starting to ramp up just a little bit for Project Zero, because Twisted Minds whip it. We've said it. They have been at Invitationals. They've been at majors under a different flag, of course, under the Falcons name. To them, this is normal. Project Zero, not something most of this roster are used to.
Well, Gibson, a phrase you often like to say, pressure is for tires, and Project Zero, they're not made of rubber. So can they find a way from this one? They are only 2 rounds down, and the funny thing is, they're not too far off in these rounds. The big thing is they have to be careful on those cutoffs. We saw Twisted Minds play that perfectly, finding a huge pick on the Groovy early, and they cannot let those mistakes begin to build up. They've been a little bit more sloppy here on Consulate, and they need to begin to tighten things up because they are now forced to be flawless. There's no way back into this unless you lock in, sit tight, and hold on.
And I'm telling you, be ready, because this round right here is what Twisted Minds are made for. They've got the advantage. They've got 2 map points at a bare minimum. They're going to overtime. So they've done essentially what they need to up to this point. Now, focus on getting the job done. Drone everything out. Let's not forget the skip steps. Twisted Minds know that they get advantage when they can find isolated players and just use the fact that they know mechanically they are more gifted than most players out there. So drone, clear. And we've got another thing. I love using Hibana to clear the castle barricades. It turns this maze into an open plan living room, and that works a lot better for the attackers than the defenders. Oh
It's a
my.
labyrinth. However, Uport knows his way around the maze, and he shuts down Jalad, peeks out wide with the SFG-11 and finds an opening pick. And that's going to be Hibana gone. Limited X-Virus pellets already used, and Groovy will strike down one more. The Lion Scan only lets out one singular quiet roar before it's taken to the grave. We have just over a minute 30 standing, 3 bodies still up for Twisted Minds, and while lots of control across the map still held from the side of Project Zero, one player deep in the roam will be Oscar, and he'll find resistance on the base of Yellow Stairs.
Get out of there, get gone, take your C4 and get yourself into a position as all 5 defenders, start moving to more defensible positions. You know you've got the advantage, and you know there's choke points that you can hold. I'm not sure if the main breach is open. I didn't quite see at this point, but even have a look. P9 back on his fishing, trying to hope to catch a defender on their own, but I don't like Twisted Minds odds. But I really like the fact that Project Zero, when the pressure is at its highest, have stayed calm, and now they've all fallen back. Good call. Don't be over-aggressive. 55 seconds now for these 3 Twisted Minds attackers to try find something, anything that gives them a chance to win the round.
Bricks will chip away through his floorboard with that skeleton key. He'll look to try and pick this lock of a defensive setup, but nothing is being presented at this moment. Project Zero, read in. They know the stakes. They cannot make mistakes. But at this point, with that breach still closed, they can try and dive on in. With no vertical pressure, these smokes are going to be perfect. And an aggressive push from the Deimos. Guards will fall, but the Deimos gets 1. Make it 2! Twisted Minds are not out of this fight yet. The revive won't go off, and P9 finds himself 3. Oscar finally shuts it down. By the time he does it, it's all down to 1 standing Tricks. Can Oscar and Grubby find a way to shut this one down? I think they can. He'll dance, he'll twist, he'll turn, he'll try and dive his way out by Yellow Pillar, but there's surely nothing he can do. The gauntlet stands tall. Oscar shuts him down. Project Zero take round 11, meaning Gibson, we need every single round of regulation, and Project Zero use this moment to call the timeout.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Whippet, and Twisted Minds for a moment made me believe, but I think that down onto the player on Pillar was the telling blow. Twisted Minds stalled on out, and then the player dropped into pits, and Project Zero, they managed to close the round out from there. But have a look at those stat lines up at P9, Jalad, 25 kills between the two of them. Things looking a little bit more balanced on the side of Project Zero, but this time out, this is where we spoke about it. We talked about the up-and-coming coach that they have, David. He coached in North America, SSG Academy. But when he was there, he essentially had the ear of Callout. Callout was there to guide him. Anytime he had questions, Callout would answer. And as believers in Callout, as you and I are, I think he's going to need to use every bit of experience he garnered from playing on that team to calm the team down one more round, to force it to overtime, to give yourselves a chance to qualify for SI.
A moment like this is super important to get your players calm and composed. They need to forget about the stakes. They need to forget about everything else and focus on the next 3 minutes of their lives. It is overtime on the line here for them, and it's about risk mitigation and limiting mistakes at possible. We go upstairs to the top floor in a classic combination. Goyo Tachanka brought out from the side of Project Zero. Their goal, their objective is to sink and eat every single second available from Twisted Minds and force them into these high pressure moments. But Gibson, My eyes immediately dawn towards Hisham on that Nook. If he is given a chance to break the front line of Project Zero, this could be a disaster from them and send us straight to Clubhouse.
The question is, though, where does that Nook decide to reveal from? Do you push up the Visa stairs? Do you sneak up Spiral? Is it a case of trying to grab something up yellow? One thing is for sure, Project Zero know that the trick that was pulled by Twisted Minds the previous time they attacked here won't be done twice. There's not going to be another glass. There's not going to be another sledge shotgun. So that means that you can do the same defense because you know you're not going to face the same obstacle. But as you said, watch that silhouette of Hisham. But even more importantly, keep an eye on guards with that shield. Where is he going to push from? Is he going to break down a wall and work his way in? Or is it going to be information gathering? Because we have seen guards do both. Historically, guards plays passive on the shield until the end of the round, and then he becomes a fragger. And I think that he could be a real problem as we get deeper into this game for the side of Project Zero.
The main goal of guards right now is to play adverse or risk to keep that shield at as much HP as possible towards those final few moments. Realizing that you're much more vulnerable in this build of the game than previous, you have to be extra careful. Now, time, still lots to work with in this round, and right now from Twisted Minds, they're mostly postured up on windows, holding crossfires, and setting up their information game to figure out where they can make that initial entryway. They're droning out towards Coffin, towards CO, and inside of admin, and they have a fair information they can try and dive in. The main front line from Project Zero will likely be that vending hallway, and Hisham, the Nook, tantalizingly close to Oscar. Does he know?
It's the front line. That is the drawing point of this defense that you see Project Zero trying to play. Everyone else, though, currently on repels. You see those silhouettes. Hisham, we spoke about where he's going to sneak from. Whip it. He's top Spiral already. He is found a blind spot. And his job now is to capture the Goyo, right? You look at Oscar's position. He's not behind long desk. The whole point now of Hisham is the second that you try to clear this position, you're there to pick up the pieces. I love where Hisham has placed himself in. There's the flames. That's the first phase now. That's the first step of moving this horizontal attack. But while all that's going on, do you see those two orange silhouettes? That pressure from the other side? But Oscar crossed.
Nook misses the opportunity, and Hisham's now going to be completely vulnerable to it. They still don't know he's there, and he's not going to reveal the position just yet. The Goyo counter is burned away by bottom or by top yellow, and begin to choke this play out. Hisham, locked out by that Saria gate, has to show his hand eventually. He's got a DMR to work with, but he's right now up against a very patient Project Zero. And while Oscar looks the wrong way after a few moments of waiting, this begins to build up to a crescendo. 20 seconds remain, and here comes Hisham, finding one, but the train is there, and everything lights up for Project Zero. Twisted Minds need to find a hero, find a moment, but burning away in the flames. Groovy will get that credit towards P9, leaving us with embers of this round. Twisted Minds need a hero, but no one will answer the call as G-Port shuts down Trix Gibson. We are going to overtime.
And I wouldn't have it any other way with it. All rounds. Give us all 15 now. Project Zero, they had to withstand 2 map points, and they did it. They brought it to overtime, and now they are going to see themselves starting on defense as well, Whippet. That is going to be such a boon for them. For Twisted Minds, you gotta win an attack. That's what needs to happen. Project Zero, win this round, lose the next. You've still got a defense to get it over the line. Twisted Minds know they need an attack. They take the time out now because this is where they cook. This is where mad skills, as we said, a player who has played on the main stage, he is subbed and Whippet. He was always a coach for this core, but he had to play sometimes, and he always showed up when he played. But he is going to have
Classic.
The Gas Pro Classic, but he is going to have to get these players playing to his tune if they want to get over the line. Do or die now for Twisted Minds.
This is where every single moment you've worked for really sets in, and this is maybe, Gibson, where I'm going to start saying Twisted Minds have already played 2 maps at this stage. They have had a long day in question and a long weekend so far. This is the culmination of 2 days of active play. They've already played 1 map. Do they have the legs to hold on? Now we've made it to overtime. Project Zero, the fresher of the 2 teams. Can they find a way to get across the line here on Consulate overtime? Ready for this one. 3 rounds to decide. Does Project Zero make their trip to Paris? Or do we need one final battleground of Clubhouse? to punch that final EML ticket. Gibson, we go upstairs yet again.
This is it. And but you said this is the project of 3 days. No, this is the project of 12 months. This is a year of planning for Twisted Minds. SEL, 3 stages, champions of your tier 2 tournament for Project Zero. It's been a case of players who, dare I say, they were misfits. They were not wanted in other homes, but they've come here to Project Zero and they've rediscovered the form that they once showed. But Project Zero have the advantage. They've got the cards. They start on defense and they go back to the site that they just clutched overtime on and whip it. I'm not seeing any difference in this lineup whatsoever, but I'm looking at the other side. We're seeing the glass be brought once more, so little wrinkles on the side of Twisted Minds as they try to tap into some success because they need to win at least one attack.
All it takes is one attack to flip this all in their favor and get us one step closer to that third map. Gibson, we have been held off. We've not been given a third map all weekend long, but this might be the closest that we find ourselves in. C4 is ready from Groovy. Here the player lurking on the rappel, so tantalizingly close, and for the first time, Project Zero commit themselves deep in the break room to deny an easy entryway. A huge moment for them, as Twisted Minds haven't dealt with this just yet, and these C4s, rehearsed and practiced, could be critical in the opening moments of this round.
And surely Twisted Minds know about them as well. If you see that office is clear and all of that wall is completely reinforced, there has to be a C4. You've got to sniff it out. You either bait it out, or you shoot it whenever it's thrown over that ridgeline. Either way, you're asking a lot. Glaz gets on that printer window, trying to force a peek, trying to get that kill that leaves the bandit that little bit more vulnerable, as Groby, like he did the previous time, will play on this door. This little cubby that allows him to peek deep towards that small office. Whip it. You're holding the cutoffs. They're going to open up the wall now, and I think that we've seen a full give up. So the C4 didn't work. He's fallen back. You've given up the spot, but you've wasted a minute and a half.
That's all they want to do. They want to waste as much time as possible. This is not a primary section of the hold. They want to invite that pressure in later on towards that vending hallway, and that's when they can begin to soak up that time. You gotta remember, they of course have Oscar on the Goyo, as well as the Tashanka with those Shamika launchers. 15 incendiary, because 20 incendiary bullets that you can sit and burn that time with. So for Project Zero, they are content right now to sit still and bait that pressure in. They got one on this main door, straight in the projector. That could be huge for them if popped, and the beginning of the Shamika launchers is there. That first death mark goes out, and Grubby has to retreat deep towards site.
Yeah, run away. The Deimos is tracking you from below, and the more work he puts in below, the more difficult it makes for everybody else. But that's all the defenders that become at risk from those opened up floors. C4 tossed off into the ether, but will not find anyone. But Oscar will find the head of guards. 5 versus 4. Impacts his way from one window to another, getting slippery with it. Glaz walks in, finds Upor, gets the second. Oscar completely caught unawares. Trix will get another. It's a double on the round. Jalad is down. It's a 3v2. 18 seconds to go. They've got the cover. They can go for the plant. The push comes to shove. Groovy will fall. It's all down to Skeptic and the Sumika. He peeks his way on over. He sprays it. He's shut down. And Twisted Minds win the attacking round that they needed. And they go to take an advantage onto the defense.
What a moment this is with Twisted Minds. They've struggled to find decent control, but it all comes down to this now. Can Project Zero keep themselves alive for a chance of a swift 2-0 victory and a ticket to SI? One offensive round away for Twisted Minds. Hold fast. Hold your defensive lines, and you gotta hope that Project Zero cannot get across this line. Gibson, what a series this has been, and Clubhouse seems tantalizingly close at this stage. For Project Zero, they want to get this done right now. They don't want to risk a third map. That would be catastrophic for them. They had all the momentum rolling into this after a very dominant opening game on Nighthaven Labs. They want to keep the pressure going, but right now, they're up against the ropes. They're covering up deep, and the referee is looking close for a stoppage.
I beg that the person who wrote this script has given us a Project Zero attacking round now to completely neutralize the good work that Twisted Minds just did. And even if Twisted Minds lose this round, the credit that first round win gives them means that they will at least have one more in reserve. They go to, what's this whip at their third match point, and they've guaranteed at least 4 match points to get over the line. This, if the Twisted Minds don't get over the line, this will be a very tough pill to swallow. Top floor once more. Look at the lineup that's being brought on the side of Project Zero. Groovy will need to clear any utility. Barbed wire. Flexi and Groovy combined. I'm looking at getting rid of the Goyo canisters, getting rid of the F-Nats that are on the wall. Even more importantly, but I'm going to say it. Try clear those trip mines that the Denari put down as well. Make the defenders think that there's the possibility you could push from either side, because that's where Project Zero gets success on this site.
I love this lineup from Twisted Minds. We've seen it time and time again, but the big thing is going to be Jalad on that Fenrir. Previously, on this same site, we saw how effective it was, and the clearing these F-Nats is going to be #1 priority. That completely choked out a Yellow Stairs push previously, and they do not want to have that same fate repeated. They'll take their time, get their information, and you mentioned they do have the tools to deal with it, with both Rotero drones getting brought out from Grubby, as well as Flexi with those Twitch drones. But he'll commit them out towards admin, so likely wants to burn away those Denari trip mines.
Yeah, keep an eye now at the drone work that's being done by the side of Project Zero if you're viewing at home. Watch what they know, what they don't know, where the blind spots could be, because all these things determine everything that happens in and around for the attacking side. The Denari can't deal with that drone at the first time of asking, and now that's just a nuisance. Oscar gets the opening kill as Hasham will fall, and now all of a sudden things looking a little bit better. They've got control inside of office, but those Denaris, as I said, are a nuisance for the side. Clear the desk now. Another position becomes untenable, and Groovy will actually get a kill with the Rotero as that one will pop on off, and he gets to even more work. Project Zero, but this is the perfect clapback.
This is the start they needed for this round. Unfortunately, the shock drone does get caught out, so they cannot clear these Denari gadgets, and they have to do this the long way around. There is still 2 toxic canisters in the back pocket of P9 with 1 freshly deployed, and this is a problem for this side. They can soak out as much time as possible, and I think Twisted Minds are going to be content even though they're 2 players down. They just need 1 pick to go their way. They have the crossfires held inside a vending machine on an aggressive push. The death mark is going to be perfect, and the player down below needs to win his 1. This is the most important pick for Viewport's career, it seems, and he misses the moment. Trix finds 1, but the trade is there from Flexi. Advantage with Project Zero. Can they finish this fight and go all 15 rounds as Trix is wounded? Gibson, can they get it done?
40 seconds to go now. There's still 2 attackers up there, 2 defenders up though, and when you've got 2 players up, there's still a chance. P9 tucks himself back inside vending as the wall of attackers move towards that default plant. Skeptic with the case in his hand. Is he going to go blind? He walks past. Is this an iconic moment? It could be an iconic moment. He gets to P9 with a shotgun at the ready. Full information. Traps them into position. Twisted Minds trying to force the 3rd map as he dips into cover. Flexi down. Oscar falls. And Twisted Minds get it done.
Patience is a virtue, and sitting in a corner deep, reminiscent of iconic all those moons ago, will force us to the map where that happened all those moons ago. It is time for a 3rd map to see what team will take our final ticket to the Invitational. Gibson, what a matchup that was. And for Twisted Minds, they will brush the sweat off their brow and say, we saved that one a bit.
Forget about best of 3s. It is simply straight on up a best of 1 brawl on Consulate to determine who from Europe will be attending the 6th Invitational in Paris in a few weeks. We're going to catch a quick break. Let us get our breath. Let the players get ready. When we come back, we're going to get ready for the biggest match of the year and potentially careers of some of these players. We'll be back in a few minutes.
What a comeback and what a jaw-dropping way to end this game here. P9 being an absolute lifeline for Twisted Minds as he keeps them in the competition for that ticket to SI. Consulate go in the favor of Twisted Minds. Both teams taking each other's map picks. And we're going to be honest with you, it pushed into overtime. There were some really good back and forths, a lot of refragging inside of this matchup as well, but the fact that Twisted Minds have come out here victorious with it, they must be thanking their lucky stars.
They must be, and I tell you what, they must be thanking P9 for what he's just pulled off there. History tends to repeat itself, and well, we've seen it. New call-out unlocked, and what a play that was, and you gotta think his heart is beating out of his chest. And for Decider Project Zero, this is now a very dangerous position. You had such an advantage. This was your map that you've been so dominant on all Tier 2 season long, and you've lost it. You've reset the bracket, and it all comes down to a best of one on Clubhouse now. Everything swings in a balance, and both teams are going to be very cagey going into this next map.
Yeah, but that was so good for Twisted Minds as well. That round was lost. It was a 2 versus 4, and they were hoping that any presence at all from the defenders on the side would be benign. But unfortunately for them, it was P9, and he was a problem. He was invasive, and with I can't get over, like, I cannot get over the patience, the decision making to make that cross. Like, all these replays, I just want to see that last one. I need to see it again.
Incredible stuff coming out here, though. We're going to see that clutch again momentarily. P9 putting up numbers throughout this whole match as well, or throughout this whole map at least, putting it down to 20 at the final end here. We're going to see that round very soon, though. Being pushed into overtime is already a bit of a lifeline, I guess, for Project Zero. And there it is, that moment here with that shotgun. And then I think what I've seen Twisted Minds doing a lot as well, it's been really helping them in the situation, is, of course, we need to keep in mind, these players are playing with a rather high ping, right? It's been helping them out so much. Everybody knows when you play on a higher ping server, if you play with your friends from a different continent, for example, it works if you swing. You cannot allow yourself to sit in a corner because you will be pushed by somebody on less ping. You will not be able to see them. And what I see Twisted Minds do is take use of that advantage. They swing, they push you. Project Zero are reading into that as well. We talked about this in map 1, Gibson. They wait. They take the patience sometimes to make sure that Twisted Minds has to take that initiative and has to make them wait and stall more time. But in this one, though, I don't know how many words I have to describe this matchup. The fact that it goes down to the final map. We wanted to see this, Gibson, and I'm glad we get to see it as well.
Yeah, and you don't want the 2-0 in the best of 3 that's going to decide which team goes to SI. You need a third map. And I'm going to even say it out there. We need overtime in the third map. We need the stakes to be as high as they're going to get. I think for Project Zero, there's going to be a lot of disappointment. Like, they went the Consulate with the advantage, but at the end of the day, all they've done is lose the opposition's map pick. Is that really that much of a deal? Not really. They know now it's a best of one. The mindset changes entirely. It's a winner takes all. And I'll tell you what, Project Zero, they're going to have to lock in quickly because Twisted Minds, the momentum they have just garnered themselves, they're going to be feeling like nothing can stop them now.
You also got to imagine that Twisted Minds played this map earlier today, so when they go to Clubhouse, Project Zero, if they were doing their due diligence and watching the game, they will have a fair idea to what the intentions of this side will be. Of course, there will be counterplay. Twisted Minds would have expected Project Zero today, but you got to think that's a factor from it. But what a matchup this is, and a complete sweep of our best of 3, 1 map and 1 ticket to SI.
It's crazy stuff. I mean, both of these teams have played a lot of Clubhouse, actually. If you look through the LCQ and the playoff bracket, they've played Clubhouse both against Virtus Pro, actually. Project Zero just, losing one more round than what Twisted Minds have been able to do earlier today. But a lot of practice we've seen on this map. I feel like that would give a lot of information. And we know that Clubhouse is a very default match as well. We were asking for the side of Project Zero to lock in and to really find out what they need to do during this break. In your opinion, Whipple, what do they need to do to make sure they regain that momentum and maybe even regain that mental going into the final one?
My first thought about this is slow down the entry game, especially on their defensive side. What did Virtus Pro struggle with? The fact they could never get that first pick. Twisted Minds are so confident here on this map of Clubhouse that they need to play into that and realize that Twisted Minds, they're going to take space, take it aggressively. We've seen it so far in this matchup, but a shield ban, very important for Project Zero to take away. And I don't know, Blitz and Monty, both effective in the hands of guards and Jalad so far, so kind of pick your poison deal for them.
And it's not going to be the same game that we saw for either of these teams the last time they played on Clubhouse. Like, it's not VP that you're playing against. It's a completely different style now. So you know, if you're Project Zero, what to expect. But if you're Twisted Minds as well, you know that there's not going to be a player floating around inside strip club like always. You know, there's little things that you need to worry about now that'll be a little bit different. But I think this is perfect because Whippet and I have said this for a long time. So when Oregon left the pool, Clubhouse became the map that tests your basics. You have to be able to win Clubhouse if you want to win championships. It's as simple as that. And we're going there to decide who goes to the biggest championship of them all.
It's the most default one, but I love it as well, though. And I find it funny how you mentioned it's a completely different game that Twisted Minds will have to play. The play styles of their opponents being so far apart of each other with this one. I agree on the entries as well. I feel like it's been a really big part. We've seen Twisted Minds play with so many shields as well going into this one. On the side of Project Zero, I feel like their reflex, when they do get them, they put themselves in such a good advantage and such a good spot to be winning out these rounds here. Going back to our predictions, because the game should almost be ready to go into the final map. Whippet, you said Project Zero at the beginning. Do you still feel like they have a chance?
At this point, I've got to stick to my guns. I trust the boys get it done. It won't be easy. I think another overtime's in our schedule, but I think they get it done.
I'm gonna stick with it. I said Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds, I think they've got the momentum now. Nothing is going to kill their vibe right now. Even if Project Zero win the opening 2 rounds, they're still going to feel untouchable. I think Twisted Minds make it to SI, and if they make it to SI, they're a team that I think a lot of teams won't want to be in their group at all.
Okay, and then to go in a bit more detail, Gibson, if you pick Twisted Minds, one player in particular that needs to put up their best performance going into this final map.
I think when they go well, it's guards, right? When he gets on the shields, he is the player. Like, you look, well, Jalad doesn't play well. It's okay. Hasham picks up. If P9 isn't playing well, you see a little bit of pressure elsewhere. I think it comes down to guards. He is the key. His shield play, his DMR play, he's going to be so vital to success for Twisted Minds.
I think Flexi, for the side of Project Zero, he's a great player, but he's been fairly quiet. I hope he can stand up to all this map.
Well, he has to, because it's just one map that stands between these two teams and one ticket to go to the 6th Invitational. Will Project Zero or Twisted Minds take it? The final map is upon us, and it is Clubhouse.
But are we going to gather our breath? Are we going to need every bit of energy that we need to cover this game with the glory that it deserves? Project Zero and Twisted Minds and a best of 1 on Clubhouse to get to the 6th Invitational. Whether or not you've won SEL, that doesn't matter. Whether or not you've been to multiple lands and lost them, it does not matter. What matters is the here. What matters is the now. For Project Zero, this could be career-defining victory. For Twisted Minds, this could be the victory that shows we should have been in EML, we deserve to be there, and we are going to go and ruffle feathers at Invitational like we have at every other international event we've ever attended.
I know for a fact these players have one set of feathers they want to ruffle the most, of course, and that would be of their former organization, the Falcons. They want to take that glory back. They lost their EML spot to that acquisition of BDS's team all those moons ago, and what a sweet revenge story that would be if they can get across the finish line here today. Clubhouse, the map that's often a decider. You want to try a brand new player, you bring them here. You want to test a strat, you bring it here. You want to try something new, it's on Clubhouse. Every team knows it, every team can play it, but now comes down to this. Who can do the basics right? Who can keep their nerve when the pressure is the highest? And I think it's all up in the air, Gibson. I cannot wait to see both these teams lock horns as they go to the basement for our very first defensive side of Twisted Minds.
How much of a problem do you think it's going to be for Project Zero? But to start on the attack here as well, they've banned the Bandit, they've banned the Mira 2 operators that can be a nuisance to deal with, but I think that if I'm Twisted Minds and I'm starting on defense on Clubhouse, where they were so good earlier today, apart from what hero plays from Dan were the only way that we saw VP take advantage, I think I'm very happy if I'm Twisted Minds. Huge win in the previous round on defense in the last map. Now you're on defense once more. You can build that momentum so quickly.
Big question for Project Zero, are they going to be able to find themselves a good mental reset? They have to be able to shake every single cobweb away from this. It is no longer, it does not matter about your result on Nighthaven, nor does the result of the previous map matter in the slightest. It is a fresh start, and we are into our very first action phase here. Hasham stacked up with Jalad here on the Ella, just trying to hold on to this main lobby lounge area side and make this entryway difficult for Project Zero, and this is what I expect from Project Zero, or from Twisted Minds. The same defense we saw getting brought out from the side when they played Virtus Pro, and will Project Zero read into this and know what they're up against?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. We see the same castle structure, and we're seeing Flexi use his utility to clear from this position. You can use some of those ramps, but it makes that position a little bit harder for P9 to play, and realizing that the temperature increases just a little bit, I can fall back. But this is similar to what we saw earlier with Hasham deep inside a stock, and this is easy to deal with. Open up stock door right behind him, and all of a sudden you force him to drop the hatch, but that phone call will do the job for you. All of the defenders, bar one, pushing back towards side as Oscar will get the first kill of the final map.
That's a massive pick to find early. Jalad's been claimed on that roam. Yella has been silenced for now. You gotta think about this in the long term. It's a basement attack. And look at this. Oscar's got some juicy information. Trix is none the wiser. The drone lurks in a hole below him, and he's called us out to his teammates. But as he ascends and bounds his way up this rafter's beam, he might give himself some information away. P9 finds one. Grubby falls. And he's gonna be a repeat as Upor stares up the hatch and shuts down guards.
What, but you knew he was there. You had the yellow ping, so why is the player from below challenging it when you have the flank coming on the other side? Big kills for Project Zero to get themselves back in the number advantage. Players dropping back towards site. The fact that that door is barricaded as well means that there's nobody inside dirt if they elect to go for that kitchen drop. I think, yeah, right decision. Open the door, give yourself the ability to play inside a dirt. 45 seconds to go. One death mark available. Both fire darts, both smoke bolts, and you've still got the ability to get rid of any mirror windows if you're Ash. But that's the kill from Skeptic that matters. Hasham is down. 2 defenders left standing. You force Trix now into a corner, and when that Goyo banister clears off, you can walk right on and whip it. 20 seconds to go, and it looks like Project Zero have got this opening round, and they do.
Skeptic hunts down that final kill. P9, the hero of our previous, shut down in an unglorious way with that vendetta, locking him down, and Castle falls to it. Now, the big thing from Project Zero is they need to keep these offensive rounds rolling. And what a start this was. Upor turning hot at the beginning, finding 2. But that lockdown of Jalad from Oscar is huge. Twisted Minds, in our game earlier today against Virtus Pro, were masters of being slippy with a late round flank. You need to shut down these lurkers, these off-site threats as quick as possible, because Twisted Minds take full advantage if you turn your back for too long. Upstairs, gym bedroom we go, and the lineup from Twisted Minds sticks to a true tested method with guards downing the Jaeger to help shore up likely a hold deep inside of Cash.
Yeah, and that cash hold has been vital to success that we've seen from Twisted Minds. You've got P9 playing. So, like, think back to earlier today. P9 with the bravery. I was going to say a different word there, but I remembered we're on official broadcast. But with the bravery to pick that shield up with a nade at his feet and then put it back down and use it to get kills is the sort of thing that you need. The moxie, I suppose, would be a better word, that you need to win a map like Clubhouse. Full extension, as you expect. Jalad playing below as he has so much of it. But Oscar already with it has a drone inside of rafters that will let them know that that section of the map is either clear or are there danger signs from Jalad.
Always having to catch my breath again here, Gibson. It's been such a long day just to try and recover myself from it. I really want to double down on what I mentioned on the desk before we went in here. Flexi is the player that I will put my spotlight on and say, this is the man that needs to stand up a little bit taller, kind of push his shoulders back and be brave. I've seen how good he can be when he's feeling confident, and I want that side back out. And they might need it as well. You can't rely on just Upor and Oscar to be the only tip of the spear players operational at this point. Maverick getting brought out to help give them access straight in the CCTV, and Cash to Crossfire being held in the main stairs externally to help the floor, as that mentioned Flexi, and they have rafters early and a good drone network to help support it too.
And you've opened up that door as well, or that window onto the main stairs, which gives the defenders something to think about as they rotate across. So it's that seed of doubt, that phantom pressure that makes defenders double think. Now, this Hasham P9 setup, we saw it earlier today. They're both aggressively playing this position. The FNAT on the breach is really important. That is the signal to swing. But Oscar will begin to walk on in. There's still another wall that you want to deal with. You've got the yellow pings. You spot the head, and Oscar will find the opener once more. Another yellow ping. Another bit of information has been gathered on the defenders with it as Skeptic starts sending those candelas in. And Oscar will start closing the gap more. But I think he's realized, do not skip steps. Do not jump in before you clear this wall.
They were going to rotate out via Cash. That's going to be a great moment. 3 bodies stacked up deep in construction. They're all realistically relying on this Kiba barricade network to keep them safe from a long angle. They'll walk in the Cash of the shield will keep them safe in the hands of Oscar and Twisted Mind. For the very first time, really beginning to feel like they're on the back foot. They've got nothing. They're walking backwards, absorbing jabs. But can Project Zero find that big cross to break the guard here? 60 seconds remain. And Jalad, I mentioned how they can be oh so slippy. Emerges or descends to the basement. But the drone staring at Adam is ready for it.
Oh, the drone's getting there. Yeah, it's ready for it, but they scroll on up. They move up the stairs, and you start droning the next phase. The Blackbeard, he can force his way through that wall, giving you access inside of logistics. That could give you even more information. Now, there is a player playing close that's tricked with the shotgun, but another nade thrown the other way. Let's get rid of that Goyo canister. 30 seconds to go on the round. You can see that Flexy's going for a rotate weapon. He's wrapping all the way around the other side, but you called it. Jalad with the big flank. Twice now in 3 rounds. They've been caught out by somebody tucked in a corner. Skeptic the next to fall. Hisham finds that one with the flames. Jumping on in though. It's a 2v2. 10 seconds to go. Gruby with the case in his hand. Flexy holding main stairs. Gruby's going to go for the plant, but he's caught by Tricks. The case will go down. At least he'll come off it for now. 1 second to go. And just like that, Jalad will get Twisted Minds on the board as well. 1-1.
And all it takes is the smallest, the most minuscule mistake to unravel around. The drone they had staring at Adam doorway would have been enough if actively held to stop Jalad finding 2 and picking apart this offensive round from Project Zero. They followed every step, every procedure, but one moment unraveled all that hard work. Death by 1,000 paper cuts it feels, and Twisted Minds once again feeling like almost an impression of Virtus Pro have to draw from the deck of cards of clutches, and it will be Jalad's name to come up once again.
And Jalad, what a player he has been for this side. When he gets hot, he carries. When he gets cold, the other players pick up the slack. It is a tale we've seen from this player for a long time, but 1 round apiece is the perfect start to a map like Clubhouse. Down to the basement to the side. P9 will threaten the heavy roam presence with those scopos, with the shells, but you'd assume you normally see one either placed inside of strip or inside of bathroom itself as he gets into reinforcing with a little wrinkle though, this time electing not to bring the castle, not to open up the hatches and play those hatches aggressively. This time it's a bit of a different roaming approach. Will Hisham though find something as he begins to fish to start the round?
This is what PZ need to be super careful of, is now Twisted Minds are going to try plays like this, more aggressive, more kind of contesting your spawns, but it will be, hopefully, Hisham falling off sooner rather than later, and it will be. Now, with the Scopos in play, normally Hisham is on that operator, but how many times have Twisted Minds benefited from a team misdroning, not spotting a shell, and finding that late round flank? So keep an eye on what P9 can find. A massively different setup from both these teams, and Grubby's going to find some damage early. His own flashbang blinds him, his best impression of a North American player, it seems. He'll hop back on the drone, and it's going to be an entryway from Flexy on that ram.
Yeah, he's in the building, but still you got to find where these defenders are playing. Remember, a roaming presence is there, and that's been the problem for Project Zero. They've cut corners twice, and both times they have been caught out for it. Hisham will play inside of Secret. The fact that that window isn't fully open gives him full reign to play here. And even more so, the guards on the roam, bringing himself those Grismot mines that he can place to protect himself. Like, I've seen this setup before. The perfect attack to this defensive lineup is to rush down blue, take on the fight with Hisham, and go for the execute. But I feel like Project Zero, they're going to get drawn into this. They're going to focus on that roam game and try to clear them because they don't want to get caught again like they were before.
But Jalal's in a perfect position. No one knows he's there. He's lurking on top of rafters, and with completely unchecked Solace plays, he can have an impact in the later stages of this round. So right now, Jalal's job is to sit there, be still, remain undetected, and even hop on the cabs or whatever support he can for his team at this distance. They'll try and clear utility away with that. Actually, I believe they've already pulled him back. They don't want to go for that flag. They want to play the numbers game. P9 takes a beating. He falls back, but he's still in this fight. But Oscar finds the opening, finds a second! And here come the pressure. Project Zero dive in. Newport locks down one more. Hisham meets his grave. Grubby locks in two. And just like that, a flawless round. Project Zero take their second.
Oscar doesn't even need to put the A in his name whip because he gets it for his performance every single time. Opening picks once more. Was that 3 in a row that Oscar has got the opening pick? And that time he followed up with an instant double. Project Zero catch them cold, win the round, and take the lead once more. 2 attacking rounds won on the outstart in Clubhouse is as good as it gets. 1 more round, and they are perfect. 3 attacking rounds is a great spot to be in, but Twisted Minds, once more, find themselves trailing in weapon. This is very much a akin to the theme that we saw on Labs earlier on in the first map of the series. Project Zero winning rounds to get into the lead, and Twisted Minds being forced to fight back every time.
Twisted Minds, though, are a team that I don't think have the best. Like, they just struggle a little bit from the back foot. With Oscar, think about how he was so dominant in that opening half, especially on that Haven Labs, where he was winning every one. He became the raid boss. Twisted Minds had no way back into it. They really struggle with it. They're mechanically brilliant players, but so are Project Zero, and they can't rely on their rifles to dig them out of these trenches when they're losing players so early. And it's that opening engagement every single time that almost writes the script for this round. Oscar has found so many opening picks, and this team has took full advantage and capitalized off of them. Twisted Minds need to keep that in mind and be careful, and a big repick going out here from Project Zero. Nomad, Ace, Capital, and Maverick all picked up.
Plans can change based on what you see, and that's exactly what they've done here with it. But the defense, I'm still pretty much a fan, right? Jalad, we saw this earlier. Remember the way that they tricked that garage wall. They held rafters to protect. Yes, you give up the main breach, but if you keep the bottom garage safe, it allows the rafters player to be brave, to peek, to play aggressive. That's exactly what they're going to try to do again. We've seen this before, but with the problem with doing the same attack twice on the same day as Project Zero have seen this before. If you spot the fact that you're seeing those Zoto canisters being thrown on the wall, you know they're going to try to follow it up with a Cade Electric Claw to stop you from opening it.
A claw chokes at the time, and it's one more problem for Project Zero to solve. And we see this once again. Jalad posted up behind the motorcycles deep in bottom garage. That's where he shut down Virtus Pro. C4 goes out and does not find its mark. Lucky blessings counted from the side of Project Zero. The Maverick trick should open this wall up with relative ease and does so. And will do momentarily, and that's why Uport's on that Sophia. Use that impact to pop it open with 3 bodies stacked up on this platform as well. Very direct approach perhaps on the cards, and 2 stacked up as well. Jalad holding his position. Might be cautious of Lounge. 2 bodies down below as well, holding on to it. A direct approach might not be the best course for side of Project Zero here.
Yeah, but you can see they're trying to fish out this kill on the P9, who's playing on top of rafters right now. But do you know about Jalad below? If you peek the door, like if I'm P9, don't expose yourself to the door. Focus on the breach because Jalad should have you covered. But there's the smoke, smoking off that player. Maybe trying to bait some utility on the walk-in, but not going for it just yet. So I see what Project Zero are trying to do. They're trying to bait C4s, trying to bait an overswing. But Twisted Minds not falling for that bait just yet. And but I think that was a C4 that has now been burnt, that has now been wasted, and now they've only got 1 to work with.
Both impact burned away as well, but this pressure down in Lounge is holding on to it, and Upor reads it brilliantly. Jalad will fall. Now, they still have smokes to work with on the hands of Capital. They'll lock off his ankle, so P9 will be neutralized when they want to go for this execution. But do they want to try and stick to find this fight? I don't think they do. Bodies stacking up, finding themselves on that rappel, and Skeptic will burn utility, sending lot out towards it. Air jab goes off. No avail. He tries to dive in to find a second one. He might get a rotation here. Patience is a virtue, but Flexi doesn't have any. Diving in and finding 2. Grubby gets 1 as well. Twisted Minds beaten to the punch, and Project Zero have found a huge left hook, and there's no way back in this one as the count starts. Hasham on the ropes.
He might have been playing in pit, but he's in the pits of hell right now. A 1 versus 5. The case is down away, but this is a timeout. He is not going to try to win the round. He's giving it away. A 3-1 lead to Twisted Minds. And this is the... Remember what I said? I said Project Zero could race into a 2-round lead and cause a problem for Twisted Minds and start to slow down the momentum they have. Well, they've got that 2-round lead. And I don't think that Twisted Minds are enjoying this at all. And dare I say... I'm going to say it, actually. Now, I'm going to dare say it. Project Zero did the basics. They watched this map earlier, and they're like, we know what you're going to do, so we're going to counter it. And now we'll wait a little bit longer while we get a player back in, but whip it. Project Zero, dream start here on Club, 3 rounds on the board.
If we get these players back in, it will break the serve a little bit, you could say. It will slow the pace of play down. But you got to feel about this one. Project Zero played that perfectly, and it was a difficult round indeed. They had the clear positions inside of Lounge, you had the clear rafters, and they had all that pressure on the main site itself, and they took their time to break it down. But I'm going to look at this and say Jalad, who was so active against Virtus Pro on that bottom floor of Garage, gets completely caught out this time around and shut down early. Losing him is a big blow, but also There was no C4 to deny that plant when he went in, and Flexi, the player I wanted to stand up a little bit taller, seized the day. I believe he vaulted in from radio window, got one pick on his entry, went straight towards P9, and shut it down. You gotta feel, Gibson, that this is real pressure now from Twisted Minds. They're feeling it.
It is exactly what they would have wanted, and this is... like, this might kill their momentum just a little bit, but Whipper, you've got 3 rounds on attack on club. Like, we've seen 3-3 splits way more frequently over the last few years, as opposed to the 4-2s, but I think Project Zero, they have got Twisted Minds rattled right now, and Twisted Minds, change it up. What you were doing earlier today ain't gonna work. So let's look back. Like, this was the huge play from Oscar, dropped inside Moto, the smoke goes off, and, like, Glass is going to win that fight 10 times out of 10. It was a flawless round at that point. I am just loving what I've seen. Remember, we have watched these players from tier 4 inside of Europe. You can too. I started my casting career covering these players in the depths of the regional system, Whippet. And now they're about to potentially qualify for the 6th Invitational. And the amount of players that you and I have seen from UKIN 2 that have gone on to play in Tier 1, I'm so damn proud of these guys, and I would love to see them make it.
Well, I love the glaze for the UK players that are camping that system. Gibson, I will play and say the exact same story for these guys here on Twisted Minds. They came in, they made a storm. You gotta think about this. Not too long ago, MENA was an afterthought. They had to form their own leagues to get competition. They were often that hidden secret of Europe, the team that you scrimmed if you wanted to be challenged mechanically. They were given their own region, and they stood up tall, nearly finding glory, and they were holding candles to the big dogs instead of EML. This roster, formerly of Falcons, had to rebuild themselves when their org acquired the BDS team that has lost so many finals. And you think about this. How much that has affected this team, that they've got back up. They've got back to this stage, and they're one map, yes, they're trailing, but one map away from the biggest event in the world.
Well, but I said we were there for the glow-up of these players all the way through UKIN 2, but you and I were there for the glow-up of Twisted Minds. Like you said, we were there when they announced to the world that MENA was a serious region and these players could compete. And either way, I am going to be delighted for whatever team wins this game. But all I'll say is there's still a long way to go, right? It is 3-1. They're waiting for this game to get up and running, and we're waiting for all the players to be ready, which they are now ready to go. I think Twisted Minds need this round. I know it's early. It's early to say must win, but you cannot let Project Zero get a 4th round. If you give them a 4th round, you've got to deal with doubt, you've got to deal with pressure, and there's only so much time that you can spend climbing uphill before those legs get tired.
And fatigue certainly a factor, Gibson, that we mentioned. Those legs might feel heavy with all of that lactic acid build-up, because you got to think, Twisted Minds, they played a grueling 2-mapper against Virtus Pro earlier. While it was not the longest in the day, it was still a competitive game where they had to have their heads screwed on proper. And now they find themselves under even more pressure as Project Zero get closer and closer to that flight to Paris.
Will you be there, Whipper? You'll be there. You're there that weekend alongside me, aren't you? We're off to watch the games with all the fans.
Gibson, me and you are off to have a Valentine's trip as a casting duo. Obviously, that's what it is. That's why we're there.
That's how we build that chemistry.
That's how we sold it to our partners to say that we're allowed to go. Actually, like we'll bring them out the Valentine's Day in Paris. But nonetheless, Gibson, we have a game ahead of us, a grand final for this spot and that trip to Paris. And Project Zero doing a fantastic job on the offense here. What's been the big tail of the tape for them here on this half?
The tail of the tape has been they've just had an answer for everything Twisted Minds have done, and answers are easy to have when you've seen the questions in advance, and that's what has happened, because Twisted Minds have not changed a lot. Now Groovy, no fear, walks on in, takes the engagement with, I think, Gillette. Now took a little bit of damage, but it goes to show that he's not worried about taking on these fights. Grubby will play on those main stairs, look to meet any pressure that comes from bathroom, that comes from those chains door as they push in. Remember, this is a basement defense. But I see Sands whip it. There's 2 Sands attacks here. There's the kitchen Sands where you cut off AKs, or there's the preference of mine, the Moto Sands drop. You drop the Sands through the Moto, you push deep, you plant on the jukebox, you cut off full lines of sight, and you put pressure that way.
It's a brilliant planned execution, but not the easiest to make it work, and it requires a lot of those steps to be held. And the biggest kind of thing here I'm looking at is guards on the Clash. Very good at soaking up time, very good at really helping delay this play, and Project Zero have been doing a good job of being fairly time efficient with their clearing of the map so far. So the Clash will be a late round problem that they will have to solve, and that's going to be a difficult one to do when your utility is likely already burnt away.
Use everything you have as an attacker and a defender. Remember that you always say, well, yes, this is an FPS game, but there's also so many more layers to it. P9 playing aggressive on that dirt wall. Remember, they tend to leave it soft. They're not that worried about reinforcing it. And if you're an attacker, this is an easy blind spot. This is somewhere you can push it. The fact that the drone is still up gives P9 so much information. Look at that. You're dealing with Valk drones inside, but little do you know, it could be an external drone that leads to your demise.
Default camera is still standing, but it doesn't look like they'll be falling victim to that free information. 3 bodies stacked up towards blue, it seems, and that might be the focal point of this push. The main hatch is opened up, and the light wall has already been laid by Sens. Now, you wonder, Gibson, is that a little bit of a trap and a bait and switch? Have they actually got the information now? P9 has been spotted, and they want this one. Upor, it's a one-on-one, and he wins it. Opening pick is found, and they're going to gain control of dirt. A massive linchpin, and they're going to pivot this play straight towards a drop via kitchen hatch. Fire darts go out straight to AK to help deal with the Clash. They have the smokes as well for the Capital to help burn things down, and nade as well to make it even easier. They must drop to make this plant go down. The light wall drops, and a rotation from dummies is there. One player spotted, a perfect trade. The cover needs to be even better though. The stick should go down. It will go down, but it will be advantage of players of Twisted Minds.
The Achilles heel, though, of Twisted Minds has been the fact they've not been able to win retakes here in Clubhouse, but this could be where they get it done. Oscar going on the flank. He has been the final boss. The Clash is dancing around the breach, and I think that shock sending out will give the information to where Oscar is. He steps through. Hisham gets the kill, and Twisted Minds will take the round. It's 3-2 with it, but Oscar almost wins it, and dare I say, that little bit of lightning bolt that came from the Clash revealed his position to Hisham, who all had to do at that point was hold the flank.
That round could have been spectacular, but realistically, Twisted Minds, they were compressed, they were compacted, they were pushed into a box, and they clawed their way out of it. It looked almost to be done and dusted, but those huge critical picks in the middle of that execute, in the mix of the smoke and chaos, unraveled it, and with a Clash on the board, you can play that numbers game, the perfect advantage. But look at this moment for Upor, wanting that one-on-one versus P9, but a few key picks from players like Hisham unraveled it, and Oscar couldn't find it dumb. Red boss mechanics have been figured out.
Yeah, but again, it comes back to it, though. Like, Project Zero are getting these openings because Twisted Minds are not doing anything different than what was done in the matchup with VP. You're making Project Zero's job easier than it needs to be. Yes, all 5 players are mechanical demons. Yes, all 5 players can win their ones. But remember, if someone has information and knows and has a bit of ability, they will win that gunfight. It's why you see some players still playing at the highest level despite their mechanics declining. Like we all know, some players go the other way as they get older, but they can still compete because they know how to use information to their favor. Whippets. Project Zero. Imagine the scenes now. They were 3-1 up. If Twisted Minds win 2 rounds back to back now and make it 3-3, all of a sudden it is fireworks, it is cinema. It is going to be one half to determine who goes to SI.
You gotta think about this from Project Zero. This is a completely great position. You're gonna go into this 3-3 or like you are okay with this on the offensive side of Clubhouse because you know you can get almost guaranteed positions like those basement defenses. However, they've been weak from both of these teams so far in the LCQ. But you can almost kind of get 2 or 3 guaranteed defensive rounds, and that's going to be a huge playing the average favorite for Project Zero. Now, they still have a chance to get themselves a very solid 4-2 advantage on their attacking split. Oscar will waltz straight into control. He'll gain himself access inside of rafters. He'll creep up, he'll crawl. There's going to be one silhouette lurking inside of red stairs, as well as Jalad locked up inside of cash room. This will be a very important battle indeed, and Project Zero have been efficient at clearing it so far.
The only difference between this time and the last time is that A, Jalad gets the opening pick, and B, Hasham's not there. But Blackbeard down. That is your human drone. And not only that, it is Oscar, who has been phenomenal for Project Zero the whole way across this series. Suddenly, breathe, Twisted Minds. Things look a little bit better. Those storm clouds on the horizon are starting to dissipate as suddenly a 3-3 half looks more than possible. Upside down repel though was Groovy. He's trying to find that easy kill that you can find at times, but we'll realize it ain't coming. And a little bit of a reposition here with it. Flexi making his way towards Logi. A phone call will be deployed as that logic bomb should go off quite soon.
Oi.
Hasham, behave yourself.
Get the bottle of spray some water. Hasham, don't be doing that one again. That's a nasty picky find. That's gonna make the problems even harder for the side of Project Zero. As now, it's gonna be down to 3. It's gonna be Grubby, Skeptic, and Upor. Again, all players that I will trust mechanically to find this, but there's no easy route to get this case down. It does look like the entirety of Bathroom has been reinforced off, so no deep rotations, but with pressure and control still held inside of Cash and Construction, there's no easy way to play on this sub-roof balcony to put pressure on the windows from Master Bedroom nor inside of Gym, and that means the players in Twisted Minds hold the keys to this round. Expect everyone to have that pressure, and this job right now from Upor to hold on to this is the most important moment in this round.
This is all down to those 3 players. Can they find a pick? The vault them through the window, but the cover is there, does a ton of damage, and the cover is enough as Jalad will find another one. Grubby and Skeptic now, another attempt at a creep up as 2 push up me, and Skeptic will find Hasham, and it's a 2v4 now, but the case is in the hands of Skeptic. Can he get to that wall? No, he can't. Trix will shut him down with a shotgun. Traded back by Grubby, but 15 seconds to go.
Oh.
Another kill is found. It's a double on the round. You know there's a player behind Mattress, but P9 wins his one, and Twisted Minds secure the 3-3 half. Whip it. First half is over. Games is over. The big boys, the serious half begins now.
It is all down to this now, a single 6-round shootout, maybe some overtime drizzled on top to decide how things go for this, but a 3-3 level split from both these teams. Now, if you're new and watching this or haven't been around for a while, the big advantage here is this map historically has been defender-sided, but with its age means teams know how to break it down on the attacking split. Project Zero do not have an easy day in the office to try and hold on to this advantage. They do not have an easy day at all. But Twisted Minds might have more work cut out for them. They were super clinical against Virtus Pro, so that might be a worrisome factor from Project Zero, as it will be a Thermite Blitz ban and Kaid Clash taken about by teams respectfully.
And remember how they played these attacks with it earlier today? It was aggression, it was early entries, it was hunting down roamers like your life depended on it, and that is where Twisted Minds need to find that joy. Now, the only difference is they will face a side that will roam aggressively, but not hide. Like, the difference was you saw VP players kind of dipping in the corners, trying to be sneaky, trying to win the fighties.
You mean always hiding in strip club every single round and being pinned in strip club every single round?
Yeah, that's what I meant, but I didn't want to call the player out, okay? But it's different. Project Zero will take you on in those gunfights. And if they win those gunfights, they're going to speak verbal and chat. And for Twisted Mind's sake, I think that the verbals was been shaking just a little bit at the start of this game, but I'll give them credit. They've composed themselves, they've got themselves ready to go, but they know 3 rounds is the bare minimum. If you do not win 3 attacks, you're not going to 6 Invitational. I would say your year is over. Your competitive year is over, because 6 Invitational, I see it as the closer of the year. I know some people see it as the opener, but that's your competitive year over, and you've got to wait and reset and get ready for those, Challenger League games where you try to get back into Tier 1. So you're playing to finish your competitive year with a bang.
What a way it would be to make for both these teams that trip towards Paris. For Project Zero, of course, a team that does not have the wealth of international LAN experience as Twisted Minds may hold. Of course, we got to cast them a few months ago on LAN, not too long ago in London, but I think a different environment in front of the crowd of SI if they make it towards that main stage will be a factor. And look at this from Flexi. There's a freebie. There's a second one, maybe. No, he gets himself in a 1-for-1 trade. Skeptic, however, is going to find himself in down, but not out. And immediately finished off by Jalad. Things in a blink of an eye have opened up, and Twisted Minds hold the early advantage.
Yeah, you got the opening pick, but was it worth it? 2 have fallen on the other side, and those demos tracks coming out will force everyone else except for Oscar back. Oscar will keep on going. Hasham gets another. Groovy falls. And what a retort this is on the side of Twisted Minds. Jalad steps down blue with the vendetta, and it leaves it all down to Oscar. 5-3, make it 5-4, but the case is going down over on the other side. He thinks there's the flank. He doesn't realize what's happening on the other side. Castle targeted, mirror window, just dismay. He swings. He gets one, but does he get a second? Switches over to the shotgun, but Jalad is just better.
It's scary how rounds like this can come down the margins. If he finds that pick with the shotgun, we could have been singing his praises for a massive clutch. But Gibson, the thing about that round I love to see was the fact that what we saw was Project Zero committing themselves to a massive roam on Clubhouse, not an uncommon sight these days, with the hatches opened up to be able to drop down when that pressure arrives. Now, if you're an old head and you've been watching the game as long as I have, we used to call that setup an SSG roam. And they didn't have, and the thing about this is, what was the counterplay? Rush, get aggressive, try to hit site directly, and they done that. They got a huge pick early instead of blue, trading off 2 players immediately, and then they flooded straight the site and left the roam presence no job other than to retake. Difficult day in the office of Twisted Mind for the side of Project Zero. Now, Twisted Mind's lead on club.
But you spoke about it, that SSG roam, the counter of it was to go direct. And I will never forget the W7M game against G2, where G2 eventually went on to win SI. But the first round, W7M, straight through blue, straight into sight, won the attacking round and caught the team cold. And Project Zero, they're weak to that too. That roam, as you said, that is its Achilles heel, and Twisted Minds answered correctly. Now, they did try to make a huge play with the shotgun prone below the window, but when it's traded back instantly, you question the worth of that kill. You'd rather have your player alive a little bit later than losing them in the first 10 to 15 seconds. So we changed location, we changed site. We said Twisted Minds needed 3 attacking rounds at a minimum. They've got the first one. 33% of the way there, but there's still a long way to go.
I gotta feel, Gibson, this is the moment in the matchup where I think nerves and a little bit of that anxiety begins to creep in and whisper in the back of the minds of some of these players. What a journey it's been. 12 long, grueling months of your respective Tier 2 circuits conclude in this moment. And Project Zero now trail by 1. Twisted Minds have played so good in SEL, so good in his LCQ. They've sent so many Tier 1 teams packing this weekend. Will they be able to get that final hurdle crossed for Project Zero? The defense needs to be solid. To be completely locked in, completely aware. Dokubi getting brought out from Hasham. Guards once again on that Monty. Strong resources, but Grubby picks up the Frost.
That's going to be great. Now remember, it'll slow them down. It gives you the information as well. And Frost has not been selected by Project Zero, if I remember correctly, in any round on this series. So unless she's been drawn, oh, never mind. Whether or not her utility has an impact, Gruby's already done his job. Got the kill onto Hasham, who is going 6-6, and just like that, first blood drawn, and it's a lot harder to find a gap whip it whenever you're in a 5v4.
One player down, you lose your Dokkaebi, you lose your logic bombs and a powerful DMR and a secondary SMG as well. So Hasham gone to the ashes. It's a big loss for this team. The Monty does have support followed up by Tricks. The opening made from radio window makes this difficult, but Oscar finds one. Delod trying to get aggressive in the midst of that chaos. Gobi does fall eventually. Tricks finds that trade. But advantage as Oscar burns away. He dives back in behind his shield as goggles keep him safe for now. Pre-fire to red stairs unfound anything. He will be bared down upon that Monty. The flank should be perfect. Finding 2. What a moment for Flexi. Cannot make it 3. But Oscar is still standing. And Flexi only DBNO.
That was the flank. We've seen some great ones in this game, but that one from Flexi protects Oscar, wins the round. Project Zero answer back. They won their first round on defense. Whip it. I'm getting deja vu. It's following the exact same pattern as the first half of the game.
Every single round will be traded back. Every blow, every punch, every duck and dive. Each team will take every moment oh so serious from this point. Gibson, what have we just seen? A massive play from Flexi. And who did I ask to stand up just a little bit taller, to unround those shoulders and show the world how good he can be? It was Flexi. A massive 2-piece. Great reaction to the player on red stairs. Finds that Monty as well. And that was the moment that unraveled everything from Twisted Minds. The control, the clear of cash. It was so effective from the side of Project Zero, not working for Twisted Minds.
Lexi is a player when he gets kills, those kills matter. Remember back to the first map of the series, Flexi in the 1v3 managed to get the plant off, managed to win the round for his team, and now he is trying to keep things going 5-5, but as I said, he's never going to be the guy that is leading the way with tons of kills, but he is the guy who, when he gets them, they matter. Skeptic, setting things up. Very traditional lineup here. You bring the mirror, you use that mirror to hold main stairs. Usually you'll see the attackers use a Habana or an Ace to try to pop that mirror from above on the other side of the wall. But just keep an eye, because the lineup Whippet, it screams vertical control once more. You're bringing the Ram, you're bringing the Monty. 9 times out of 10, when it's a Ram, it's going to be a kitchen hatch drop, maybe dirt tech. That's usually what that signifies.
The thing for me is going to be the addition of the mute this time around. Now, what Grubby's job is here is to basically just put mute jammers all around that top floor and essentially deny their drone network. Make it harder to get that information. It's a little bit of phantom pressure that might go a long way to slow Twisted Minds down. And the wooden barricade. You didn't need to use 2 X-Kairos pelts, but hey, you're the pro.
Hey, look, they're better than us. Look, that's for sure. Well, you've never beaten any of these players on a LAN event, so we just talk. We're humble voices of the game at this point. P9, though, he is looking to make himself heard on the Lion. He's got the opportunity to send those scans off. 2 kills for him, not quite the 20-10 game he had in the previous matchup. But remember, he's a player who punches and bunches. He's a multi-kill master, and he will look to find a few more. Jalad already inside of rafters, already putting pressure on Pit. The Lion scan revealing the position of players on site, as Monty will clear a lot of space as well. With it, 1 minute and 10 seconds gone, and they have garnered nearly all the map control they need as this turtle defense of Project Zero wasted a little bit of time, because you still have to clear club.
Lots of time being burned away, and of course the variation here with the hatches closed up is going to make things difficult, and there is the benefit of those mute jammers. But a larger radius now gathered by them, it makes these drone networks a little bit more tricky to establish, and that forces them to now be a little bit more careful and pushing up and clearing and having information on that main stairs. The mirror window stairs down towards the bottom of that staircase and have solid information from it. I don't believe motor hatch has been opened yet, and this Monty just garners all the information. He holds the case as well. So perhaps they might try and find a way to plant inside of church, but a pivot towards kitchen might be the play. Great information found inside of blue.
Well, that's why you bring the Ram. You can open up all this floor. It dropped there, but it's to keep a barrier, keeping the player safe for now. U-Pour repositioning. Pressure now on that stock hatch. You're going to clear behind generator. It is the Capital as well. Those fire darts could be perfect as P9 will begin his creep and his crawl, but it's a C4 that's ready. The audio of that Lion scan will actually hide the audio of that C4 being ripped, and that could be a massive problem. But the gun fires quicker than the boom. The C4 ripped once more, but I think the jig is up. The flash grenade is thrown. Now you got to push P9. You're slowing things down a little too much. He's there with the C4. P9 gets himself one. Does a little bit of damage on the other side. 20 seconds to go. Another one from P9. It's a double. And just like that, the case goes down. Flexi in the 1v5. You asked for a step up, you asked for a big up from him, but he's trapped into church with barely a prayer to work with, and Hisham will get the kill. Whip it. That is a big round from P9, getting those 2 kills, enabling the plant.
P9 creeps his way sneakily all the way down Dirt Tunnel and gets that massive pick. And this is the moment that Project Zero fear the most. They go into the final ban phase of this matchup, trailing by a round. If Twisted Minds find victory in this 10th round, they hold map, match and series point advantage, and Project Zero have taken this chance to breathe, to call their timeout and reset. They gotta figure things out here for the defense, and what the biggest one was, it's individual errors that opens the door. Twisted Minds are the team that will always, like water, find the path of least resistance, and Dirt Tunnel was the option there.
And Whip it is the fact they took their time as well. It was very untwisted minds like in the early phases. Clear the map, drone it out, find the weak spot. But then when they needed to go Twisted Minds, by God, they did. The DMR, down dirt, the drop of the hatch, the plant, everything was perfect. And Whip it, you saw it. There was a C4 in the hands of the Mira, but the Mira gave away her position by ripping it and then putting it back into pocket. My heart Twisted Minds with the lead once more. Can Project Zero guarantee every round in regulation, or will Twisted Minds find themselves in the exact same spot they did this time last map? Remember, they held a 6-4 lead on the previous map, and Project Zero were able to claw it back.
Project Zero are a team that I feel like have that old-fashioned UK grit and determination. You gotta remember, and we talked about it a little bit at length though, these players have been around for a long time. Gibson, we were with them when they made their debuts in the side of Tier 3 competitive play. You can, back in those days, were long days. Long, grueling play days. Trust me. I know, listen, 6 best of 1 shouldn't take 12 hours, but somehow they always did. And they were the players that were always there across different teams, that were always available, always able to embrace the grind. And that's what Project Zero need to do now. They only trail by 1, and it looks like a minuscule distance, but for them right now, that 1 round deficit feels like a mountain, and they need to find a way to dig their ice picks in and try and drag themselves up. And this is going to be a defense of CCTV and Cash, and they hold the line. And it will be likely high pressure and importance placed on the control down below in the lounge.
But it's not only that. These are 5 players who scrim every single night, and they're not getting paid. They don't have an org. They're doing it for the love of the game. They're not getting any backing. On the other side of the coin, you've got Twisted Minds with almost infinite wealth. They've got access to the facilities. They've got full-time pay. They're in the game, and they are doing it because they're being enabled to do so. So Project Zero is an underdog story and a half if they make it to SI. It's a long time since an unorg team from Europe managed to make it anywhere like that, but whip it. They're the team that are trying to carry and bear that flag, but Twisted Minds with the advantage. The castle brought out. But if anybody should know how to deal with a castle below Whippet, it's this team here. Because Project or Twisted Minds, they do it every single time.
They're running it every single round on this site, but I wonder, is that going to be in their game plan to try and deal with it? Early round sent straight towards Rafters to clear that player, and Upor holds such an important position. The Kiba barricades will try and keep him safe from bullets. The ADSs will protect him from those nades. And well, we almost found our very first fight inside a lounge.
Almost. Not quite. Everybody's still on their feet and all is still okay on the side of Project Zero. Grubby playing the tandem on top of those red stairs. There's 2 of them in that spot for the reason. They can play each other's trade. While one also holds the breach, the other holds anybody pushing up from that secret side from below. You're seeing the Flores get to work dealing with everything, but with this Kiba barrier and Jaeger combination is a maze and a half, but there's definitely one operator that can deal with it, and I like it. Toss the EMP. That enables the fire darts to be thrown. Information is really good, and that forces the Azami in through the flames, sprints across, but drops down to 20 HP, stays alive and in the fight with it, and the opportunity was there for a fraction of a second, but Twisted Minds couldn't capitalize.
They missed the opportunity to find that rotation on the Zami, and Upor will be very lucky to keep himself in this fight. Grubby does find the opening with flashbang sent to Rafters. You gotta feel that this might be the moment to try and dive in, but no. They elect to drop down. They do find that trade. Grubby has been slain, and that's gonna be picked up from Hisham. Lurking, hunting down below in lounge. P9 backs him up as well. This charge from Red Stairs might unravel this defense from the side of Project Zero. But guards, with the case in hand, being committed, he has to hold his angle, and this could be a problem. All Upor needs to do is sit still. Here comes the wave. Here comes the pressure. And it will be down to a simple tag team matchup. Upor still stands. Oscar remains as well. And Guards is so far away with that case in hand.
Oh, you can see the peak there. They know exactly where it is, but that is a bulletproof case that you're standing behind. You step across, you take damage, you fall. It is Twisted Minds in a 2v1, but the case is in the hands of Guards. He cannot walk in. He's being held. P9 will be fallen. He's going to walk in, but the defenders do just enough. Upor stays hidden, stays there, and just like that, the time is the biggest friend for Project Zero, and they answer back once more. Whip it. It is just a punch back, punch, counter punch. These 10 players are going head to head, and nobody is giving the other one the advantage for long.
It's like we're watching two heavyweights deep in the 12th round, leaning on each other and gasping for air, with dirty boxing and the referee standing over waiting for one of these giants to fall. What a matchup this has been, and we go, guaranteeing Gibson that we need all 12 rounds to find that separation. But the biggest storyline here was the forced commitment. The glass of guards realizing, I've got to sit here, I have to hold Upor. He has the keys to that Raptors control, and guess what's in the backpack of guards? The very diffuser they need to win. Oscar found himself in the scrappiest fight I've ever seen, but doesn't matter, he lost it, he delayed enough time, and Upor, with his mechanic to the side, helped cross the finish line, bringing us level, and the defense of Project Zero holds on one more round.
My favorite thing about Siege, dying is okay. You can die. If you waste time and die, it's fine because of how impactful the clock is in those final few seconds. Oscar did enough. Upor did enough. Despite the immense pressure from Twisted Minds, those two players did what they had to do. And I think that people need to realize that. So many people are like, oh, he died, blah, blah, blah. No, Oscar did his job. 3 minutes now. One of these teams is going to get the opportunity to win this game in regulation. Will it be Project Zero, or will Twisted Minds force the break once more on the attack? 2 minutes and 40 seconds from now, we'll have the answer.
Upor re-ups the position he held so gallantly in the previous round, and I wonder, will he be able to have that effect yet again? Again, I love the play they had with the EMPs down below, combining that with those fire darts, and actually, I believe they're going to try and trick this main wall. Just keep them stalled out as long as possible, and the Grubby has re-upped the frost this time, feeling confident on the old school Sterling SMG. Will he be able to make impact of it this time around? Well, only time can tell.
I love it. I love how tense this feels now. Both teams have fallen. They're not playing the style they have because the pressure is starting to rise. Someone's going to make a mistake. Somebody's going to make a huge play for his team. These players are human after all. But there's the information. So much resources. Nade, you're sending the death mark, but the Kiba barrier's being tossed to keep him in position. Another nade, another bit of damage. The chase up the stairs. Does he know he's there? No, he's not. P9 will get the kill. Now the bandit cannot trick anymore. You've wrestled away Rafters, and I'm not taking it away from Upor. He was like a deer in high headlights. There was nothing he could do there under all the pressure. Minute and a half gone.
Oh!
But what a C4 from Oscar.
From downtown, makes a big 3-pointer to bring them back into this, and that brings everything level in terms of player count. They can begin the fall back here and play within their constraints of that cache area. They'll drop off the Blackbeard and try and maybe contest this up red stairs. The Vendetta from verticality can be super effective, and Trix finds himself tremendously wounded. A single round will be enough to send this ace back to the drone screen, and that Banshee, well, lets out its sinister wail. The pressure from red stairs is here, and Guards is so wounded. The angles need to be held perfectly, but everyone from the side of Project Zero is being corralled deep inside of this corner in cash. Asham finds one, Flexi falls, and Twisted Minds might have everyone trapped as Grubby all alone by himself. No help, no support. He's got to play his life here.
The menaces from Mena are really starting to put the pressure on now. 4 players up with Trixter's low on HP. The Blackbeard cannot quite walk through that breach safely with the pressure still there. Grubby will find one. That's a huge kill from the young man. He peps across, he gets another. Remember, close to walls, that's where shields are most vulnerable. Another kill though, Hasham. 18 seconds to go. C4 thrown on the clock. That will maybe see the tick-tock gone for this team as they try to win the round, but it's blown too soon. He goes prone. He peeks across the shotgun. Ain't going to be good enough. Oscar gets a double on the round. Oscar wins it, and Project Zero will get the chance to win this in regulation.
They have the match point advantage, series point, and qualification moment for them. Oscar stands tall, and what a play that was. While Oscar gets the final crowning glory, we cannot hide from what Groovy just done. In a position that is untenable, unwinnable, unholdable, he finds a way to save the day and crack an offensive round that looked almost destined for victory. Gibson, as we get ready for round number 12, this could be the end of our LCQ journey. It could be the final moment to crown the last representative from Europe to go to Paris. What a moment this could be.
I need everybody now to pray for 15. Whether or not you're a Project Zero fan, whether or not you're a fan of Twisted Minds, we want the winner to be determined in overtime. We want the stakes to amp up that a little bit more. But Project Zero, these players, these 5 together, have never been in a position like this before. They are 3.5 minutes, 1 round away from qualifying for the 6th Invitational in Paris. Remember, no org, no support, no backing. They got temporary backing with Furlanians here playing under the Space Tubes banner. That's where they've been, and they now find a chance to potentially dance with the biggest teams in the world. Twisted Minds, though, with it. Last time they desperately needed an attack to stay in the game, they answered the call. They won it. They need to draw from that well one more time to keep using that reference whippet. Here we go.
This is it for this moment, man. Twisted Minds, they've been a team that have battled so hard. They are your Saudi E-League champions as well. They have tasted glory in this Tier 2 year. But can they start 2026 off with a trip to Paris in a moment to lay their hands on the hammer so many legends have touched before them? And it's time for this. Can they find a way to get this done? Can they get overtime? Can they break the spirit of Project Zero?
Twisted Minds, I think they can do it. They've got the talent. Remember, these are 5 of the most mechanical players in the entire region. But look at the aggression of the setup whip. But they are not going to let Project Zero delve down blue. The first one of those tracks will go off. The death mark will note the player inside of stock and force them down the hatch. And inside of blue, Grubby finds a big kill, the first one of the round. Down falls Trix. Grubby, though, is going to get put into down status himself. The angle is caught, but did P9 know? There's a creeping, pushing Oscar. He turns his back to the fight, and a knife is stuck in a P9, finds the double, and it is a 4 versus 3 now. Oscar shouldn't have turned his back, but he did. And all of a sudden, things look even tougher now for Project Zero. Numbers favoring Twisted Minds. Yes, you've got you, poor Skeptic, and Flexi alive with it, but Jilad, P9 has Shaman guards, and you've got the fact there's a Blackbeard to boot. This is as tough as Project Zero would ever going to find it.
Not an easy way out of this one for Project Zero. They still have the defensive structure the basement provides. They have information with Flexi. They have denial in the hands of Skeptic. But you gotta imagine, with guards bearing down with that Blackbeard shield, the death marks from Jalad, there's no easy way out of this. They need someone to be that hero. Oscar has been the well they called upon so many times that he has been slain early. Grubby as well. Time for you, poor Skeptic or Flexi, to find their moment and etch it into Siege history. Case has been shuffled around, and guards looks like he's intent of pushing down into Moto.
Oh, I bet there's 50 seconds left, and that time is ticking away quicker and quicker and quicker. Upor has repositioned himself. He's inside of pit now, but Solace will get targeted by the Demos, and that might turn the traction away. Blackbeard spotted out toe shots on the guards. He cannot afford to peek and lose this battle for Twisted Minds. Another peek. He falls. It's a 2 versus 3. 30 seconds to go, Whippet, and SI is on the line.
Guards is wounded. Hasham's still standing at R4C, but the backline's formed up deep. The smoke goes out, but he vaults over the boxes. Must win encounters, and the Blackbeard falls. Back to level. Hasham is next, and it comes down to this. Skeptic sends Project Zero to Paris. They have taken their spot. Twisted Minds fall, and what a journey for European Tier 2.
From Yukon 2 years ago to the top table, Upor, take a bow. Skeptic, take a bow. Flexi, take a bow. Oscar, take a bow. And finally, Grubby, the redemption arc, take a bow. You have gone further than the team that just said goodbye to you. But Whippet, what a final that was. And the unorged, unbacked Project Zero are going to Paris.
I'm at a loss for words. I feel like so overwhelmed for these players. We've seen them for so long, and they've made this step up. A team that has trusted themselves and rebuilt from downsets, being demoted from Tier 1, and players who thought they had the team to back them. And finally, this iteration of the roster, with final changes coming to the LCQ, has done it. They have made it to the grandest stage of them all.
It is absolutely incredible. It is the biggest Cinderella story we could have imagined. A massive congratulations to Project Zero for making it to the biggest tournament of the year. We got 4 new players to this level of competition, 4 players that have never been to an SI before, and they'll be going to their first SI ever. And in what a game as well. So close. I'm so glad we needed all 3 maps to determine this one. We even got so close to an overtime as well, but just a constant back and forth between these 2 players. I mean, or between these 2 teams. I think you guys were saying it as well, Gibbs, and it shows the quality and the strength that we have inside Tier 2 Europe.
Yeah, I said it at the start of the whole weekend. Like, Tier 2, the top of Tier 2 in Europe is stronger than it has ever been. The gap to Tier 1 is lower than it has ever been. And this team right here, they define everything about it. We spoke about it. They don't have an org. These players, some of them work full-time jobs. They have to support their, you know, what some people in their family would say as a hobby inside of Siege, but they want to make it a career. And even more importantly, shout out to everyone involved. Like, we spoke about the coaches, the backroom staff. This is a well-prepared, well-organized team. Whether or not they get dumped out of the group stage of SI, that doesn't matter. Getting to the event for some teams is what it's all about. Anything above that is a bonus.
As much as I want to sing the praises of Project Zero, I'll have to say it's almost sad to see Twisted Minds go aside. There has been dominance inside of the Saudi E-League. They've been so strong. They beat Geeky to be crowned the champions there. And a team that's been so dominant and been on those big stages before falls short. They're not done yet, of course. They'll be in Challenger Series not too long ago for the fighting for an opportunity to be back in Tier 1. But the first S-Tier event of the year, they're going to be absent.
Yes, of course, commiserations to the sides of Twisted Minds. They fought hard, they eliminated many teams in their lower bracket run, but it ends here. They fall short just 1 round. It comes to push at the end here. No SI for them. As you mentioned, there is still a challenge series to look forward to punch their way into Tier 1 and make qualification to these events a little bit easier for the upcoming competitive year. But for Project Zero, this is absolutely huge. You mentioned it. 1 player returning to the biggest stage, trying to get that revenge after last year's SI. Didn't really go the way that he wanted. 4 players that are new to this competition, getting to play against these big teams. As you mentioned, of course, expectations might be, or enthusiasm might be curbed going into this one, but getting to play against these big teams, getting that rep in, getting another big spotlight on your name, Whippet, that must mean so much to these players.
It really does, and I just know these players have been grinding so hard for this moment, and they kind of lean on what Gibson said. It's great for many teams just to get to the table, but you can also think about the fact they now get to sit in the practice rooms and absorb the knowledge of these legends of the game that will be attending the Invitational with them. These players will come out better for their journey to Paris than they started it, but what a matchup from an Oscar. The guy who started us off by being a raid boss closes out with, again, another dominant performance here on Clubhouse.
It was so good. 12-7, 3-1 on the entry. He was involved in 3 out of every 4 rounds in that game as they managed to secure their ticket. But what a story it's been for him as well. But like, he has had chances. Some of those chances have been taken away. He went to Tier 1. He fell back into Tier 2. And now he finds himself there. And as you said, Whippet, you were there. And I was there for the first ever moment of Upor's career in competitive Siege. And we were here for the moment that he has managed to secure his spot inside of SI. And how did they do it? Simple. They won their ones, but even more importantly, remember we spoke about the entry battle and how Twisted Minds won it against VP? Look at how dominant they were on the entry on Clubhouse.
They saw the assignment. They know what they needed to do. VP fell because they couldn't get the opening pick. Well, they learned from the lessons of those who fell before them. And look at that. Perfectly done. And that's what shut it down. Twisted Minds never built significant momentum. They were trading rounds back and forth, but it was super close every single corner of it. And wow, what a matchup we've had, and I'm so thankful it won all 3.
Exactly. I mean, I can't wait to see the stats eventually for all 3 maps as well when we do get them. But try not to cry, guys. I mean, they've been playing for years. Some of these players having had their official first, like, Wikipedia record somewhere in 2020, 2021. And it all comes down to this. A big congratulations once again to Project Zero. They really have been putting in the work, and to have been punching that ticket to SI whilst having only lost 2 maps inside this whole LCQ. I think, Gibson, it's very fair to say that this shows how dominant they were, and they really were that force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, all the way through the upper bracket. Like, they dropped 2 maps the whole way through the weekend from Friday until now. That's why they're there. Like, the consistency, the victories, the fact that they took down VP as well. Like, both of these teams had to get over VP in order to get to where they are now. It's a phenomenal achievement. I think that they are going to be over the moon. They're going to be ecstatic. Here's the overall series summary, though, and like, look at Oscar, 137 score over 3 maps. Consistency is hard to find. Every player can have a big game, but Oscar had big games when it mattered most for his team.
Newest addition to the lineup as well, very important. They made that roster change after December, after being at the EML finals. And looking at this in general, I mean, we talked about the entry, we talked about the fact that Oscar really stood up. Is there anything else with it that really sticks out to you when you're looking at these numbers like this?
Big thing for me is the fact that it was actually a more top-heavy performance for the side of Project Zero, and Twisted Minds, they kept themselves level. Every player kind of stayed consistent the entire way through. I'm a fan that we saw Flexi have a little bit of a step up later on going into the games, having huge independent rounds, and this is just a moment where I might sound a little bit welled up. But for these guys, I know how much it means for Project Zero to be here, and the performance they all put out to get there showed that they were a dominant team, they ran the upper bracket, and they deserve this spot at the biggest table.
They most certainly do, and we can look at the MVP. I mean, it's no surprise that this has to be Oscar on the side of Project Zero, really having a live game to the point where there were accusations in the first game. Absolutely incredible. Doing it all, getting some plants down, 9-2 on the entry over the course of those 3 maps. A solid cost as well. They're really putting in a deserving performance in regards of that team making it to SI, and now that concludes it for the EML LCQ. Everything is over now. We started with 8 teams, 1 team that was to the standing at the end of it all. Project Zero will punch their ticket to SI. Absolutely incredible for them. Many of these teams, though, will have another shot inside the Challenger Series or back in Tier 1 when that starts up in the next competitive year. But I want to thank you two as well, of course, having been here yesterday and today. Any final words maybe before we close it out?
Thank you very much for having us. It's always a joy. Every time I've got to send the team to the Invitational has a special place. And you know what? Project Zero, I'm rooting for you guys, not just for my own personal collection, but I was there for the moment you guys made it.
Yeah, and just massive thank you to all the players, all the course of 2025 that played their hearts out to get to this point. And, you know, commiserations to Twisted Minds, but hold your heads high, because players on this team are the reason why there's an M in EML, and I'm sure we'll see them back at the very top pretty soon.
I think you put it perfectly there. Now that concludes the journey for us. The EML LCQ is over, but there's still NAL LCQ. They're in the middle of their journey. Just and even next week, there's the SAL, the ABL LCQ. So there's still 3 more teams that need to be sent towards that SI. And for NAL, of course, their journey will continue later today. In just about an hour and a half, they'll have their final 2 games. Either Cloud9, Dark Zero, or Auction makes it to SI. So take a bit of a break, and then we'll see you back for NA later today.